Someone grabs the courage to demand the master wake up. The hero whips out the flying squirrel technique and takes off like a blur. But his parachute suit was gone, he couldn't wrap his head around it, and then the real nightmare hit. He'd somehow turned fat. Crowds are screaming at him to slam the magic on, now. The kid goes for it, blurting out every word he can. Fly, activate flight magic, flying broom, until someone pushes him to say soar, and that young man instantly follows the advice. He did it, magic finally snapped into place, and everything lit up. But he's still plummeting. Over and over he screams soar like it'll somehow pull him back up. He's completely baffled. Like, how is he even supposed to beat the evil god in a state like this? The plane roared off the runway just a few minutes ago. A girl sits on her father's lap, giggling as she fiddles with an origami frog while the pilot blares, "We're starting our descent," and orders everyone to flip their tray tables upright and buckle up their seatbelts. After finally clocking out, the man flew back to Japan, and his boss rewarded him for sealing a huge contract by booking him a business-class seat, pure comfort from start to finish. Most business trips overseas are a total snooze fest, but the girl sitting next to him somehow sparked a couple of bright memories he couldn't forget. The hero leaned in and told the girl they'd be landing any minute, urging her to get back to her seat, and she nodded right away. Then she asked if she'd ever see her older brother again. He didn't hesitate. Yes, she would. Suddenly, the flight attendant flashed with energy, and then, boom, an explosion ripped through the air. The hero has no idea what's going on, so he clamps the girl to his chest. Then, out of nowhere, half the plane rips apart and collapses. The hero froze in place, like the whole world hit pause. Someone said he thought he could pull it off, and that was enough to get him picked, until the guy started to wonder if he was straight up hallucinating. Her voice snaps back that this isn't a hallucination. She's talking to him, right to his face. The girl tells him to chill, then explains he can reach her through his thoughts, and suddenly everything gets way easier. The young man fired off his first question, "Am I really dead?" Then immediately demanded, "Who are you?" And somehow the girl clocked how calm he was. You're right, she really is a goddess. But he's still breathing, and after her words, the boy fully thought this conversation would be the last thing he ever got to live through. No way he makes it, he'd already heard the same terrifying truth. The gods never save a soul. The goddess backed up his claim, then crushed him. The explosion would wipe out every single passenger. Then she snapped, "We're out of time, so I'm cutting straight to the point." She's a goddess who reigns over an entire other world. The hero is totally baffled. He can't grasp what she means by another world. She tells him the god of this world already granted him permission to pick someone and summon them as the hero. The young man's gut twisted. This proposal smelled even fishier, and he just knew nothing good could come out of it. The goddess told him to come to her world, fight the evil god trapped in a dungeon, or at the very least, renew the seal herself. The hero swallowed his apology, then still refused, because the girl snapped back that he'd die anyway. He just shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, that he'd already lived a good life. The goddess poured out her troubles, and he knew he'd actually like the idea she was pitching. The young man admitted he's obsessed with all kinds of isekai and reincarnation stories, but he's strictly into the tales, not the part where you have to fight some evil demon or anything even more terrifying. He refuses to even start. Dying feels safer than risking his life, and the goddess has to step in, begging him not to say that and to please just help. She said the truth, only one passenger on that ship could be sent down. She talks about a girl cradled in the boy's arms, and the hero instantly gets it. The goddess is ready to save him, but only if he agrees to be reborn into her world. The goddess promised him a way to help her, if he was willing to give up his life. And the young man clenched his resolve, thinking, if I ever get that shot, I'll save her. The goddess lets out a breath and promises she'll grant his request. She's even already talked to their god about it, but he's so greedy it's unreal. Once they're done, she'll have to go through with something. The boy thanked her for humoring his selfish request, and she snapped back that if he'd said no, her entire world would have run out of time. Because she'd already paid the price to save his life, he finally agreed to be the hero she'd summoned to her world. Right on cue, the girl lit up, swore that when he died, his memories and soul would be reborn too, and the young man just couldn't believe it. The stranger got a message packed with orders. Film the hole in the fuselage on your phone, shoot the video to my sister waiting at the airport, then call her and tell her everything you discover. The girl tells her brother, don't worry, I'll pick you up at the airport, and he snaps back, record this whole conversation. He freaks out and tells everyone the plane is going down, swearing his savings and insurance money will land in her hands. Then warns that if the old man even taps his inheritance, his ghost will come clawing back, And on top of that, he apologizes to his mom for leaving before she could say goodbye. The sister grilled her brother, asking if his prank finally went too far. Then he snapped back that he wasn't trying to hurt anyone. He just wanted to save the girl, and he told her to use his phone to track his location. He begs her to hunt down that girl ASAP, thrilled that he finally heard her voice one last time. Then he bids her goodbye. Grab your travel sewing kit, stitch a sheet onto your costume. Then tuck a pillow between it and the girl and tie everything tight to your body. Fuel release confirmed. He snapped upright in his seat, and the flight attendant immediately clocked it. She demanded to know what he was doing, then snapped at him to leave the kid alone, and if he couldn't feel bad for himself, she said at least feel bad for her. The hero admitted he'd been kicking himself for not seeing her sooner, and she pushed through everything until the very last moment. She burst into tears, shaking as she said she was terrified, and he snapped back that everything was okay. Then begged her to trust him, keep her eyes shut, and he'd bring her back to his mother safe and sound. Text your sister. She's just 5 kilometers from the airport now, and snapped the phone into the girl's life jacket. The hero burst out of the plane in midair, then launched into the flying squirrel technique like a living rocket. He flung himself into a midair spin, twisting through the air like he was trying to cheat gravity. He grinned and chose the word soar all over again. Suddenly, someone lunged out of nowhere and grabbed him. A massive dragon loomed there, ready to crush everything in its path. The very next moment, the young man snaps his eyes open. But he can't move, like gravity has him pinned and he can barely breathe. Luke's skull felt like it was cracking, his memories tangled with someone else's. Then the door burst open, and a voice called out to Luke. They sprinted to his side. One night snapped for a doctor right now, and the king got the news immediately. He's convinced his name is Luke, but that goddess drops a bombshell about rebirth of the soul and the memories that come with it. Then out of nowhere, someone shot him the question, so how much are you planning to sleep? With the doctor's help, the young man pushed himself to his feet and figured the man staring back at him was his father. An old man clocked the boy on the head and started hurling insults at him. The hero ripped open his status panel, and there it was, the magic sealing bracelet strapped to his wrist, a cursed tool that stops him from using magic. Turns out he got reborn inside the body of the third prince of this massive kingdom, Luke, the notorious villain, and the only reason anyone notices him is because he terrorizes everyone with his awful behavior and rumors flying left and right. And the name of the orc prince ripped through the entire country like wildfire. Luke snapped, why would the goddess pick a scoundrel's body for him? He couldn't feel any spark of consciousness at all, so he figured it was over, and he died in that incident. The king roars at his son to quit drifting off into daydreams, then taps him, barely at all, but the young man swears it felt like a hit. Luke braced himself and blurted out why he was stuck in a magic sealing bracelet. Then his father snapped back that it was there to stop him from escaping. The man admitted his son never learned responsibility, so now he's stuck there and can't leave. Luke swears the guy's right. And yeah, this isn't his first run, he's bolted from home more than once. Meanwhile, the hero can't stop thinking, where in the world did that dragon go? He demanded his father tell him what happened to his dragon, and his father choked out that when he finally got there, the dragon had already died, because it stood its ground and protected him. And damn, it was a beautiful dragon. Luke fed the dragon egg with magic, and when it finally hatched, they clicked instantly into true friendship. Then, all at once, the tears started pouring down his cheeks like his heart couldn't hold it in anymore. The king couldn't believe it. He was stunned, even broken, by his friend's death. The boy begged for a moment alone, but the king snapped that it was too late for simple tears, so it was time to face the truth and draw the only conclusion that mattered. The storm of emotions finally died down, and the hero thought, all right, let's dive into Luke's memories. He got reborn as 15-year-old Luke A. Vogue, walks in already knowing how to handle dragons, and somehow in every other way too, he's way ahead of the kids his age, standing at 170 centimeters and tipping the scales at 135 kilograms. No matter how clueless he was still elite as ever, and that's why the Dragon Riders Academy snapped him up. The tragedy struck on the very last day of exams, right in the middle of the flight control test. Even the king showed up himself, ready to witness it firsthand. Luke knew this was his time to light up the sky. Because dragons don't just see the world, they've got 350-degree vision, and they absolutely hate anyone sliding into their blind spot. The dragon snapped its tail out the second anything slid into its blind spot. Then it came for poor Luke. It felt like the moment his eyes opened, everything hit too fast to process, like the goddess's gift was driving the voice straight into his head. She promised him, I won't abandon you. and swore she'd hand him a hero summoned from another world, complete with 3 deadly, game-changing skills. They size up the situation, sweep for any secret hidden spots, and even hunt for pockets in space. While the hero blurts out how cool it'd be to have AI navigation like in games, and the goddess immediately nods, ready to make it happen. I can't hear the navigation at all. These bracelets are messing with it, and I can't get it to activate either. Mr. Luke had guests pouring in, and the whole place was buzzing. It was his mother. He blurted out that he wanted to apologize, but she cut him off and snapped, "What are you doing?" Then she drilled him with the question, "How much longer are you going to keep acting out?" The woman admitted she hadn't slept a wink all night, spiraling with worry about Luke. Then Luke hurried up to apologize for scaring her, and her sister burst in, rushing to hug her brother tight. Lulu's mother clocked that even little Lulu was worried, and she told him, "As a family, we're gonna make a decision about him, but for now, don't you get in trouble." The hero still has no clue what decision she even means. Luke pressed her for the details. What solution, exactly? She shot back, asking what part he still couldn't wrap his head around, then hit him with the truth. Did he really think he could just waltz back into the academy after losing his dragon like nothing happened? The hero thought her anger was fierce but fair, until a sudden knock slammed the door and a messenger told him he had a guest waiting, and all he could think about was how they'd cleaned out his place earlier today. Lulu zoomed over and wrapped her arms around the boy in a full-on hug. Meet Lulu Shake Mahel, 6 years old, rocking an academy uniform. She's the Marquis's second daughter, and Luke. He's been engaged to her since childhood, and the way he loves her is downright crazy. The girl admitted she was terrified, while he'd been out cold for 2 days. Then he woke up and apologized for frightening her. His sister grabbed his attention and blurted, "Thank goodness you're alive and okay." And he immediately thanked her for worrying about him. Then she leaned in and said, "All right, I've got something to tell you." She told him she'd cut things off with Lulu, like her engagement was officially done. The young man blinked in shock and demanded to know why the marriage was over, and she admitted she didn't know the full story, only that that brand new incident was behind it. Luke pressed Lul, asking if she knew anything, and she didn't hesitate. Yes, she did. She told me His Majesty showed up at their home that afternoon to talk about breaking their engagement with her father. And since her father also hated the way he'd been acting lately, he agreed to it. They gave her 0 answers, and the hero couldn't shake the fear that nothing, absolutely nothing, could still be done. He told her he was truly sorry, because her engagement to him had basically wrecked her reputation. He finally gets why her dad did what he did. Then he leans in and tells her to promise him she'll come find him the second his house arrest is over, so he can apologize. Lulu leaned in and asked if he really agreed with her father's call. Then he snapped back that she'd be way better off hunting for a partner who's truly worthy, not some pig prince. She confessed she was praying one day he'd come back to being her Luke, like the old days. But then, why was he being so cruel? She snapped at him, calling him stupid. Then she bolted away, and the hero told himself he's not the narrow-minded hero from that novella. He's got it all figured out, so Lulu ends up loving Luke too. His sister yells at him to stop freezing and sprint after her, and he snaps back that he's under house arrest. Then she slams a slap across his cheek. She snapped that he was stupid and stormed out. Then he caught someone watching from the doorway, and suddenly everyone's ready to spread the rumor that he broke down in tears because his sister and fiancé pushed him too far. Locked in that room, he can't shake yesterday from his mind. And the truth is, the hero doesn't owe Luke's fiancée a thing. She's just a fading memory. He's praying she'll forgive him, but in his mind, Luke is nothing but a total stranger. Turns out the goddess picked the prince's body because he's loaded and fully equipped to wage war against her. And with the royal family backing him up, the impossible stops being impossible. Meanwhile, he steels himself and gets ready for what's coming. Locked away, he finally has all the time in the world because this is all for one thing: victory. Once he commits, he doesn't stop. The maid shoved his food into place and wished him a pleasant meal, but the hero tried talking to her, and she just wouldn't answer. She's still seething because he kept watching her, and sure, he's no hero, but the whole thing makes him feel uneasy. He had the goddess to thank for it all, the one who turned him into a pig prince. And then it hit him. She wasn't just any goddess, she was the ruler of this world, Nereid, the goddess of water. 10 days have blown by since Lulu's visit, and not a single new visitor shows up. Bored out of his mind, he hammers out training with everything he's got, even stressing over how he shed a couple pounds. Then out of nowhere, news hits. His Majesty is coming to see him. Luke walked up to his father and blurted that they needed to talk right now. Then his son straight up promised he'd take whatever punishment came. The father snapped that he'd turned into a malicious rule breaker. Still, he hadn't committed any real crimes yet, so nobody was going to slap him with a harsh punishment. Not yet. The young man blurted out what was going to happen to him, and the man snapped back that once his dragon was gone, so was his spot at the Dragon Riders Academy. The hero stared at his fate and realized he'd already been expelled once. So yeah, he was ready for it again. The king tried to shove him into the Knights Academy's magic department, but his entrance exam scores were too damn low. No chance to transfer him with grades like that. So the king's shame burned so hard he might have wished he could disappear into thin air. He'd never tasted shame like that, and the hero didn't even act surprised. His father had even gone out of his way to hire tutors for him, so yeah, that's exactly why rage was exploding in him. In the end, they finally let him into the military department, only for that heavy weight to make it feel like he'd collapse within a day. Then the king saw his son's weight loss and realized something was up. Luke nodded and admitted it, then explained how he finally decided to take care of himself. The king got it all, but he still wasn't a knight at heart. Then the hero snapped, "We need something to do or our reputation is toast." His father snapped that his son's wild antics had already smeared his hard-earned name. Luke swallowed his pride and apologized, and the king stared at the floor, realizing what a fool he'd raised. Then he declared he'd talked it over with his ministers. They had the perfect plan: ship him off to a neighboring kingdom by marrying him into their royal line. The hero had no clue why they were trying to shove him into marriage like it was nothing. The moment his father declared the marriage, the young man finally understood why Lulu had been cut loose. His engagement was never meant to survive. But he didn't come here for the wedding. His father warned him, "Don't you dare let your temper flare too fast, not after everything you've heard about the kingdom of Fu, Rel." And before long they were making plans to tie their fate to the Duke of Forest. The Duke has 3 daughters, but no heir, so they scrambled to marry off the eldest, because only then can he finally enroll in the Faculty of Magic. The Duke's daughter is studying there too. Everyone just assumes they'll be married after graduation. Then Luke steps up and drops a bomb. He already has a fiancée, Lulusha, and the king instantly snaps the engagement off. He tells him to stare down every stupid thing he's ever done, and once he does, he can finally walk away from his Lulusha. The boy blurted that rumors about him were probably spreading overseas too, and the king snapped back that Farrell was a sworn vassal of their realm, while their population was a tiny fraction, just 50 times smaller than theirs. To keep aristocratic bloodlines spotless, the kingdom throws a grand marriage event every couple of years, inviting its neighbors, and this time it's the top-tier nobles with real magical power who get picked. Previously, they were content with kids from the count's houses, but now they're desperate for an heir with at least ducal blood. The young man completed his father's cold plan. Since they needed a respectable aristocrat, they might as well cut loose their dissolute son. The king snapped back that the groom had to be a legit, capable magician, and nobody cared one bit about his little showboating. Luke is the king's son, so he's got rare royal talents, perfect for a marriage of convenience, and Luke insisted it was perfectly reasonable. Now that I think about it, marriage might actually be a lifeline for him. Finally, it could tear him out of his father's grip, and honestly, it won't be that bad. The king demanded the young man honor his filial duty, even if he grumbled through it all, then told his son to get ready, because he'd be gone the very next morning, so the young man was left utterly stunned. He swallowed the order and nodded. Then he pushed for answers about his betrothed, and the king admitted, plain and blunt, that almost nothing was known about her before promising, "I'll have you meet her right there on the spot." The boy felt something was off about his father marrying his son off to a stranger, and the hero nodded along, then demanded the bracelets come off because he needed to get ready. The king shot back that they'd stay by his side until they reached the Duke, but if not, he'd bolt on the spot, like he always did. Then they handed over a crazy 100 million guineas as her dowry, plus another million from him for whatever personal spending he wanted. So when he finally arrived, he wouldn't have to ask for a single thing. Yale, the first prince, snaps at her father that this is completely unacceptable. Then she and the others slip away in secret from their own families. The king snapped back that it was all for Luke's good, but the boy couldn't wrap his head around how marrying a total stranger could possibly help, so Luke pleaded with his brother to calm down. The king snapped that the carriage ride would chew up 15 long days, but swore the dragon would tear through time. Then he demanded he honor his father's wishes. Luke told them his brother had to stick with him because their father was terrified he'd slip out. If Luke ran, all the blame would land on his brother, meaning he'd be nothing more than Luke's babysitter. Yale then turned to their father and demanded, "So is that really what you're saying?" The king nodded and snapped at Luke, asking why he had to be so blunt. Luke just grinned and said it was only a little revenge. The king slammed his decision down and swore they'd obey his command. Nothing in the world would derail this betrothal. Luke just couldn't wrap his head around it. If the wedding mattered that much, why would the king pick his most useless son to marry? He demanded to know if there truly wouldn't be a single guard, besides his brother, and the king shut it down. No guards at all. Then they'd soar with Yale to make sure the departure stayed hidden. It's pretty much impossible for anyone to strike them on that dragon. Yale flat out says he won't defend his father, and he pleads with him not to believe his dad hates him. Luke told them what he understood, but it felt like the words got thrown away and forgotten. Yale begged him, "Don't talk like that." Luke insisted he'd pull through if he put his mind to it. He just had to snap into focus, and with that, the brothers nodded, then kept sprinting through their escape. At the border outpost, the guard greeted the princes and offered them a place to rest, but Yale smiled and said, "Thanks, we're racing the clock, so we've got to keep moving." The guard warned them to watch every step as they headed out, and the prince bowed his thanks without a second thought. Out of nowhere, someone closed in on Luke. Turns out it was a florist girl who stepped up and offered to buy him some flowers. The guard snapped that she needed to watch who she spoke to. Nobles were off limits, and the girl quickly swallowed her pride and apologized. Luke leaned in and asked the price of her flowers. She said 50 guineas for every bouquet. Without a second thought, he flashed a gold coin and bought the entire basket. The girl blurted out an apology and said she had no change, but Luke shook his head. He didn't need anything back. The guard told her to grab the coin, thank him quick, and get out. She thanked the boy and told him she could finally get her mom some medicine. Then the young man leaned in and asked if she was the one who was sick. She nodded and said yes. Yale yanked out a bottle and thrust it into the girl's hands. Inside was a healing potion with moderate power, and she instantly tried to refuse, saying she couldn't take it, but the first prince wouldn't back down. The girl thanked them with all her heart and took off, and Yale said her brother was the most compassionate guy around. Too bad the children were terrified of him, and then they kept running, never slowing down. Suddenly, Luke spotted it and snapped to his brother. Bandits were swarming the carriage down there, robbing it blind. Yale spots it, but they can't do a thing. Luke has to get delivered safe and sound, and the hero clocks the carriage at once, because it's stamped with the king's crest. What if a royal heir shows up? They'll have to rush downstairs and make sure everything's okay. Yale agreed to help them, and the hero could slip away and hide somewhere. Luke then warned that if anything happened to his brother, he'd be stuck dealing with it alone, so he was going too. They decided to rush, but Luke stopped and told him to wait. Yale demanded to know what happened, but there was no time for explanations. The hero snapped that they had to rip off the bracelets, because with them on, he was basically useless. The goddess welcomed the hero, and he immediately demanded a quick rundown. She warned that fighting right now was insanely dangerous, then told him to check his status before anything else. A crystal board slid into view, and right there, level 1. Luke should have been at 18, so his stomach dropped as the system told him his rebirth wiped his rating clean. He swallowed hard and realized one perfectly aimed hit could end everything. Good news for Luke. Those skills have been handed to him, and he's been locked out of magic until level 10. But the damage is already building. Combat at level 3, sword level 3, spear level 2, hand-to-hand level 2, bow level 3, plus alchemy at level 8 with transmutation at level 7. But the spatial pocket was packed with restorative potions. Luke shoved some into Yale's hands, since he'd got more than enough, and he made sure everyone knew just how wildly useful they were. The hero used to be a killer archer. Maybe he's still got a purpose. He's going to rain cover on his brother from above. Yale shoved the dragon's control into Luke's hands. Then he snapped his command to Waltz, unleash the cutting hurricane. The robbers erupted into bone-chilling screams. They couldn't pin down where the dragon even came from. Then Luke snapped into action, raised his weapon to fire, and the very next second he drove the blade straight through his target. People drop at his hands, dead on the spot, but somehow he's scary precise, like he's got a Luke-style power guiding every hit. The system blared that he'd hit level 10, boom, basic magic unlocked, and the young man just stared in shock at how fast it happened. He unleashed the water healing skill on the soldiers, and the moment it hit, they burst into grateful thanks. Then, out of nowhere, something caught his eye. He dropped down close by, and the robber immediately clocked him. He called on the Thunderspear skill, and a thunderous explosion erupted right in front of him. The robber suddenly realized he was out of luck, because the hero yanked off his robe, took his weapons, and then tied him up tight. The remaining rappers caught the leader's defeat and immediately threw in the towel. Luke threw himself into healing the warriors, then immediately grilled them about his brother's condition, only for the reply to come back. He'd escaped with nothing but a few scratches. Yale caught his breath and realized he'd fought like a beast. Then pride surged for his brother. But why did he keep pretending to be the fool? Luke shot back that he wasn't cut out to be a knight, because the second he pictured shooting people, his hands started shaking, and Yale clocked the same fear in him. So the hero stared at the tremor in his brother's hands. The knights lunged in and thanked the rider for his help, because he'd saved them all. Then Yale stepped forward and declared, "I'm the first prince of the Vogue kingdom." After that, he pointed to his side and introduced his brother, the third prince. The knights crumpled to the ground, and with humble apologies, admitted their ignorance. Yale said he and his brother had just flown past, then spotted the ambush, and they didn't hesitate, they jumped in to help. After that, he demanded to know who they were escorting. The carriage door swung wide, and a girl stepped out like she owned the moment. She spun back to the princes and blurted out her thanks, right to their faces. "She's the kingdom's second princess, Mifa A. Forl A. Forl." The girl stepped forward and introduced herself as Mifa A. Forl, and the hero can't help thinking that Luke never even knew her. He couldn't shake the weird feeling that they'd never crossed paths, and then, right out of nowhere, one of the girls crumpled to the ground, the very one guarding the carriage. A knife had torn her shoulder open, but magic sealed the wound almost instantly. So the hero couldn't figure out what was really happening to her. He even guessed poison was at work. Luke begged permission to inspect the cut, and the knights nearly lost their minds. Yale told them his brother wielded water and monastic healing magic, begging them to trust him, and Luke snapped that he needed an assistant. He ripped open the knight like it was cloth, and a black wound yawned wide. The knights are clueless, then the system blares that she's been poisoned, while others start getting hurt too. The hero snaps, asking how he's even supposed to judge her condition, and she tells him to use the situational assessment skill. Toad poison doesn't drop you instantly. There are ways to treat it, like powerful antidote potions and top-tier healing magic that can turn the tide. Luke warned that everything had gone wrong. It was toad venom, and it wouldn't drop you dead right away. But time was running out, so he demanded to know if they had a powerful antidote or a top-tier healer. The man said their healer died in battle ages ago. Then everyone froze because each of them only had one vial of antidote. Luke demanded, "Who else has knife wounds?" And 3 men shot their hands up at once. The hero spun toward his brother and blurted the truth, 2 vials, but only one was left. The younger man's face fell when he realized the antidotes wouldn't be enough. No time to panic now, something had to be done. The commander told the soldiers to chug 2 powerful potions and promised he'd take a medium one himself. Then the knights froze, moved to the core. Right then, Luke snapped, "Hold up," and rushed off to track down a cure for the man. Yale leaned in and demanded his brother if he was disobeying the head of the guard. Then his brother snapped back that it wasn't true, insisting that, from what he knew, potions were always locked up in the royal carriages because protecting the rulers was the only thing that could keep peace in the country. Luke snapped to the princess and demanded whether the guards' lives were worth less than a single potion, and Mifa shut him down, swearing she'd grab more potions from now on. Luke can't shake the gut feeling that something important slipped past him. The system pushed him to use the hidden object search skill, and the higher he leveled it up, the bigger the area it could scan and reveal. He cracked open a special map, and every secret got stamped with a color. White for relatives, blue for comrades in arms, green for friends, yellow for buddies, red for implacable enemies, purple for evil spirits, and then a nasty blur that warned of a trap. A young man spotted a red mark and instantly figured it was an escaped bandit. Then he pushed for a closer, more detailed map. The system basically told him, "Go ahead, run a detailed inspection." Then it ordered him to click the red mark, and there it was, an archer locking onto the princess. Luke barely caught it in time and threw himself in front of the princess to shield her. He barked orders for the soldiers to swarm the princess and throw up shields around her, only to find the archer already vanished, and Yale swore they wouldn't catch him. The protagonist yanked a bow from his spatial pocket, snapped the string back, and launched arrows that pinned the criminal and his horse in one brutal strike. The soldiers stared in disbelief at his deadly aim, and Luke snapped, "Waltz, get those bandits back alive." Luke thrust the rabbit into his hands as the reward. Yale snapped at his brother to stop feeding his dragon, because he was more loyal to that beast than to Luke himself. Luke shot back, claiming that couldn't be true, then grilled him on the dragon's favorite food. Yale swore it was orcs, but he was dead wrong. Yale can't believe it. Vols isn't just tolerating goblins, he actually craves them, and that wild meat stench is clearly his favorite thing. He demanded his brother explain why he'd stayed silent, and his brother shot back. A writer ought to know things like that. Out of nowhere, one knight exploded into a sprint straight at the hero. But Luke still managed to snap into action. He slammed him to the ground, and the soldier demanded what he thought he was doing, because he was determined to wipe out the bandits. Luke snapped, telling his brother to grab the handcuffs, and they were tossed on the knight. Then the commander stepped in, furious, and asked why they'd shackled him. The brothers stared him down and snapped back that they didn't believe this was just some ordinary robbery, because this didn't feel like an attack from regular robbers at all. Miefa demanded to know who they were if they weren't bandits, and from the gear they carried it was clear. These weren't troublemakers, they were hired killers. They tried to murder the princess and sell it as a robbery, but someone blurted, "So what's that nightlight for?" Luke shot back that it was backup, then the soldier snapped that he had nothing to do with them. Yale said barely anyone knew the princess's route, so they dragged in an informant. But when the plan collapsed, the only way out was for the sufferer to wipe out the mercenaries first, or else they'd be hauled off for interrogation. The princess marched up to the soldier and demanded, "Are you with the murderers?" He shook his head hard, no, not him. She let out a shaky breath. Then she grinned, spun toward her brothers, and said he never helped the killers, because she was a top-tier investigator with a diploma, and nobody was going to pull the wool over her eyes. The hero's convinced this power is a one-of-a-kind gift from the goddess, until he learns the price. The princess herself can't tell a single lie. Luke pressed the girl for details about her state mission, and she admitted the Marquis was shorting his taxes. Then she told him she was about to interrogate some seriously valuable witnesses. The hero demanded, "Did they take your life?" Then he shot back, "Wouldn't another investigator have shown up?" The girl finally let out a shaky breath. She also warned that picking someone new would take at least 2 weeks, and Yale snapped that by then every shred of evidence would have vanished. The criminal cackled and claimed he was just a mercenary, barely knowing anything at all. Miefa just nodded like that made perfect sense. Luke demanded to know who hired him, but he clammed up tight. No answers at all. The girl sighed, saying she couldn't squeeze a thing more from him, then her eyes snapped to the handcuffs. Out of nowhere, Luke spotted something. He snatched the girl and shoved her behind him, ready to take the hit. And he drove the knife straight into the criminal's chest himself. The Night Chief, Yale, and the princess go wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Yale leaned toward her brother and demanded to know what he was doing, and the system chimed that he'd hit level 20. So Miefa snapped, "Explain what just happened." And Luke added, dead serious, that the princess was nearsighted. She confirmed it, saying she could barely spot anyone as shadowy silhouettes. And that's why she still ended the prisoner, even after she'd shielded him from the guard. Luke swore he'd yanked the anti-magic bracelets off with some wild movement, and yup, they were gone. In his palm he held a hairpin slick with poison. Miefa couldn't figure out how he even managed to yank the bracelets off, and Luke told her to slap them back on him and fasten them tight. Now his hands are shackled behind his back, and in just 5 seconds, everything's about to go down. The hero started a brutal countdown, over and over, staring at the fingers on his hand as his brother's face went pale. Then the princess grabbed Il and demanded, "What's happening?" The boy strode up to the girl, pointed out she'd dropped something, and there it was, a rose. Yale got it instantly. While everyone swore he was cuffed, Luke slipped his left hand free and kept them busy, counting to steal the moment. Then he cranked out a flower, and Luke swore the bracelet snapped open with a simple master key. So yeah, it looked like he was setting up to strike the princess. Miefa told them she'd saved her lives 3 times today, and the gratitude in her voice was overflowing. Then Yale realized her brother could have bolted at any moment, Luke agreed. But if he'd tried it, their father would have snapped and unleashed full wrath on him. Yale urged them to slip the bracelets back on. The hero swore he'd never bolt, and the princess pressed the prince. "Wait, why do you even need those bracelets?" The boy shot his brother a look full of disgust. Couldn't he have kept his voice down? Yale snapped that he'd been ordered by their father, and right now he was escorting Luke straight to the Duke's castle to stop him from escaping. The girl broke into laughter and practically said, "So the king doesn't trust his own son at all." Luke claimed it all happened because his dad was desperate to marry him off, except nobody even bothered to ask him. They just told Luke to start by making a list of his trusted allies, and he'd never even heard that kind of thing existed. He opened the system and started building a list of trusted contacts. Yale pushed him to double-check every single detail before he trusted anyone. The princess leaned in and asked the boy if he wanted to tag her name on his friends list. Luke went wide-eyed, because landing a princess as your very first friend felt unreal, and Miefa admitted she couldn't even pretend, since she was genuinely thrilled about their friendship. The knight captain leaned in and murmured right into the princess's ear. Then she whipped around to Prince Yale and said she had to go see the Duke, her uncle. She shot them a quick question. Did they mind if she tagged along? And when he answered, he didn't just say yes. He swore it was an honor. Then Mietha dropped the bombshell that the ducal guard's warriors were about to show up. Luke knelt to lay flowers by the fallen. Yale was talking to the knight leader. And then the knights barreled in. Everyone kept giving Luke sideways looks, pure irritation on their faces, and he couldn't figure out why they were staring at him like that. The minstrel belts out a song, and can't wait to tell them about those wild pig tracks from a far-off land. The guards eyed the hero with sharp suspicion and outright rage, and he caught every nasty look. So he turned to his brother and demanded to know why they were treating him like that. The prince figured they were trying to scare his brother and spit in the face of the royal family. So Mietha snapped at the guards and demanded to know what they thought they were doing. Treating the prince like this is absolute disrespect, something no one could ever stomach. She demanded they execute the rebels. The guards blurted out apologies, and she cut them off, because they still hadn't disrespected her. The knights bowed and apologized to Prince Luke, but he snapped, "Why do I need your fancy apologies?" Yale stepped in and told him to drop it, forgive them, and take their words. Rage boiling in the hero's chest, he demanded the truth, so he cornered the princess and she agreed to help. Without wasting a second, she faced Chief Bile and grilled him. Did the guards have any nasty plan for the prince? Chief Bile shot the idea down immediately. She showed me what she could do. Straight up, her eyes cut through every lie, and the moment betrayal shows up, she clocks it instantly. The man shot back that they were all in for Amelia, every ounce of their hearts fully devoted. The hero looks totally stumped and blurts, "Who's Amelia?" And the knights go wide-eyed because their prince doesn't even know the name of his own bride. Luke snapped back with irritation, because all he'd been told about his betrothed was one tiny detail. She was the Duke's daughter. The knight said that if the groom had been Prince Yale, everyone would have fallen silent. No questions, no whispers. But once word spread about Prince Luke, the whole duchy started buzzing with rumors. He demanded how they even knew about him and the engagement, and they told him the truth. A minstrel from the kingdom of Volg had shown up at their doorstep, spilling tons of fascinating stuff. Yale erupted in outrage. Furious, they let him trash the royal family, and the princess just smiled, saying his pig prince ballads were downright captivating. Luke is absolutely furious. His awful reputation has already blown in ahead of him, and it's ruining everything. Then the princess offers the prince a ride straight to the Duke in her carriage. Erica D. Francis, the princess's personal maid, was seated in the transport, just waiting for trouble to strike. She thanked Prince Luke for yanking her mistress out of death's grip, and he shrugged it off, saying he didn't deserve praise, he just happened to spot the poison in time. Luke then pushed for answers about Amelia, and the princess admitted the truth. They were cousins. She keeps to herself, and you hardly ever see her step out into the public eye. Still, she breezed right into the faculty of magic. Yet when Luke saw that she'd been matched with him, a total stranger, his jaw dropped. She just said it was her father's will, but Luke couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Luke scribbles in the carriage and belts out a song about some prince from far away who gets mocked. Yet he gritted his teeth and kept going through it all. They shoved him into a carriage, and now they're rolling down the road, dragging his prince farther and farther away. The princess whirled toward him and demanded what that gloomy song even was. Was he honestly so turned off by the idea of an engagement? The hero snapped, asking how they'd feel if it were him in that spot, because there was no way he could swallow the fact that everything was decided without him. Then Mieva spoke up. Her eyesight was so bad that, ever since childhood, people treated her like she'd been cursed with a handicap. Plus, even if she can spot lies, it probably won't make anyone think she's a good match. Luke said he could never bring himself to lie, and somehow he couldn't stop himself from thinking she was stunning, plus completely irresistible. Mieva pressed him. Did he really mean it? The young man nodded, dead serious, and he wasn't messing around either. Hearing that, the princess's face lit up with pure joy. Erica blurted that they were seconds from the castle. Then Luke's stomach twisted with dread. The princess clocked it and demanded what was wrong, and the hero could only pray his brother was already waiting at the gates so Luke could finally get those bracelets off. At the Duke's castle, Yale leaned in and asked her brother if the ride actually blew him away. He nodded and said yes, and then the first prince declared that from that moment on, they'd ride everywhere in the Duke's carriage. Luke, lounging in the carriage seat, swung toward the navigator and demanded to know what became of the girl he'd been desperate to save. She snapped back that she couldn't get any news from the other world, so he'd be smarter to run straight to the goddess. Then the boy clocked it and bolted toward her temple at once. They rolled up to a forest-side mansion, and the brothers jumped out of the carriage, right as Duke Giles B. Forrest welcomed them with open arms, then wasted no time thanking them for rescuing his niece. Yale insisted they'd done nothing special, so the Duke took charge, rounded everyone up, and swung the estate doors wide open. They rushed in, and the servants were already standing by, ready to serve. A bunch of beautiful girls turned heads, and Yale snapped at her brother to stop spying on the maids. He swore he hadn't even thought about it. Then one of the doors creaked open. From that spot, two girls spilled out, Anna, the second daughter, and Lala, the third. The Duke had Amelia say hello, and the moment he faced his guests, awkwardness hit him like a wave. He even muttered that his daughter was just too shy. Then he turned to Luke, apologized, and said Amelia was stuck at the academy prepping for exams, so she hadn't managed to meet him yet. And look, she's fallen ill, scared she'll pass it to them, but Yale brushed it off like he got the whole picture. Then he introduced himself, and Luke followed right after. The girl snaps that he's a total pig, then pities her own sister. Right then, someone swivels toward Anna. The man shoots out an apology for her bad manners, and the girl winces from his touch. The boy insists she isn't the only one, and his friend blurts out, "Who are you talking about?" Then the man apologizes again for interrupting, and pushes that he wants Prince Yale and Meef at the interrogation. His Majesty stormed off to the Marquis domain, and now someone has to whip up a report on the robber's interrogation. He'll handle it, agrees the boy, then asks if it's the same for him. Luke can stay here for now, they decide, and Anna will go with him, and the two of them are left staring in total shock. Duke Gale tries to dump the job of watching Anna and Lala on them, testing if they'll mess it up, because he refuses to marry his daughter off to just anyone, even when the king orders it, and if those rumors turn out true, he'll fold and back down. The boy blurts out what he thinks he got. The girl grabs the lead and says she'll make tea, and then all of them slide into the seats around the table. 3 cups of tea sit on the table, and Luke's stunned by the girls staring him down, so he crumples some paper and makes something from it. The princess asked what it was, and he said it was a wyvern made origami. The girl leaned in, asking if it was a dragon, and then admitted she'd heard he was training to be a rider, and that he'd slain his own dragon. He begs to see what he's like alive, but the girl snaps back in rage. It's just paper. Then the prince snaps his finger at the statues and fires off a burst of light whoosh. Their forms ignite and lift into the air, and the girl gasps in shock as she blurts out, "Teach me." The prince decides to give it a shot. He demands to know where their toilet is, and the girl says she'll lead him there. Then out of nowhere, a bell suddenly screams through the air. The maid asks if they called for her, and the girl snaps that Iris should take the prince to the restroom. So Iris nods, tells him to follow, and strides up the stairs. He figures every toilet in this world is basically just a hole in the floor until someone tells him, nope, this castle's maids scrub the toilets with actual magic. In the middle of the toilet, he blurted a cleansing spell, and then panicked about where the mess actually vanished, too. He got the answer. It all slips into another dimension, the one with dimensional pockets that stash their stuff. But then they warned him, "This is classified," and told him not a word to anyone. The girl bursts in, stunned. Why isn't she cleaning? The prince admits he handled it himself, then snap. He hears coughing coming from the mistress's room. She must have laid down to rest. In their world, they call it tuberculosis, and once you get it, it's basically a death sentence because it's totally incurable here. But the spread can be shut down with a magical barrier, and the guy blurts out that he needs to talk to her mistress. Out of nowhere, the girl snaps, "Stop!" Her condition is deadly, it spreads, and he's not allowed through, so they tell her to hold tight and wait in the hallway. He still barges into the sick girl's room, where she lies in bed looking absolutely wrecked. A few years back, this girl storms in, furious, demanding if anyone's seen Prince Luke, while her tutor panics right beside her, and everyone starts asking if he's skipping classes again. In the garden, someone corners Luke and asks if he'll go to school, and the kid immediately tells his grandmother he'd rather stay and study with her. She flashes a smile and tells him, "Save it, your efforts are pointless," because she's a ruthless, no-nonsense teacher. He snaps up an air shield, slips into the sick girl's room, and blurts out an apology for barging in, then introduces himself like it's urgent. He's the Duke of Forest's future son-in-law, and the second he says it, the girl's eyes widen, shocked he chose to greet her personally. Still, he keeps it classy, pure manners all the way. She drops the bombshell that she's Duchess Sasha, but he panics because her presence could infect him, so she urges him to bolt out of the room. Suddenly, she erupts into a coughing fit and spews blood onto a napkin, leaving the guy stunned, while the maid rushes to apologize, saying she warned the prince. He believes this world's medicine is so badly developed that diseases won't budge with magic. And if a magician doesn't understand medicine, their spells fizzle out. The prince drops to his knees, apologizes, and offers his hand. Then he casts a purification and restoration spell, and suddenly everything erupts into radiant light. The protagonist can't help but wonder, did it even work? So he checks the navigation system. Bam, it says his symptoms should ease, but the sickness is already raging full force, and if he casts the spell for 10 straight days, the effect will stack. The girl is stunned when she suddenly feels way better, and the maid clocks a blush creeping onto her cheeks. The girl whips around to Luke and thanks him, and you can practically see the relief on her face, like she just found the perfect son-in-law. And yeah, even the Duchess has heard the rumors about him. The maid strides up to him and asks straight out if she can quiz him on magic, then hits him with, "Why do you use that mid-level aqua healing, and what were the other 2 spells for?" She tries to fire off more questions, but the guy slams the brakes and tells her to stop. She freezes, apologizes, and swears she just wants to become a healer. Out of nowhere, a man storms in, seething with rage, and snaps that he already told them to keep anyone away from his wife. Right when the maid draws a blank and forgets she already called the Duke, Luke gets the navigation update. He thinks he only barged in to satisfy his curiosity and just woke the Duke's wife by accident. His wife snaps to him and says, "You used healing magic." And just like that, her fever drops and her cough vanishes. He swears that with time he'll heal her all the way, but fate won't let it happen because this disease has no cure. The man goes wide-eyed, and the man behind the Duke leans in and demands, "Luke, can you really cure the Duchess?" He flat out admits that if they just hand him 10 more days, everything will finally fall into place. And then he adds that if his father had ever known about his powers, he never would have proposed to him. Luke asks to head to the academy in 10 days, and the man snaps back, "Are you sure you'll make it, since even a holy healer can't cure this illness?" Luke also won't be there for the demon summoning ceremony, and the man blurts it out in shock. Luke gets asked if he remembers how they made those demon contracts, and when he admits he's forgotten, he lets out a heavy sigh, then straight up asks if they can push it to later. But the stars have to line up perfectly, so that summoning circle only gets used once a year, and nobody can delay the ceremony. A man asks, "If I pause my wife's treatment for 1 day so I can go to the ceremony, what happens?" And then he shrugs it off, saying it's probably nothing serious and the symptoms won't spiral that much. The guy tells Luke, "If it comes to that, I'll go beg the director for a few days off," and right on cue the girl's stomach growls. She panics and blurts out how embarrassed she is. Then the protagonist leans in and says, "You're not sick, you just got your appetite back. You haven't really been eating lately." The Duke whips around to Yale and Luke and offers them dinner. Then both of them shoot back, straight-faced, that absolutely no way would they ever agree. Luke whips around to the girl and asks if she'll hop in with them, just for a little while, because Lala's aching to have her back. The protagonist warns, "I'll forge a magical barrier. Nobody will get infected from her." The girl presses, "You're sure there's no danger?" When he nods, relief floods her face. Then she begs to see her daughters, and the man agrees. He's convinced he needs light, nutritious food, and he swears he eats exactly that. But then he hears it can wreck your stomach. The town lives on baked goods, and once the weather turns cold, they swap to hot soup. So he asks right away if he can jump in and help in the kitchen. Yale snaps at him, demanding what kind of kitchen a prince could possibly want, and he shoots back that he wants to cook meals that bring back strength. Then the man checks if it'll be good for Sasha, and the kitchen is immediately his to use. He tells them, "I'll call you the second it's ready. Right now, let me rest." And the girl nods along while the main character goes to use the cleansing. The maid's beaming again and demands, "So why are you casting that spell again?" The guy grins and says he's blasting the germs they can't even see. Then the maid leans in like, "You're heading to the kitchen, right?" And she points him straight there. The main character's stuck in the kitchen when someone points at the meat and demands what it is, and they fire back, "Wild buffalo." The second they say it, you can feel it. This insanely pricey stuff is treated like the absolute most delicious food around. The main character starts fantasizing about meat and rice, already building a full menu in his head. Then everyone nearby explodes with shock at how ready he is. A guy whips up juicy cutlets and douses them in rich demi-glace sauce, and the crowd instantly can't stop staring because it looks ridiculously mouth-watering. He thinks it's fine, then smirks and says a little soy sauce couldn't hurt the tomato soup with risotto because that one turned out amazing. He tells them to bake this batch just like the first, then serves up a small portion for the hostess. The protagonist snaps that the cooks need smaller portions for the Duchess. The guy slams up an air shield and the girl shoots back, "Are you too tired?" He tells him that if she starts feeling tired, she should march straight into the room. She'll just plop down at the table, ask him not to worry, and the kids will turn to their mother. But then the hero barrels in, stopping them cold, and says the spell has to hit everyone, including the mother's side. So he snaps up an air shield, and suddenly they can finally embrace as the mother beams and hugs her children with pure joy. The main character steps up and declares, "I've cooked you a light, nutritious meal," then urges them to take a bite and savor it slowly, while the kids stare in awe at how delicious it smells and how good it looks. The girl still wants to taste what Prince Luke whipped up, so she leans in and asks, "Is this really enough for me?" The cooks rush in and tell them they've cooked way more. If they want it, they'll bring it over right now. Then the girl beams and says it tastes absolutely amazing. The Duke quizzes Luke on whether this is a classic dish from the Vogue Kingdom, and Luke shakes his head, because he's been slipping into the kitchen night after night, cooking up those ridiculously tasty treats himself, and the girl instantly gets why he's so overweight. The Duke leans in and asks his wife how she feels. She smiles and swears everything's fine, like she never got sick at all, and the protagonist immediately warns, "Careful, this is only temporary." He then adds the brutal truth. The disease can't be wiped out right away with mid-level magic. The girl bites her lip, panicking and asking if it means her mom is still sick. Luke nods and promises he'll keep the treatment going, and when she feels no trick or hidden motive in his voice, she can't help but ask straight up if he'll truly cure her. The man, stunned, blurts out, "Is it really true she'll recover?" And the girl can only think Prince Luke. The girl says she'll play for him as a thank you, but the man tells her, "We're talking right now? Let me hear it later," since she hardly ever volunteers, and the mother can't wait to listen. Then the girl starts hammering out melodies on the piano, and the main character freezes, thinking, "That sound is gorgeous. This isn't just any instrument, the dwarves and elves' greatest masters crafted it." And now he's itching to play it himself, because he studied music clear through high school. The guy tells Luke he picked up the music as a kid too, then grins. "Yep, I'm all in," and announces he's going to play a polonaise, asking the girl right there if she wants to sing together. He tells her to just sing with him, and the girl jumps in, singing right alongside him, and they nail it perfectly. Lala's mom can't stop smiling as she watches her daughter light up the stage, while the main character gets stuck on the piano's gorgeous sound. He just can't tear himself away. The blonde girl swears this melody feels soothing. Then she glances at Luke and blushes hard, too embarrassed to handle it. Everyone raved that it was amazing until someone pressed him and he just shrugged. "When I learned it, that's a secret." The girl blurts out that some of their maids have caught the infection while tending to her, then looks at Luke and begs him to check the others too. Luke agrees, and while the husband says he understands her, he insists this just isn't right. Luke tells everyone the exam will ruin nothing and barely takes any time, but the man snaps back. This isn't about comfort, it's about honor. The servants are family property, and if an aristocrat mistreats the maids, their reputation will crash. The Duke is completely baffled. The protagonist tells them the maids might already be sick, even if no symptoms have shown up yet, and that this whole mansion needs to be checked right now. She thanks him for worrying about her, and the protagonist tells him, "Just call me Luke, because before long they're going to be family." She confirms it's all true, then promises she'll call him Luke, because the moment she speaks, the main character is absolutely blown away by what just happened. Navigation spills that Mifa, finally seeing him differently, and he's praying he left a good first impression. So he fires off Luke's plan. How will they even know if they're infected? Luke grins and admits he's got a skill like an analysis spell. He asks if Luke's got that kind of skill, and Luke's like, "Seriously, you're wildly overestimating me." Because yeah, his father totally underestimated him, and it shows. The protagonist asks if he can at least take a look at everyone here, then tells Lala she's the first. She beams and says she's totally in, and the guy just can't help thinking she's adorable. He checks his status, and the navigation screens tell him his skills aren't strong enough, so he's told to level up one step. Then he runs the status check again. The protagonist tells everyone Lala's totally fine. He found nothing wrong, and then he says he's going to check the others next. He tells the Duke, "I'm infected, but I'm not sick," and swears that his hardened body has the kind of immune power that crushes the infection before it can even spread. Luke tells him not to scare him like that ever again, and then they hustle into the sickmate's room. He cracks out aqua healing and purification, fires off restoration, and the girl finally breathes easy. She says she's feeling better. He managed to cure 2 people, but she still needs treatment, so he tells her not to panic because one of those cured has already heard the scary rumor. Their illness is supposedly incurable. He tells them, "You'll recover." then orders them to keep a close eye on the Duke and Duchess. So they thank him, even as they realize the real thanks still have to go to his future son-in-law. The Duke beams at the protagonist, then offers him a hot bath. He doesn't hesitate to take it. The main character lounges in the bath with his friend, and then, bam, the friend stands up and says he still has to finish reading that report. Right then, Lala barges into the bathroom naked, grinning as she tells Luke exactly what she wants to do with him, while Luke can't stop thinking, this is insanely awkward. The maid blurts out an apology to Prince Luke after she tried to barge in, and Luke waves it off. Then the navigation pings the protagonist and tells him he can finally let her into the bathhouse. The girl asks if she can't come in, and the main character grins. Of course you can. Radiating happiness, but the maid snaps back that letting her in is a useless mistake. With a grin, the main character insists it's totally fine, because he's always gone to the baths with his younger sister, and this time, the maid hands the little mistress over to him. Then Luke and Lala burst into song on the spot, and Lala even starts showing the girl how frogs croak. Right when she finishes, the guy turns to her and asks if it's them, and it's clear the maid isn't just sitting there listening. Then the maid strides out with Lala, and she thanks Prince Luke. Lala's smiling like she hasn't seen her mistress this happy in ages. The maid tells him the Duke is already waiting for him, and that news hits Prince Luke like a bolt out of nowhere. Next, he's already shoved into the Duke's office, sinks onto the sofa, and right there, he thanks the man for watching over his daughter, Lala. The guy beside him claims Luke's just gotten so used to talking with their sister, Lulu. Then the main character snaps back that chatting with Lala doesn't weigh on him at all. The Duke called them in to hammer out who would accompany Luke to the academy, and the kid questioned it again. Because the Dragon Academy never needed an escort, so where did this new rule suddenly crawl out of? Everyone else's peers head to school solo, but Luke claims he doesn't need someone watching him, until the Duke pushes back, asks if Luke wants an eye on him, and Luke snaps that it's not that simple. After everything he's pulled before, he figures a trustworthy guard close by can't hurt. The prince tells Duke Gale he's totally on board, but Luke's fate has him rattled. Then he tells Yale he doesn't need an escort, and right as that lands, someone steps in and blurts out an apology for butting into the conversation. Turns out she's the girl who straight up steps forward in front of everyone and asks, right to the man's face, for permission to go with Prince Luke, and he's left completely stunned. The man presses her, asking if she truly wants to get closer to his family, because Luke is basically his future son-in-law, and if she clicks with him, everyone's going to assume she's one of them. Prince Luke leans in and asks if anyone even cares about his opinion. Then the girl shoots back an apology, says her name is Iris Michael, and reveals she's Count Michael's eldest daughter as she bows low. The man fires off a question, asking if she's hunting a way to link herself to the ducal family, and the girl yells back, furious, that it's not even close. She just wanted to learn healing from Prince Luke, and she never imagined it could be inappropriate. Luke instantly fears that the escort could mess up his whole plan, so when he tells the guy, if there's a pretty girl beside me, I'm not backing you. The man shoots back that it's already too late and they need to pause their talk, and everyone nods along. He's sprawled in bed, wide awake, obsessing over the Duke conversation. Then, out of nowhere, he hears a sound. Lala swings the door open, clutching a teddy bear, and asks Luke if he's finally asleep. Then he admits he can't shut his eyes, so he tells her to battle the insomnia and crawl into bed with him. The girl beams and agrees with the protagonist, while the boy gets lost in a thought, sweet flowers, and the way everyone in this world carries their own scent. Navigation lights up with a cheerful yes, because scent mirrors who you are, and a bad person can't possibly smell good. The protagonist finally confesses to Lala that she smells like flowers, and Lala grins back like, and you smell delicious too. The next morning, the fair-haired girl throws her gratitude at the two princes, then it's finally time for her to head to the capital, while Yale tells her, I'll take Luke to the academy tomorrow, and warns, be careful out there on the road. At the night academy, Yale leans in and tells the protagonist a piece of intel, and it's honestly underwhelming. Panting hard, the protagonist plops down on the ground beside his sword and admits he's struggling, and Yale snaps back that the problem hasn't changed. If he wants to shed weight, he's got to train harder and run 10 laps, leaving the protagonist absolutely horrified. The man swears his brother already called for an escort to be found, yet he's still not convinced. Then Luke tells him he'll go along with whatever choice he makes, and the Duke finally grants someone the green light to enter. She peeks out from behind the man and demands, right there, that she gets assigned as his escort, no more waiting. She's got one goal, learn healing from Prince Luke. He asks if she's really going to go. And even with the rumors swirling around him, the girl just smirks and says she chose this herself. For 3 non-stop years at the Knights Academy, she stuck by her daughter like a shadow, never once allowed to dip below 5th in academics. And yeah, she can cook too. Now she steps forward and begs to be officially appointed as her daughter's companion. Navigation tells Luke she'll back him even if it means becoming his concubine, no matter what happens next. And even if she gets fired later, Iris still dreams of becoming a healer, saving lives and helping people. Luke can't believe what he's hearing. Her father probably wants Iris hooked up with a good marriage, but Iris has her own intentions, and Luke can't shake the thought that she'd be safer at his side than working as the royal informer. So the protagonist goes straight to Duke Gile and begs him to grant her request. The man leans in, asking why Amelia has been so shut down lately, but he still pushes the engagement. Because it turns out the whole call was made by his older brother and the king rubber-stamped it. He's convinced he'll leave this world without an heir. Then his wife's sickness hits like a death sentence. And meanwhile, it turns out the brother already picked out the groom for his daughter. So he picked a pig prince from a neighboring land. Then why on earth did the Duke say yes? He swore that if the rumors were real, he'd chase him off. But the second Lala got in his way, he crushed him in an instant. Her special gift lets her sniff out bad intentions before they strike, and he trusts his daughter's talent more than any rumor, so Prince Luke gets the truth he's supposed to understand. The protagonist asks if he's really got the job, whether it means giving the duchy heirs, but his brother isn't satisfied. In their world, magic is so rare and he has it, so everyone expects him to produce at least 10 children. Everyone just assumed he'd end up marrying Anna and Lala too, but Iris had her own tricks. She could let him ride with Prince Luke only if you agreed to be his concubine, and when the shock hits, the main character blurts out, "So you're saying having the offspring is my job? In a couple years, she'll be married no matter what, so it'd be smart to pick Prince Luke, because she's definitely got a real thing for him." The protagonist asks her if she's into guys with a little extra weight, but she shuts that down, pushes him to shed it, and boom, his Iris becomes his companion. Next morning, they all packed onto the street, and the main character thanked the girl for saying yes to taking him. Then the girl turned to the guy, and he just grinned and told her it was no trouble at all. The Duke whips around to Prince Luke and demands he treat Emily with real understanding. Luke knows she's shy, so he'll step softer, and he'll make sure the Duke feels thankful for it. He'll hit the ceremony, then come back to them on Saturday after he's done tending the Duchess, and start studying at the academy. Of course, he'll try to heal her, but he's not about to become some breeding bull. He hates how things are here, but there's nowhere to escape, while nasty rumors about him spread like wildfire. The girl pleads with Louvre to return fast, and he finally nods, because in the next 3 years of study, he has to flip everything upside down, no matter what it costs. He squeezes the dragon in a big hug and tells him, "Good boy." Then, bam, he brings in 3 people at once, and the dragon's all in love with it. 4 people have already scribbled on it. Our main character's jaw drops in shock. Then he tells Yale, "I snagged something good for you, so go on, take what you want." But Yale doesn't buy it at all. Rage flares because he thinks he's being spoiled. Yale gets asked what he's doing next, and he grins. Tomorrow the king is coming back to the palace, and he'll stay in the capital for 1 day. After his audience with the king, he'll take off and fly home, so everyone gathers and says their emotional goodbyes right there. The protagonist snaps in surprise and blurts to his brother, "Can you apologize to Lulu and Lula for me? I left without saying goodbye." Yale leans in and asks if he misses Lulusha, like those two really did love each other. Then the protagonist snaps back that he's not thinking like the heir at all. Sure, he'll inherit the kingdom. Yale is his brother, and he refuses to let him get crushed by love's pain. So the main character calls him way too caring for his own good. The protagonist heard that Lulu was already engaged to the Marquis's son, and he swore he'd shut those rumors down. Then he finally proposed, only to find she was still free. He's stunned, because what does it mean that Yale is in love with Lulu, when he's never once shown those feelings and he doesn't think it's mutual? Then Yale drops a secret and blows him away. The main character, still reeling in shock, blurts that Aunt Karina is his love, and that it's mutual, and then Yale snaps, "Be quiet. Aunt Karina is my dad's youngest sister, barely under 30, and they still forced her into a marriage, but on day 1, she socked her husband, tore right out of there, and sprinted back home. His father will wrestle his grandfather into agreement for years, and while that fight drags on, he stays stuck as engaged to Lulu. So he grabs Luke and asks what Luke thinks. He's thrown his feelings for Lulu out the window. He doesn't get a thing. The boy calls it humility, but won't he regret it when it hits? He declares he'll take control of his own cravings, then tells everyone they've got a waltz lined up at the hotel. So Luke turns to Iris and asks, "What are we doing after that?" The girl declares she's ready to buy a bunch of stuff, points out all the awesome shops nearby, and they dive straight into shopping. The girl suddenly snaps at him to shove the groceries back, no matter how much he grabs, because he'll never get more than his share, and then he turns to Iris and begs her to stop calling him Prince. The protagonist keeps moving ahead with ragged breaths, then blurts that life would be so much better if they lived on the first floor. They shoved them up to the fourth floor for safety. Only aristocrats are allowed there, and that extra strain wouldn't do them any harm. The protagonist twists the tap, and boom, scorching hot water gushes out. Turns out the magical plumbing is real magic. You just swap the magical stones before time runs out, and they transform into bones. And yeah, there's even a refrigerated cabinet here to keep the food fresh. So she's about to stash their purchases inside, and the main character can't stop thinking about the girl who brings him tea. He tells her she's probably worn out and can crash in her room, and she thanks him while reminding him to ring the bell if he needs her. Then he flops onto the couch, opens the ability board, and realizes he's got 5 special abilities. The protagonist stared at the ceiling, heart racing, thinking it was safer if nobody ever found out the goddess had handed him these skills. Navigation tells the guy, "You're great at navigating," and honestly, that makes sense. He didn't start here, he crashed in from another world, so Luke realizes he's already been flying through it. His navigation skills are just average, and he turns to navigation and asks what he's supposed to be looking at. He's stuck in his head, hunting for the most useful skill, and then navigation hits him with the truth: strength. Push it to level 10 and it doesn't just upgrade you, it flips you into superhuman mode. But that kind of power spike can wreck your body, so he can't push past level 5. Yet once monastic magic hits level 8 and level 10, he'll finally match the other students. As evening rolls in, they tell the guy dinner's ready, crossing their fingers he'll love it, and he can't believe how mouth-watering it looks. He leans in and asks Iris how she's doing, and she hears the rule again. The servants eat only after the master's finished. Then Luke snaps that she won't even get a chance at lunch. Still, he reassures her the break here lasts an hour and a half, so she'll make it. He's terrified she'll catch something, so he pushes her to eat together at the same time when it's just the two of them, and she thanks him right away for worrying about her. The girl tells him tomorrow's exams are off, so maybe he should go find Amelia, and he insists she should be the one to come to him, even though he's a prince and she's the Duke's daughter. The girl snaps back that forcing Madame Amelia to run after him is rude and downright impolite. With her cut off and alone, she's probably not coming, so we need to rush to her maid and tell her we've arrived. Forget the formalities, just meet him in class, and the girl's stunned because he's nothing like they promised. She asks if she can visit the temple tomorrow, and he shoots back, "Yeah, I'll take you." But then he decides to go alone, and she snaps, "No, you can't. The Duke has ordered you to stick with him close right now." If he dashes off, she gets punished for it, so the main character steps in fast, pushing, "Let's lay out the terms and how we'll handle this during our studies," because he only gets 3 conditions to work with. First, he's gotta build his meals with more than just rice and flour. He needs real veggies and meat too. And second, he's determined to sink into a hot bath every single day. And there's a third rule too: training in the mornings and the evenings. Iris leans in and grills Luke about what he plans to do first thing in the morning. Navigation admits she's asking because Iris has to be ready tomorrow, and she refuses to send him out alone. He's begging to go for a walk, so she insists they go together. Leave at 6. Do 30 minutes of light exercise. Then she realizes, with a sinking feeling, that he'll never level up at this pace. She lays down up to 5 no-nonsense conditions. He'll drop the weight fast, eat only what she cooks, always keep her in the loop on where he is, study like his life depends on it, and help her learn too, slowly, step by step, but he'll do it. The main character is in the bathroom, staring at that massive bathtub like, "Seriously, thank goodness I can scrub up every single day." Navigation admits this is a rare privilege, even if the magic stones are basically worthless, because the bath here is pure luxury, and he tells Iris to hop in before the water turns cold. The girl obeys him and bolts off with a towel clutched in her hands. Then Navigation blurts out what he plans to do, and the guy just stands there totally lost. Iris instantly assumes he's about to peek, so she scrubs herself down in a panic, but the guy snaps, "I'm not peeking." He keeps replaying it in his head. She didn't just tag along, she volunteered to walk beside him. The navigation system claims it was because she wanted to become his apprentice. Then the Duke catches wind of it. Iris's family can wield healing magic, so he rewards them with lands and a brand new title. Only problem, keeping that massive estate running drains a fortune. That's why Iris's father chose to marry his daughters off. Luke can't help wondering if it was their abilities that made the matches pay off. Then, out of nowhere, something pops and the girl bursts out. She's totally shocked. Turns out she's surprisingly fast and she can even soak longer. She tells him she's grateful he saved her some hot water, then the girl blurts out, "Sorry, but why didn't you peek?" She asks, "Am I not attractive or am I just not your type?" Because she's terrified he'll get bored of her. He leans in and asks if she's really drawn to him, because he'd never touch a girl he doesn't like. They'd always thrown accusations at him for crimes he never touched, so he snapped and began secretly watching the maids who were trashing him, just because they figured he'd let it slide. She still thought he didn't care about the rumors. Suddenly, the protagonist blurts out a warning, "Don't ever sell yourself short," and the girl nods as she admits plenty of men have chased her, but she shut every single one down because in the end, she's worth more than they ever realized. Luke leans in and tells her she has nothing to fear. He won't so much as lay a hand on her without her consent. The shock on her face lingers, and Luke can't hide how stunned he is by her, while her sympathy for him slowly grows. She admits she's not ready for anything intimate yet, and he shoots back that he won't touch her. She tells him, "Please, don't turn me down when I'm finally ready, because I can't handle that heartbreak." On that first morning in the dorm, she breaks the silence with a bright "good morning" to him, then swings open the curtains and declares, "All right, it's time. Let's go take a walk." A drowsy Luke drags out, "What time is it?" And the girl flashes the answer, 5:30, and tells him he's got just 30 minutes to get himself ready. Luke claims he doesn't need to drag himself out of bed on the weekend, so Iris presses him, "All right, when were you gonna go to sleep?" And Luke admits he only wanted to hit the temple before lunch. Navigation flashes the news. Iris is up at the crack of dawn cooking him breakfast, so maybe he should join her, right? She asks, "Want to sleep a bit more?" And he shoots back, "Nope, I'm already getting up." Luke frets that it must be brutal for her to drag herself out of bed so early. But the truth is messier. Light magic gear isn't crazy expensive, yet not everyone can swing it, and people who are struggling are basically trained to wake up with the sun. Plus, Iris is asleep by 10 o'clock anyway. Luke tells her, "Let's hit the temple after breakfast," and she's like, "Isn't it too early?" Before she pivots to the idea of the morning market, then Luke nods with a grin. The protagonist and Iris stroll through the market, and Luke's nose catches a mouth-watering scent. Roast boar. He goes, "I can't eat this," because his diet's got him, and Iris and the protagonist nod along as Luke finally agrees. He turns away with a heavy sigh, craving that local food, and right after that Iris nods and says they'll split one piece on the move. Then the male merchant grins and tells them to come back again. He's stunned by how insanely delicious everything looks, and he's ready to be left alone so he can shovel it in until he's stuffed to the brim. But the navigation system blares that abandoning his manners would be cruel, and Iris swears the boar meat tastes amazing, maybe even marinated in sake. The man tells her she nailed it, then they marinate the meat in sake all night long when he finally asks, "So, is it good?" The girl grins and says, "It's amazing." Inside the church, a girl dressed in religious attire rushes up and greets Iris with a warm smile, because Iris is over the moon to see her. They're there to carry out the communion ceremony, and Iris also wants a quiet moment to pray alone. The girl jolts in shock and blurts that, sorry, he can't stay in the prayer hall by himself. For the ceremony to go on, a donation has to be paid. Suddenly, the guy slams 2 bags of money in front of her, 2 million guineas shining back at her, and her eyes widen in shock as he tells her to split it, half to the hospital and half to the church orphanage. She insists that 10,000 would have been enough, but he shuts that down. He knows the full number, and he's not donating to the temple at all. He's funding an orphanage and a hospital. The girl blurts out an apology, yet he tells her, "Don't." Then he thanks her straight up for her advice. Then the girl bolts out and begs them to hang on for a moment. The door opens and a man steps in, apologizing for the delay. His name is Mars, and he's the pontiff ruling this country. The protagonist has zero clue who the pontiff is, until the directions clue him in. In this world, the goddess's servants are basically treated like nuns, and this one pontiff goes up to them to thank them for their insanely generous donation to good causes. He showed up with Iris at his side. Then he caught her eyes like it was their first meeting, and suddenly the big questions hit. Where is he from and what's his name? The woman tells Luke to let her handle the introductions. She's Mother Natasha, and she already knows all about him from the holy Arya, all the way from the kingdom of Volg. He's stunned they know Arya, because he remembers her too. Then he blurts out, "Can you pass her a message for me?" Ever since he got sent here, he's had zero time to reach her, and Mars immediately nods and agrees. In the Vald Kingdom, he mastered the art of healing potions, cultivated and sold medicinal herbs, and handed over half the profits to an orphanage. Then, right there, his bond with Arya finally took fire. The protagonist asks the pontiff to let him use the prayer hall, and the pontiff waves him in, saying no one's here right now, so he can. Then the protagonist calls the goddess, and she materializes instantly, apologizing to his face. And once she's here, he fires off a storm of questions while she winces and admits she should have told him sooner, because somehow she can hear every single desire he's thinking. Rage flares in the protagonist as she realizes she can peer straight into his soul, and he never had a clue. Everything is going sideways from her plan. She never expected his dragon to die, then him to get shipped off to another country. She blurts out whether that girl made it out alive, and Luca nods yes. Then he and his little sister show up and totally steal the spotlight on TV with a huge splash. After the plane crash, every channel suddenly started dumping ridiculous, flying shows, like Flying Girl and Flying Squirrel Rescue Suit. And even the letter he sent to his sister got him detention, while his uncle kicked off a whole new mission by sewing Flying Squirrel pajamas. The girls kick things off in a pajama ad, and once it hits, Leshiaga's sales explode. Then our main guy finally realizes he was born to be an entrepreneur. Luke realizes she's thriving, then blurt out his questions to the goddess. Why he's gotten so fat, whether she wanted him to lose weight if someone shipped him off to another country, and most importantly, how he's supposed to fight the evil god now. The goddess lets out a heavy sigh and tells him his rage makes sense. Then she promises she'll grant whatever he asks, starting with one thing, an online ordering system. The girl, stunned to the core, blurts that this can't be real, while Luke snaps back that she'd promised to do anything. But this time, he makes it clear it's simply not in her control. Even though she can bend the resources of this world by picking it for her rebirth, she's already shattered a few rules, so now she's bringing a replacement to cover her mess. She can tap into Nabai's world and pull up information for him. Only the protagonist has zero clue who Nabai even is, while the navigation snaps that the goddess named her that in pure anger. Sure, she wished she'd gotten that name from him, but the protagonist still blurts an apology. Nabi is the kind of name that sounds perfect in his ears. If he likes it, Naba's going to be fine for her too. So then why the heck is the goddess suddenly talking to him about coming from another world? She just tells him she'll build him a huge workshop. She'll even show him how to craft his own homunculus, while he's stuck working in the workshop, and the workshop can be split into sections. Nabai's going to hunt down how to make soy sauce, and the homunculus will do all the grindy work, maybe even speed it up with a little magic, something she never even considered. Then she heaps praise on Luke, because honestly, what else could she expect from him? The protagonist bows to the pontiff, then says, "I'm the third prince of the kingdom of Volg, Luke Volg." The man jolts in shock and blurts out, "Can you invite her?" And the girl nods, "Yeah, I'll do it." Nabi gets it, she has to gather supplies, and Luke slaps a plan into her hands. Go dig up how to make soy sauce, shampoo, and medicine in another world, and Nabi nods and agrees. The goddess promises the boy that the workshop gear will be waiting in his spatial pocket. Just beat the evil god first, and he gets it instantly, then hands the workshop straight over to Nabai. The navigation blares that she's obsessed with it and that she'll go all in. So can she start right now? The guy nods and agrees. Before anything else, negotiations are waiting, and he rushes to Iris, apologizing for the delay. She tells him she's been praying the entire time. Then he drops his request, and the second she hears it, Iris stares at him in shock, asking what he wants. Out of nowhere, the goddess's voice slams into the girl's mind and greets her. She freezes, totally lost. Then the protagonist tells her, "Don't panic, it's Nereid." She's got a personal request for her, and here's the twist. She just handed Luke a special mission, and now she's begging that Duke Guile never finds out, no matter what the girl asks for when this all comes out. She can only tell the Duke when Luke gives the okay, because the Duke ordered her to report every move he makes. But Iris just smiles and lets the truth slip out her way. To pull off the goddess's mission, he has to level up fast, because every time he pushes too hard, trouble comes crashing in. The Duke won't like any of this. He's expecting that once his studies are done, he'll start producing offspring, and that's exactly why they can't tell him the truth. If they do, he'll pounce for details, demand to know what kind of assignment Nereid gave, then pressure Mifa to verify whether they're lying. She doesn't like it either, but she can't bring herself to open up to him right now, so Luke makes a promise. He'll teach her healing, and she'll have to trust him with the rest. The girl chokes up in tears and pleads that she's just a lowly servant. She can't possibly refuse the goddess, no matter what. because hearing her voice feels like pure happiness. The girl tells him straight up that she won't spill a word to the Duke. She'll only pass along what Luke greenlights, and the navigation screen flashes the truth. Even a pontiff gets to hear the goddess's voice just a handful of times in his whole term, and Iris realizes she's been chosen. She thanks Iris, and in the same breath, hands over a blessing that ignites her power. Now she's ready to master high-level healing magic. The girl beams, thanks the goddess, tells Luke it's amazing, and Luke instantly nods along. After hanging around the shop for a bit, the protagonist turns to the seller and demands 10 kilograms of big beans, leaving the man stunned. Iris peppers him with questions about why he's burning through so much cash, even urging him to stop wasting money, while the Duke carefully tracks every single expense. Yet the protagonist can't help thinking she's definitely not his financial advisor. Navigation is convinced the goddess has handed him to her, and Iris vows to shield him with everything she's got. He finally spills it to Iris. One of the goddess's gifts lets him bend and control time inside a spatial pocket, and Iris is shocked, because only a tiny handful of people can do that. She peppers him with questions about his other skills, but he shuts it down. This secret isn't something he can spill, either, and the merchant starts to wonder if they'll actually buy anything. He tells her to chill and swears that way the beans will stay fresh, and even though she doesn't fully buy it, she finally nods, then warns him not to go sneakily cooking and stuffing himself with them later. Luke gives in and agrees. Mifa storms out of the Duke's house, and the protagonist leans in to wish her a good night. She shoots back the same sweet greeting before she's gone. She plops on the bed, replaying the moment he saved her life, telling herself he's not just brave but straight-up attractive. Then remembers how he helped Erica, cooks like a chef, and even sweeps in and plays the piano. Then she grills Erica about what she saw during the interrogation, and Erica blurts out that Luke is unbelievably kind, and he even clicks with Lala so fast it's like they were made for each other. She even hands her a portrait snapped today. Those crystal plates can beam images, and somehow she can still make it out, despite her awful eyesight. Erica tells her to get some rest because they're leaving before dawn. Late at night, the girl stares at a photo of the main character, and can't help but think he's absolutely handsome. The next morning, she blurts it all to Erica. Something feels crushing in her chest, and she demands to know if Prince Luke is truly the one responsible. She leans in and asks if she's fallen for someone, while the girl in her chambers wrestles with the thought, is this what love really feels like? Suddenly, the girl snaps back to her senses from the signal, and Amelia pops up on her screen, urging Mifa for advice. Iris yanks open the curtains and cheers the main character with a bright good morning. Because today is the first day of school, and before anything else, they hit the street for a walk, where the guy turns and asks Iris if she's worried. She swears the new guys are already standing out, and then she leans in and adds that she's 3 years older than the rest. Plus she's with him, so everyone's going to stare at her with non-stop curiosity. Iris presses Luke about how he's staying so calm, and he snaps back that he's worried too. Then admits Amelia didn't want to meet her, and that crushes him because she's barely even been around. Amelia never even shows up to dinner parties. So when the guy asks if she's just withdrawn, Iris shrugs and says she's actually tight with other girls. At every dinner, they kept shoving potential suitors at her, and that's exactly why she's dodged those gatherings ever since. In the school's academic building, the guy strides up and announces, "All right, we're here." Then greets Luke and Iris, "I'm Eric. I'll be your mentor from here on out." First, he lays out 5 no-nonsense rules, then demands they all sit down. Teachers don't care about your rank. They don't push students and treat everyone the same. Failing grades can get you expelled. Magic stays strictly in the classroom, and using force is flat out forbidden. He tells them it all depends on whether they get the protagonist, and when they give him a positive answer, Eric leans in. "Let's go to class." They walk into the auditorium, and Eric's jaw drops at how brutally quiet it is. He bursts in and announces that the guy everyone's been talking about. He's finally here, and he wants Luke to step up and introduce himself, because this isn't just any stranger, it's the prince from the neighboring country. The whole crowd was frozen in total shock. The teacher shot Luke an apology for mixing him up, and Luke cleared his throat and snapped, "All right, I'll start over." Then he introduced himself, Luke Volg, 3rd Prince of the Volg Kingdom. He explained he'd arrived as the fiancé of the Duke's daughter, and then he leaned in and asked, "So tell me, who of you is Amelia?" The students started whispering about Amelia, shocked by the name of her fiancé. Like there's no way someone so shut off could have been promised to him. Luke couldn't help but wonder if she was really about to dodge him again, and the voice in his head basically confirmed it. Stay calm, stay steady, but then what happens next? The teacher hissed at the boys to go silent, then leaned toward Luke and said he believed he could steal a moment with his fiancée during the break, and the hero nodded, ready to do it. Still, the hero pressed the teacher for help finding Amelia, because he'd come in totally clueless and couldn't even picture what his fiancée looked like. The teacher pointed her out. Amelia was in the back row by the window, and his seat would be right behind her. And when he finally saw her, she looked like any ordinary girl. Luke greeted her, but she brushed him off, and that voice murmured that maybe she was just too shy to talk to a boy. Luke's voice clocked it. Amelia was disguising herself with magic, and the charm around her neck was a magical artifact, so Luke couldn't see her real face. The voice claimed she only showed up to class wearing that necklace, and the boy couldn't figure out why anyone would go through all that trouble. Then asterisk knock knock. And the teacher barked, "Come in." An old man barged into the classroom, apologizing like he'd just blown things up, and the teacher spotted the principal and demanded, "What happened?" The principal blurted that he'd brought in 2 brand new students, but the teacher had never even heard their names, and snapped, "Why the hurry? I wasn't told a thing." The old man just waved them toward the classroom and told them to step inside. 2 girls burst into the classroom, and the hero jolted, screaming in pure shock. Luke called the teacher and blurted that the Duke of Gile was summoning him, so the headmaster just figured that's why he was calling. Then Luke picked up, told the Duke he had a lesson, and asked straight up if it was urgent. The Duke swallowed his pride and apologized, explaining he'd just gotten word from his brother, no, from the king, and then urged them to meet up after classes. Luke said he figured he was about to tell him about Meef's arrival, and the Duke snapped, asking how Luke knew. Did someone warn him before he got there? Luke pointed out that Meef and Erica were standing right in front of him, and the Duke stared in shock at how fast those girls had shown up. The Duke promised they'd talk later, then the call died mid-sentence. Boom, disconnected. The teacher shot straight to the principal, claiming it looked like the Duke just needed to clear things up earlier. The principal apologized again for breaking the class. But come morning, orders arrived from the king and Lady Meef, and now her maid, Erica, would stand as their new student guide. He told her he'd been ordered to put them in the same class as Luke, no matter how weird that sounded, and the teacher's eyes just widened at the demand. The director admitted this was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it, but he chose to trust that the king had his own hard-earned reasons. The girl beamed at Prince Luke and practically shouted, "We finally meet again." Luke remembered the girl saying she wouldn't enroll due to her vision issues, and the Effa tried to step in to explain, while Erica whispered behind her, urging her to be braver. The princess reminded the hero that he'd called her attractive, and he blurted out, "Yeah, I said it. So what? Why spread it to everyone?" She stared him down and said his words mattered to her more than anything. She begged him to say it again, and Luke shot back, calling her sweet and attractive once more, instant blush spreading across her cheeks. She said that meant he wasn't lying back then, and he shot back that it was basically impossible to fool her. So he blurted out, "I want us to start dating and get married someday." The hero froze on the spot, and the whole crowd erupted into whispers, some pressing, "Didn't she hear the gossip?" While others reminded her, "She turned down your family's offer." The hero shot Nabai a silent, burning question about what was happening, and she looked just as lost as he felt. When he demanded to know why the princess suddenly started talking about marriage, she only shrugged, because it definitely wasn't the king's order. She told me that since the day they met, he's been living in her head every single moment. She confessed that her heart was aching with longing, and then Erica declared she was in love, and the second it landed, realization hit like lightning. The hero blushed hard, unsure if she meant it, but she cut in that they'd only spent half a day together. "Half a day or half a century," she cried, and no matter what, her heart was still racing at the memory of that meeting. The hero realized he had no choice under that kind of pressure. Then he admitted that since he was engaged to Amelia and politics were tangled in it, he was scared he couldn't answer her right away. Amelia said she'd been worrying about the exact same thing. She told her that later. Amelia snapped and confessed she couldn't even force herself to say hello to him, so she threw him a lifeline, enrolling him in the academy the very night before. She claimed Amelia struggled to even talk to her own mother, and she honestly believed it would be better for everyone if he married her. Morning hit, and she bolted to her father like it was an emergency, first time ever asking for something just for herself. She begged him, telling him she'd dreamed of marrying Prince Luke and swore she needed his permission to leave. But the king snapped back, reminding her Prince Luke was already engaged to Amelia. Then the girl screamed she'd never marry anyone else, and when her father realized how deadly serious she was, he promised he'd set it up so she could enter the academy. That's how the girl ended up here. Luke leaned in and asked if Duke Gile knew about it, then reminded him that he'd landed here because of Luke's own hard work, and Luke just knew the Duke wasn't going to like a single bit of it. He asked if it bothered her that gossip was calling him a pig prince, and she shot back that no matter what they yapped about him, who he was inside mattered more to her than how he looked. The principal cut in fast, insisting he didn't want to ruin her confession, but class was about to start, so they had to shove that amazing talk to later, and she blushed, apologizing right away. She shot Luke a look and asked if she wasn't good enough for him. Then he smiled, admitting her confession totally caught him off guard and left him flattered. But he shot back that marriage wasn't some frantic race, and told them to kick things off with at least a couple dates. And the moment the students heard it, they instantly erupted into gossip, half in shock that they could even believe what they were hearing. The students labeled them Beast and Beauty, acting like they were pearls tossed to swine, and the hero finally got it. Nobody was coming to protect his feelings. Luke rang the headmaster and made it clear. Since the Duke and the King were involved, this couldn't be handled in the open. It had to be private. Luke insisted he wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but he wanted him, Amelia, and Milfa to talk alone. The headmaster agreed, saying it didn't matter, that their chat had nothing to do with their lessons. Then he reminded them the magical summoning lecture was coming up fast, so they had to wrap this conversation before the second lesson. And when Erica pitched the idea of bringing them along, Luke had no choice but to agree, since they were nobles even if they were still students. A little later, out in the garden, Milfa finally thanked the prince for how kindly he'd taken her feelings, then boldly asked him to call her by her name and treat her like an equal. He said, "I didn't see that coming, but I'm honestly flattered," then added, "You can't judge yourself from the outside, but trust me, you're sweet, you're kind, and you've got a talent that's totally unique." She said her power to see through lies usually terrifies people, and then she pressed him, "So, do you think that's a real disadvantage for you?" He told her that people nearby sometimes got awkward around her, but he insisted honesty wasn't impossible. Then she burst out laughing, relieved she'd finally had the courage to confess. But the girl brought up one brutal detail, that the prince had already spent 2 nights with Iris, and now she couldn't stop wondering if there was more than sparks between them, if that connection had finally taken shape. He said they didn't have a thing, and she practically beamed that she'd made it, while Erica explained how the princess found out Luke wasn't being followed by a butler, but by a pretty girl. Then jealousy hit hard, and she kept barking that Erica had to hurry because breaking his engagement would be impossible if they didn't move fast, shouting that she'd ordered Luke's secret not to be told to anyone. Mifa was in a full-on rush, terrified he'd fall for Iris or get spellbound by Amelia's beauty, because if that happened, she worried there'd be no room left for her beside him, like she was counting on being his one and only love interest. And then Erica showed up, and with every word she threw gas on the flames, reminding him that both Iris and Amelia were downright captivating. Luke snapped that they had to start now. They were running out of time, then messaged the Duke to say they'd been kicked out of their first lesson, and straight up asked whether the hero had taken Miafa's offer. Luke shot back that he'd rather make the person who loved him smile than force Amelia into a marriage she never wanted. The Duke got it, but he'd already taken a liking to Luke and wasn't about to back down. And it wasn't like the hero would mind if Luke started playing the bargaining game. The Duke claimed he and the King finally struck a deal. Once he graduated the academy, he'd earn the title of Marquis, so long as he married Mifa. And the Duke even asked him to take Amelia as his concubine, making it crystal clear this wasn't a command, just a request. Nabhai warned him that if he backed out, Amelia would be dragged into humiliation. Then the hero fired back, asking what would happen if no other suitor turned up for her during the last 3 years of her studies. The Duke just shrugged and said it was way too soon to call where things would land. The Duke swore he only wanted his daughter happiness. Then, the moment it was time to pick her husband, he made it crystal clear their bloodline couldn't end. The hero knew this kind of callous bargain was normal for nobles, but it still hit him hard. Luke then reminded her that Amelia's crippling shyness had been wrecking her for years, and the Duke nodded, saying he understood every bit of it. Yet Amelia still had to step up and carry out her family duty. The Duke admitted he'd been hunting for an answer for 5 straight years with 0 results. Then he promised Amelia that if she became his concubine, she wouldn't be dragged into motherhood, and he begged Luke to cure her and finally grant him heirs. The hero knew her fear of men might have erupted from nowhere, so he pushed to uncover the real cause. Luke agreed to take Amelia as his second bride, just until graduation, because if he could heal her and they had a child, the Duke would finally name him his successor and hand him the duchy. But before he could move, Luke had to sit down with Princess Miafa and ask for time. The call clicked off, and the princess stared at the hero, demanding he'd truly carry it through. Because after all, he'd sworn he wouldn't marry anyone who didn't love him back. The hero said flat out that you can't force anyone to be kind, marriage or not, and that you definitely couldn't get along with a girl who hides her real looks from everyone. Then when Natalie Elise, Amelia's maid, heard that, she was shocked he even noticed her pendant. He snapped to Amelia and said, "If I leave things the way they are, you'll still be terrified of people 3 years from now. So tell me, will you let me cure that painful isolation?" The princess asked whether shyness could even be cured, and he snapped back that only healing magic would work, so they had to start it ASAP. Then he leaned in and said, "Give it 3 years and we'll finally cope." Still, he knew he couldn't do it alone, so he turned to Emily and asked what she thought. He told her, "I don't need a thing from you, just stop letting fear control you or this will keep getting worse." Then the girl apologized. He swore that once she was engaged, those annoying suitors would finally back off, and once she was healed, she'd find the love she's been chasing. Then he promised he'd call off the engagement the second she was better. She thanked him again and said that learning her mom was finally recovering lifted a huge weight off her chest. Because Lala and Anna were grinning, too, since they could hug their mother again, and for that, she owed him everything. Then she tried to step toward him, but pure fear froze her in place. Luke told her she didn't have to give anything up, and boom, he cooked up a plan on the spot. Add each other to their lists of close associates and start with friendly letters, which sounded way easier than she expected. She said yes, and right then the girls around him lit up, praising him for his kind heart. He promised that next, they'd announce their engagement to Milfa and Amelia. Then, 3 years after they graduated from the academy, they'd finally start talking marriage, and the princess agreed. Even if she wasn't much help, she swore she'd try to be the best wife she could be. Erica leaned in and whispered to the princess. Then Milfa caught Luke's attention and told him, "Your father wants you at the royal castle." He nodded because he had to introduce himself to the king. Yet first he had to run to the Duke and keep treating the Duchess, and he swore it wouldn't eat up much time. The first lesson was already over, so the hero clapped in and told everyone to head straight to class. The teacher checked if everyone was there, then announced they'd be working in groups today, and paired Luke Milfa with Amelia, leaving the rest to sort themselves out. Just then, one student jumped up and demanded Amelia for his group, like it was the last time. Nabai told Luke this kid actually knew what Amelia really looked like, and prayed their friendship would one day turn into marriage, because all he could think about was Amelia. Luke could tell he was honestly crushed, but the truth was, Amelia probably didn't feel the same. Turns out he's the Duke's fourth son, and yep, that means he gets nothing, so of course he's ecstatic to be stuck in the same class as Amelia. But don't think he's some villain, he's actually decent. When the teacher told him the principal had already made the call and there's no arguing it, he swallowed his disappointment and just hoped they'd understand. Nabai said, "We're lucky we split up, no one's going to panic and try to attack Mifu out of fear." Then the hero snapped to the worst-case scenario. An assassin hiding as a student. Nabai shot back, "Trust me," and promised she'd fire up the Yggdrasil system to scan everything around him. The gods forged a system to hoard records of every living being, and he could tap into its data at will. Back in the classroom, none of the students drew so much as a second glance. Then the teacher dropped the bomb. Tomorrow's ceremony only comes once a year, spread across 4 locations, and the first years would be the ones showing up. He kicked off the briefing by saying the summoned beast signs a contract with its master, then drains their magic to survive, while the summoner scrambles to keep the creature running, and the master covers its living costs. On top of that, the state even chips in with subsidies for anything ranked B and up, and if the creature is small enough, it just moves in with its master. Once it's summoned, the creature becomes a familiar, and cruel hands are forbidden. After the call, the master chooses, lock it in with a contract or toss it away. He swore first years usually get stuck with low-ranked familiars, but sometimes those small ones turn vicious and even cripple seasoned mages, and once the master paid with his life. Still, don't panic, teachers will be there. He declared, "That's everything for now," then ordered them to grab lunch before changing into their sports gear and meeting up at the stadium. Luke urged Iris to head to the dining room, but she shut him down, so he dragged up her own words. For 500 guineas, the food there better be delicious, and he was sure she'd see it herself if she tried just once. Because yeah, he knew the second he stepped in, everyone would start gossiping, calling him a pig prince, and still he pushed for it. The hero was already used to it. Then Iris blurted that he was being straight-up insolent, that they couldn't even hit the cafeteria and that it would mess with their diet, so she turned around and asked Amelia where she usually ate lunch. Another girl jumped in and said she always ate in her room, and that's when it hit the hero. No one was going to the cafeteria. Erica marched up to him and suggested, "Hey, maybe you should take lunch with the princess, because I can't cook." Luke got it right away. The royal castle had plenty of cooks, so Erica wouldn't need to be one, and then she asked if she could trust Princess Iris with her care. Iris shot back that she didn't even know she'd like princesses, but she'd do her best to make them happy. And if Erica wanted in, she could come too. She even said it wouldn't be hard to whip up another serving. They offered Amelia an invitation as well, and Iris insisted that with Natalie cooking and her pitching in, everything would be faster and easier. Then Natalie still said no. But Amelia still pressed Natalie, asking if cooking would be easier with Iris, and Natalie shot back that it would be way easier. She told her that she'd be able to eat a wider variety, and that grocery runs, dishwashing, and cooking would feel way easier. Amelia nodded along, and Erica added that she'd heard the young guys hate stepping into the women's dorm, so they'd all end up crowding into Master Luke's room. They rolled up to the dorm, and the girls promised, "Don't worry, lunch is gonna be light." Luke started wondering what a show like that would cost in Japan, and Nabai cut in like, "Are you really acting your age?" Luke then teased that the princess was treating him like they were already married, hovering over his food, and Nabai nodded right along. Mifa rushed out an apology for showing up so suddenly and straight up apologized to Amelia. Then he waved it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, even as nerves fluttered in his chest at being surrounded by 5 girls. Amelia admitted she was actually relieved the princess had shown up, because figuring everything out on her own would have been a nightmare. Then she quizzed Luke if he cared what she really looked like, and Luke shot back that he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested. He asked her if seeing her real face would blow his mind, and she shrugged that it probably wouldn't get that far. Yet Luke insisted his whole vibe toward her would still shift. He thought she was just overconfident, but now he realized everyone was getting caught, even the guard, and she even went and apologized for it. She admitted she dodged public appearances like they were trouble, yet she still got dragged to balls and dinners without a necklace. Then Nabai pointed out that Amelia wasn't just famous for her beauty. People praised her kindness as a nurse too, and that's when the hero realized the gap between them. The girl swallowed hard, apologized for her deception, and tried to make it right. Mifa said, "Forget the form, what matters is the content." Nabai saw that the hero finally managed to calm her down, and just like that, it was time to dive into the first training session. The teacher announced they'd crank out 10 laps around the field, and the hero was stunned, because he started sprinting immediately. Nabai snapped him back to reality. This was a night academy, and he had to grind to hit the minimum physical requirements. He got it, but it was brutal, and the teacher clocked his struggle and barked that magic was off limits to get by, warning him not to cheat. Nabi said the trainer had some kind of magic instinct, and Luke was sure he'd already pushed his stamina skill to level 5, only to realize that wasn't the reason. Nabi swore it felt like he was dragging sandbags on his back, like his stamina had to be at least level 7 before he could breathe easy. He asked if 2 measly points would fix it, but the scale flips on him. At level 6, things moved differently, and by level 10, he could spring all the way up to the 2nd floor, even with his current weight, only he's nowhere near that strength yet. Nabai's eyes widened when he saw even the princess had already surged ahead, and panic kicked in as he pushed to catch up. From the sidelines, the students howled at him, mocking him as pig and jelly, and when he finally stumbled and hit the ground, their laughter only got louder. Milfa snapped at them to quit, insisting he was giving it his all and they ought to be ashamed. Then they blurted out apologies on the spot. As Iris helped him to his feet, he just swallowed his pride and silently begged Milfa to stop defending him, because now he looked completely pathetic. Nabi jabbed at the truth. If Luke hadn't been tossed out of the Equestrian Academy, none of this would have landed on him, then called him back to the moment. 4th period magic control. The teacher pointed at Luke's report card, praised his A, and demanded to know his actual skill level. Luke said, "Where I'm from, only fools brag about their skills," and then he asked the teacher if it was the same here, while the teacher shook her head and said, "No, we don't do that either." He said their classes run in groups, so if he's got high-level magic control, he can step in and pull everyone who's falling behind out of the mess. Like Mifa, who admitted she's had bad eyesight since she was a kid, never planned to attend the academy, and barely has any magic control experience. Luke told the teacher he'd help Mifa, and she jumped in, asking if anything was unclear, then told everyone they'd start with group training first. Luke admitted he'd agreed to help, but he figured the teacher would still have to spell it all out. Then the girls shoved him forward and begged him to teach it his way, confessing they even dreamed of becoming his students. The hero asked Iris what level she was, and Iris snapped back that it wasn't allowed. right as a small argument burst out between them. He grilled her for her level again, and she shot back that she was level 4, then swore she'd hit level 5 in no time. He leaned in and claimed he'd be at level 7 next. I had to clamp a hand over her mouth so she wouldn't blast her shock across the whole room. He demanded who was yelling at the whole class and spilling the instructor's secrets, and she rushed to apologize. Then he told her she'd have to put in the work, because that was the only way to level up. Luke asked if his and Meef's main magic was monastic, and the princess laughed that he was probably just guessing from her hair. Then she revealed she'd mastered water, lightning, and fire magic. The hero said, trying to mash fire and water is like trying to mix water with lightning, almost impossible. And she asked, "So you're saying I really ca?" He snapped her out of that mindset and promised, "You can combine them." Then he cupped a blazing fireball and a sharp arrow ball in his palms, fused them together, and unleashed a full-on firestorm. He asked if the princess could see normally, and she said, "I don't. My eyes only catch colors, like green bleeding into red, and that's why the spell hit harder. She sees magic as glowing colored spots and even reads human emotions by the colors they give off." Nabhai shrugged and said this power is pretty common among albinos. Then the girls pounced and begged him for magic tips. He told them the truth. It's all about practice, practice, and yeah, practice even while you're asleep. He showed how to train monastic magic with a simple household light spell. Just pour in more magical energy and the glow gets stronger. And because the spell is so easy, you can practice it non-stop. He said once you nail the technique, you'll keep that glow going for ages. Fire wants the spell's heat, water needs cooling, wind demands a hard blow, lightning calls for a clean discharge. Darkness is all about those exercises, and for earth magic, you'll have to start by making pebbles. He said, honestly, household spells are the best place to start. Once you nail the basics, you can branch out to other kinds. And Iris lit up with joy, so he urged them to test every single spell. Dinner time hit, and the girls huddled up to brag and guess. What kind of familiar would they face tomorrow? One of them even demanded something cute, stylish, and downright attractive. Right then, bam, a knock hit their door and the girls yanked it open. Standing there was the king, furious at the chaos, rushing to apologize for his sudden, unexpected visit. As soon as he walked in, he blurted that he'd been dying to meet Luke, while Luke was stunned that they'd even shown up because of him. They pulled him inside, and he insisted it was just a private stop, so Luke shouldn't stress at all. The king dipped his head and said, "I'm Zeno, Mifa's father," making it clear he wasn't trying to be her ruler, and he thanked him for rescuing Mifa from those bandits. The hero looked totally lost, told her to bow, and introduced himself like it was fate, because he said it was an honor. Then the king cut in, saying he'd already heard that Luke agreed to marry his daughter, so he just had to meet him face to face. He showed up without warning. The queen, right there beside them, huffed that he dragged her along too, then apologized all over again. The king admitted he was terrified Luke might not grasp his daughter's powers, so Luke pressed, "You mean she can spot lies?" Mifa snapped that his worries were pointless, but her mother insisted they had to talk about it right then, or Mifa would kick herself later. The king told Iris to get out, but the hero shot back, "Give me a moment." Then he insisted Iris had been with him everywhere. The king snapped that she didn't need to know what they'd talk about, yet he still made it clear her needs came last or first, depending on what he wanted. Nabi warned the hero he was gambling with the odds, and so far, everything was working out. Then the king pressed again, asking if the princess's powers bothered him, and he shook his head, saying she didn't trouble him at all. She was an amazing, sweet girl, and meeting her felt like a real honor. She beamed, and the king practically declared that one smile was all the proof he'd ever need. No extras, no questions. As a parent, he'd always worried frankly about her talent, because over time her brothers and sisters grew wary and their conversations dried up. Luke claimed it was because people kept lying, and the king was shocked it didn't even rattle him. The hero shot back that he had zero reason to lie to her, and even with his bad reputation, she fell for him anyway, so he promised he'd earn her trust. Then he admitted he'd heard the king wasn't even opposed to making him a son-in-law, and he asked if it was because in this land hardly anyone inherited monastic magic, only for him to grin and say the real reason. He just wanted to become family with someone who had 5 kinds of magic. And yeah, the king knows they've got it all wrong about him, because magic, alchemy, and even healing are real. And the wild part is he was trained by none other than the legendary sage and sorcerer, Edward. Luke warned that anything about his mentor was meant to stay secret, but now it's clear there's a spy inside their own court, and the king just said his father has the spy figured out. Luke felt it click. The king clearly knew every detail about the healing potion, and even confirmed it by saying he wasn't going to pressure Luke for anything, just like that. His father had tried to bury the truth, but the hero finally saw it. His dad had deliberately sold him off to a neighboring country. And yeah, it was a total gut punch. The king already knows Luke stocked up the church doctors with mountains of potions, and that the prince isn't just watching either, helping out with charity work as well. When they're out there healing people, it forges a stronger bond between the church and the ruling authorities. He told them, if I'm going to build a hatch, I won't bat an eye if I also want to brew potions back home. Same goes for everything in their country. And as for my daughter, whoever steps up and cares for her, I'll back them fully. No roadblocks. Luke fired back, so how do you know this talk is about to turn to kids? The king smirked and said, only if I decide it is. He said he could trust Mipha to handle this, but Mipha told the hero to drop it. Turns out her father was just messing around. Then Nabai broke it all down. When Mipha went to ask her father to approve their relationship, her plan was crystal clear. She'd have a bunch of kids and set the example for Erica and Amelia. The hero grilled Erica about it, and Nabai admitted, no doubt, that even if her eyes lingered on him, he was nothing but a loyal benefactor in her eyes. Once Mipha crowned herself queen, Erica would get a title at least as high as a marquis. The hero then pretended he didn't know and said the king had treated him kindly, only for the king to snap back that he never wanted Luke leaving their country. He figures that with magic like his, money can be made anywhere. Yet he's willing to give him total freedom, and all he asks in return is that he use those powers to help his state. Luke nodded, and because the king trusted him so deeply, he vowed to give it everything, right after one thing. He demanded his treatment first. The king went pale with shock and then asked again. Luke said the queen looked fine, but the king didn't. Something was definitely off with him. He asked if she had a fever, and the hero immediately suspected it was a sign of some long, lingering sickness. He hurled healing, cleansing, and restoration spells at the king. But that was only the first step, because things were about to get even better, and when it worked, the king thanked him. The king declared, just like before, that Luke was a real talent and that every scrap of gossip was pure lies. The hero snapped back that the rumors weren't far off, and the king shot back that he was just as unshakable as his mother. The hero snapped to it fast. The king's spy wasn't some stranger at all. It was the servant working for Lulu. Then the king recalled what she'd said, that Luke never made a move on her, and demanded to know why. The hero shot back, because she's always been good to him. Luke craved to stay a hero in his sister's eyes, and every past prank he pulled was just payback for the bullying, until Mieva snapped that peeking was still rude, and he needed to keep his eyes to himself. He burst out laughing, claiming he didn't need a soul anymore, just her, and the king snapped at Luke to make sure he ate well. Later, the hero stepped out of the bath, and the maid realized he wasn't just relaxing, he was absolutely loving every second in that water. After that brutal run, he groaned that his legs were killing him and begged for a massage, using healing magic this time. And when the girl heard that, her eyes lit up and she jumped at the chance to try it. She demanded to know who his teacher was, and the hero shot back that the teacher tells everyone he doesn't take students because it's a secret. She pressed him, why? And he answered, because people die way too quickly. Luke told her, I'll show you the massage move, and warned her she'd better warm up first because it'll hit so much harder. Once she was ready, he told her straight up, this technique only works if you've got basic water magic or monk magic, plus a third level of magic control, and her surprise hit instantly. He spotted the swelling in her leg and the tight muscles underneath, then pressed, right away pain flared. Picture the aqua treatment pulsing through your fingertips, he urged, but even then it still hurt. Luke told me to tap into my magical sense, because the spell only works in these tiny circles, the kind of technique that messes with your head, and then he leaned in and asked, so, how does it feel now? She lit up as the pain finally vanished from her muscles, and he grinned like, all right, now it's your turn. As she kept repeating, he snapped that she shouldn't sink her magic deep. She had to fire the spells one by one, no strain, no effort. That part crushed her. Then he compared it to how she'd used the air spell for 10 whole minutes just to dry her hair. At last, she looked like she finally got the technique, so she went for another try. Yet that day, I still struck out completely. She apologized, told him he explained it perfectly, but confessed she still couldn't pull it off yet. He just smiled and reassured her it wouldn't click overnight. He'd needed the same practice once, too. This method helps you lock in magical control, and now she vowed to train harder. She leaned in and asked about the little workout, and that's when she decided, time for crunches. He admitted he was scared he wouldn't be able to get up right away. Then nothing worked at first until she jumped in, grabbed his legs, and suddenly he managed to move. In the early morning, a loud knock slammed his door open like trouble. Then he called out, "Who's there?" Nifa shot back that she was his wife already, even if they hadn't tied the knot yet, and he demanded to know why she showed up this early. Iris finally blurted that she'd let slip he always took morning walks, so Miafa shot up and demanded, "Is that a secret?" Luke chimed in, "Want to walk with us?" And Iris nodded, grinning, "Yeah, I could use the extra exercise too." Iris promised she'd whip up breakfast while they were out, and the princess shot her a grateful smile. Then, as they walked, Luke suddenly remembered today was their summoning ceremony, and the princess couldn't wait. The hero asked what kind of familiar she wanted, and she blurted, "One I can cuddle with," so he took that answer and treated it like a pet. She asked who he wanted, and the hero just grinned. He already knew he'd land a nobby later on, back at the academy. The director grinned and declared that the long-awaited summoning ceremony was finally starting, then urged everyone to stay locked in and watch every move, because what you do next matters. He told them to pour a clean stream of magic into the sphere. Then watch it ignite, because the moment it glows, the summoning kicks off and something will step out, ready to soak up their power. Then he did it himself, and a familiar sprang out of the circle. The director spotted the Wyverna, thanked her for showing up, and since she was a girl, named her Pippi on the spot because he swore that naming a familiar locks in a bond like nothing else. He told the students he'd already shown the procedure, then promised the teachers would back them up for the rest, because deep down, the hero only had one thing on his mind, getting to fly Pippi. They kicked off the ceremony from the Knights of Class F and climbed all the way to Class A, and the hero couldn't believe how many knights were packed around the summoning station. Nabby warned that most peaceful creatures usually answer the call, but once in a while one snaps and goes berserk, so the knights and teachers have to scramble to keep everyone safe. Then the king shows up to the ceremony out of nowhere, like he's there to hold the line, and the hero instantly realized the real reason was him. Next up, Class A, the mages. Iris got a red slime, Natalie snagged a stuffed rabbit, Erica claimed a silver wolf, and Amelia's prize was a magical rabbit. Then everyone got sent back, because now it was time for the princess. She was told to slap her hand on the orb and pour her magic through it. Boom, a familiar popped out, and everyone squealed because it was just ridiculously cute. The teachers had never laid eyes on anything like it before, so they demanded they hunt down a reference book to figure it out. The teacher flipped through the reference book, blurted out that it was a sacred carbuncle, and the king immediately roared in praise of his daughter. Miafa begged the hero to help her pick a name, but he told her to decide for herself. Then she admitted she couldn't make out his face clearly, so she had no clue what name would even fit. He claimed it stood about 30 centimeters at the shoulder, pure fox vibes. Long, fluffy ears, a swishing tail, golden fur, and this gorgeous bright red jewel set in its forehead, and he even guessed it was probably spinal. Then she asked what the stone was, and once he said bright red, she immediately named it spinal. The teacher swore that in their land and the neighboring kingdoms, sacred beasts would only answer a summon 3 times. So royal blood had to be in play, and the prince couldn't possibly flub it, because he'd be the final one to call them today. Meanwhile, the hero had no clue why he kept building the hype like that. He flicked his fingers to the ball and stared straight into the circle. Because the creature was massive and shrouded in mist, everyone missed it at first, and they mistook Nobby for some little pixie fairy, then burst into laughter at him. Nabai got offended and straight up vanished, refusing to come out no matter how hard they begged him. She said they'd all laugh at her, but she shot back another time, and the hero snapped with rage, because they'd been chasing this moment ever since they first met the goddess. Suddenly, a second creature burst into existence, and everyone went wide-eyed, stunned he'd pulled off summoning 2 in a row. The dragon licked him, and he barked at Diana to stop, because he was already soaked in drool, so he unleashed purification magic, and then he learned the truth. Diana, the dragon goddess who just died, had actually helped herself get reborn into a brand new body. The king demanded, "Did the dragon answer my call?" And Luke confirmed it, telling Xenon that it had responded. He told her they'd already crushed the naming ceremony back then, so that's why she'd heard him. And apparently she was tied to an ancient black dragon bloodline, and the whole crowd went absolutely wild. Suddenly, Diana snapped into a furious growl, and the circle erupted in another blazing flare. A creature's head popped up, grumbling that it was way too cramped in there and there'd be no room for it. Then the hero blinked and decided, "Wait, that's a dog." Rage flared in the beast. He snapped that he wasn't some dog and nobody was going to mock him. Then the hero froze, realizing he could read his thoughts. Diana gritted her teeth and charged to attack him. He was stunned. Thousands of years had passed with not a single grin pointed his way. And in an instant, he erased the dragon. He stepped up to the hero, introduced himself as Fenrir, and then revealed his freshly born child. The kid was so weak he couldn't even down his milk, and the hero realized. He'd summoned himself here to nurse him back to health, praising him as clever. Luke shot back that he already had 2 contracts, and just then the king stepped in and offered himself for the contract. Fenrir insisted he was just joking, though could he really mean to wipe them out? The hero's thoughts snapped into be polite, because the man was the king, and he asked straight up if it was him they needed for the contract. Fenrir asked, "Can I say this in front of everyone?" And Nabai lit the truth up. Our hero carries special magical energy from another world, and that means he can even strike a pact with someone who can't become a familiar for ordinary people. Fenrir roared at the king, demanding the hero sign a contract with his offspring, then swore that if the kid ever died, he'd wipe out the entire country, and the hero snapped back, yelling, "What's this news?" Rage burning, he snapped that he agreed, and the beast ordered him to name the child right then and there. The hero chose Hattie, and Fenrir instantly loved it. Navi snapped that Hathai was too weak to even consent, so the goddess would have to shove the contract through. Then Fenrir stayed eerily calm and told everyone to keep a hawkeye on Hathai. For the first time ever, 3 familiars crashed into existence, and right there, the hero looked like he'd just met the fight of his life. The hero leaned in and asked Diana how she was, and then bam, she snapped awake. She checked on the hero, and he nearly dropped in disbelief. She was way too smart. Diana snapped her head around, demanding, "Where's the beast?" And the hero nearly lost it. He couldn't believe she could talk just like Fenrir. Nabi swore it felt like she, same as him, still clung to bits of her memories. Then he realized Diana could tap into everything she'd already learned. After all, she was an ancient dragon, with 1,400 years of memories ready to be weaponized, and he couldn't believe her age. Nabhai told her that ancient dragons could live for hundreds of centuries by human standards. And now she was 14, fluent in human speech after learning it from an old dwarf she once saved from a werewolf. And yeah, it looked like Diana swung by the village for that delicious sake, because the dwarves welcomed her with open arms and didn't mind a single bit. She swore dragons soak up the extra energy whenever a place gets cleared of nasty magic, so monsters back off and people start feeling way better. And the hero figured it had to be the temples, until he realized the dwarves had big magical stones too, but no temples at all. Diana demanded to know what happened, and he spilled that Fenrir had shown up and that he was their friend. Yet Diana refused to buy it, because that deity was insanely powerful. Luke told her cub was his familiar too, so they'd better become friends. Then she saw just how painfully weak it was. Luke told Nabai she had to stitch a saddle, and he was desperate to find the antelope skins Diana craved, but he had no clue where to fly. Nabhai swore the swamps, 30 kilometers out, were crawling with herds, so they all started heading that way, and the king slammed the brakes on them. He said he needed to speak with him in private, and the hero told him he was launching on a mission, then promised they'd talk later. The king started begging him to let him fly along. No saddle, no safety. Yet this was training for him to become a true dragon rider. They flew. Luke leaned in and demanded whether the guards had actually let the king slip away, and he shot back that they'd roast him for it later. Diana blurted out where she should fly, and the hero, eyes locked on the map, shot his finger toward the exact direction. The king's eyes lit up at Luke's speed, and he told him he was thrilled, until Luke reminded him loud and clear that this wasn't a stroll. They were still hunting. Luke warned the dragon of an antelope herd up ahead, telling her to strike for the heads so she wouldn't tear up their skins or ruin the meat, and that each carcass would be hers. Diana snapped the order up with pure joy, and the king pressed her, "Are you really going after wildebeest?" While the hero fired back, "Yeah, of course. Their meat's delicious and their hides are top-notch." The king thundered that they were clawed and lethal, but the hero shot back, "I've already done hunts like this," because the dragon clearly had a taste for antelopes. He ordered the king, "Hold on tight." As they dropped their altitude and the hunt finally started, then the king stared in awe at that ancient dragon's raw power, and the hero couldn't stop praising it. The king chuckled that he loved watching animals die, then admitted he just couldn't resist hunting and asked the hero to bring him along next time. No orders, just a request. The hero thought that was oddly sweet, agreed on the spot, and once the whole deal was done, they rode back home. Right then, buffalo steaks hit the table in front of them, and the king hurriedly apologized for being forced to cook for the whole crowd again, while the hero waved it off like, "Don't sweat it, it's nothing." Mifa called Luke and told him that anyone with a dragon as a familiar was being moved to the Dragon Rider Academy. because he'd studied there before, which meant Luke might end up back there too. Luke said that every prince in their country got a dragon egg as a kid, so they weren't allowed to pick where they studied, no choices at all, and the king shot back that it was the exact same for them. He leaned in and asked Luke, "So, didn't you like it at the Dragon Academy?" Luke blinked and remembered how he'd picked martial arts as his first specialization and combat magic as his second, then watched them blatantly yank the martial arts spot and swap it to healing. He tried to explain it. He wanted to be a combat mage, and that was that. The king let out a heavy sigh and confessed he wanted him as a dragon rider, yet he still honored the hero's wishes, so the hero bowed and thanked him for the respect. Luke leaned in and told Xenon he had to talk about something, and the king immediately shot back, asking whether he'd head back to his homeland if the chance ever came. He explained he was asking because King Julius wanted to see him, and the hero instantly understood. His father needed Diana and Fenrir more than ever. Then King Julius declared this. Even though the hero and his future brother-in-law could both take the title of Duke, he could stay put with his familiars back in their country. Luke's totally devoted to his family, but here they treat him like he's one of their own. He admitted he really didn't want to leave, and that answer finally soothed the king. Then the king's first wife, Xenocarmia, leaned in and asked, "So, is it time for our engagement reception?" And she pushed for him to take her daughter, Alice, as well. Mieva backed her up and urged her father to get ready at once, because that kind of move was guaranteed to spark gossip, no matter what. The queen then pulled the princess back and warned her not to rush, since Luke looked downright unhappy. She asked Luke what was wrong, and he shot back, "You're the one who said you hate pompous aristocratic weddings." She agreed it was true, but she still feared he'd flip his decision in an instant, so she hauled herself into a full sprint. Meanwhile, the king was locked onto a different nightmare. King Julius might decide to snatch Luke away by force. Luke asked to be gathered together, then insisted he had to talk to them face to face. Julius blasted Zeno that he'd been dodging him because he wasn't answering his calls, and Luke snapped at his father to stop being rude, because he was talking to the king. Julius barked that he'd summoned killer familiars and Luke could earn the Duke title from home, and be back sooner. Then Luke shot back that his dad was being way too stubborn and he didn't want to head home. Zeno's father grabbed him with a brutal truth. He'd sent Luke's beautiful daughter to draw the dragon off him, calling Luke a fraud to his face. And Zeno snapped back that he and Maiafa started dating long before the summoning ceremony even happened. He barked that if anyone needed his familiars, it was his father who'd step in, swearing he was doing everything he could for his son. And right then, the mother shoved the king aside and screamed at her own child. Julia told Amelia that she'd cried her eyes out, and Luke needed to stop dwelling on his mother. Luke snapped back that she was sobbing because he'd quietly sent him out of the country. Then he reassured her, telling his mother not to fret, because he was doing fine and everyone he met treated him with kindness. He told her he was dating a girl who adored him and had zero intention of coming back, and she snapped back, asking whether he was there by his own choice. Luke leaned in and told his mother the princess wasn't just royalty, she was a top-tier investigator. Mieva apologized for cutting in, introduced herself, and said that her and Luke had just become a couple. Then she lit up with excitement as she finally met his parents. The queen pressed her on her intentions, and she admitted she'd heard all the talk, but she still believed Luke was a truly fine man. She told him, "You saved my life," and after chatting for a bit, her heart flipped. She fell hard and loved him with every ounce of it. Under that crushing pressure, the queen had no words left, so the princess leaned in and thanked her. Amelia pushed Luke to spill what he knew about Lulu, reminding him how much they loved each other and how marriage was the plan. Then Luke shot back that he'd heard she was already engaged, and the queen erupted, shouting that they had to keep things cordial no matter what. Luke told the court that he and Maiafa would swing by in the summer, then sort out what to do with Lulu. So the king lunged straight into him, firing non-stop questions about why Luke wouldn't go back home and how he could possibly betray his own mother. Luke snapped back that if it ever came to that, it was his father who turned on him. Then Amelia leaned in and asked if Luke even liked it there. He said he could be a student and study without getting bored, then begged his mom to look after his dad while he told his father to stop pestering King Zeno Cressic. Then he snapped harder that the next time Julius pulled that stunt, he'd swoop in on a dragon and personally school him in manners. So Julius the rabbit immediately yelled at him not to threaten him. Hattie, the animal, suddenly pounced right onto the young man. The girls formed a tight circle around the animal, squealing at how adorable it looked and how playfully it was acting. Out of nowhere, a message pinged, first from one of them, then from the other. My Effa somehow stumbled onto someone else's data like it was sitting right there. Her friends watched in shock as she pulled it off with her tablet, then quickly blurted out an apology for being so curious, like it was no big deal at all. He shot her a question, "Do you know how much I weigh now?" and then pressed, "Are you still happy with everything?" Miefa couldn't pin down an exact answer. She had nothing much to compare it to. But as she spoke, she still didn't feel any red flags. Then the young man quizzed her about Hathai's cuteness, and her friend got hit with the brightness again, pure overwhelm. To her, Hathai was only second to Spinel, but one thing still gnawed at her. How did they even decide that ranking in the first place? The girl shot Luke a sudden request. She begged him to let her cuddle her familiar in her arms. The animal settled in with a content purr as soft fur got gently stroked. Maifa also wanted to reach out and pet that animal, but the king shot him a knowing look, like, "Yeah, it's already boosted its strength." Suddenly, the young man realized the sacred animal's rank jumped to 12, and teaming up with the dragon clearly leveled up his hunting skills fast. Natalie suddenly turned to Luke and asked about his fairy, then it hit him instantly. She meant Nabai. Right after he spoke, a fairy burst into the room out of nowhere, beaming as she announced, "It's me." The girl begged Nabai to let her pick her own dress, and Nabai nodded, because she just wanted a cute outfit. Luke couldn't stop himself from wondering why she wouldn't say a single word out loud. But the fairy kept insisting it was only because she was so tiny, and they just never heard her at all. Nabai's calm facade was a lie. She looked ready to fight off anything that dared come near her. But the fairy shut that down fast, insisting it would never happen. Then the boy pressed again, asking if he really was allowed to touch her. Nabhai gave in only if she wanted. Then the young man stretched his hand out, and the moment his fingers met her, warmth surged like a feather's kiss, sweet and vanilla-scented. Amelia saw that and immediately blurted out that she wanted to touch the fairy too, asking for her permission first. She didn't mind letting her dear friend touch her, but the young man hated how she called him. The fairy shot a guilty glance at her master, apologized, and admitted she'd just lost control to her feelings. Then Luke cut in fast, changed the subject, and demanded to know why she even needed a new outfit. She pictured the pixie just like this, so changing her own look will be a piece of cake. Nabai figured if she and Amelia clicked as friends, Luke would start showing up even more, and that would push her to trust him for real. She brushed the fairy with her fingertip, and boom, a wave of sweet scent burst out, with warm vanilla washing over her like calm. The young man's insane knowledge left the girl stunned, like he knew everything. Nabai shot her chin up with pride and declared, "Of course it had to be this way. I picked my master myself." The king and his wife followed, shifting their focus to the little animal. Hath instantly dropped into deep sleep in their arms. Then the boys caught on and copied him, heading off to rest so they wouldn't wake a single furball. As she stepped away, the woman snapped her head back to Amelia, but Amelia stayed stone-cold silent, swearing it would be pure disrespect to wear the necklace while His Majesty was watching. She apologized for not showing up in public without the jewelry, because even though all she really had to do was wear the necklace to class. Even Luke never got a glimpse of her face, so everyone around them couldn't stop wondering how she'd ever end up marrying him. The guy told Carmia she was free to open up to him on her own terms, and the moment his reaction hit, she was thrown for a loop. Because if he cared, he'd be dying to know what she really looks like. Luke grinned and made it clear he was curious, but smart enough not to push his luck or force the issue. The fairy leaned in and promised her friend that if anyone dared to mess with her, she'd step in and protect her. So when Iris heard that, relief washed over her with real support and understanding. He gripped a sheet of paper in his hand and scanned every detail, while the exact ingredients he needed already sat waiting on the table. The girl clocked it instantly and demanded to know what he was up to, and the young man just shrugged, saying he was trying to whip up a hair shampoo. If he pulled it off, everyone would finally ditch the scented soap they'd been stuck using. Now the bride was all in, and the young man started scrambling to prepare and mix the ingredients, while Iris jumped in to help. Soon, they cracked the code and bottled their shampoo and conditioner, and the girl couldn't wait to find out how to use it. The hero said, "First the shampoo blasts away dirt from your scalp, then the conditioner swoops in to restore, soften, and feed every strand from root to tip." Meanwhile, Nabai whipped up lotion and face cream, because even beautiful girls can't live without that kind of magic. Iris froze for a second, then admitted she wasn't even sure she knew what she meant, so she blurted out that they should bathe together. Luke definitely hadn't seen that coming, and his surprise hit hard. Embarrassment hit him hard, so he rushed to explain everything, how and what she'd need, and told her to start setting up the bath, and the girl nodded and agreed. But then she leaned in and said, Hold up, let's train a bit first. She slipped into her underwear and went straight for Luke's abs first. He couldn't help staring at her outfit, and before he could even argue, he dove straight into the business at hand. Iris pinned his leg to the floor to lock in the exercise, then warned the girl, "Don't take it personal, I'm going to hit you," and she looked ready for it the whole time. The fairy stared at them, stunned, as her master's thoughts raced. Was Iris really considering Luke as a potential spouse? And it turned out the real game-changer was Luke's familiars. But even so, she had to be the one who could truly light him up. So he chose whoever made his heart feel pure joy. During the exercise, the hero leaned in and asked Iris if she was a boy heir. Then he warned her that if they'd started something romantic, Miafa would have hated her, and the instant those words hit, Iris froze, genuinely terrified. Luke still had 4 climbs left before he hit the target, and even with that brutal grind, his motivation fueled him until his strength kept leveling up. Soon, the young man finished his final set and collapsed limp to the floor. The assistant cheered him on and urged them to keep going soon. He thanked her, and she sent him off to grab water and hit the bathroom. The water was already gathered, and the young man urged them to crawl into the hot bath and soak for a bit. As the girl soaked in the bath's warm, peaceful calm, she leaned over and asked Luke straight up if he wanted to take concubines. Yet Luke hesitated, because he'd only just barely wrestled a deal with his father and King Zeno, and that shaky balance could collapse at the slightest move. Iris admitted that family fights weren't rare at all, and the hero swore he never wanted to be the spark that ignited the trouble. But the woman refused to believe their relationship had to end in flames. Then the guy nodded right along with her. She pointed to Princess Miafu as proof. Erica and her friends couldn't be pulled apart by anything, and Iris and Erica were close friends too. The young man couldn't shake the feeling that this girl was seriously confident in herself. He thought she was way too optimistic. She kept insisting everything was perfectly timed, and she swore that within 3 years, Luke would finally fall head over heels for her. The young man burst into laughter, because once you've promised King Zeno, you can't just break your word and swear an engagement. But once the wedding's over, Iris might just end up as a second wife. She couldn't stop smiling at that news, because it meant the prince and Amelia were about to have 3 wives total. Iris couldn't sit still. She was itching to get married, and as soon as she poured her heart out, the guy's face instantly flooded with blushing embarrassment. Then he hauled himself up out of the water and declared it was time to wash his hair. The young man stepped up and washed her hair himself, showing exactly how to use the shampoo the right way. The girl's nerves started screaming, because if anyone learned the prince himself helped her wash, she'd never get to live in peace again. But Luke dug in his heels. He was convinced practice beat theory every time. Iris could see his logic, yet she still looked utterly lost. At the same moment, the hero pinched out a tiny bit of the product, then rubbed it hard between his palms. Then he slapped the ready foam onto his friend's hair and dug in, massaging it deep until it started to lather. To her utter surprise, it felt amazing. Luke leaned in, told her exactly what he was doing, and slowly worked her scalp with his fingertips. Then he doused his hair with water and rinsed every last trace of foam, before massaging in a rich conditioner, careful not to pile on too much. Then we had to leave it on our hair for a bit to make it work. And while that was going on, the guy told us to wash each of ourselves separately. She obeyed and kept scrubbing herself with conditioner, working it through every strand until it fully sank in. Then she could rinse it clean in one smooth splash of water. That one rinse was all it took. Iris felt a stray lock of hair slide over her skin and couldn't help smiling at how silky it had turned. Now all she had left was to wash her face and be done. Luke told her again to slather the cleanser in her hands and massage her face like it meant something. She pressed her fingers to the skin and asterisk squeak. That telltale sound rang out. It was super clean, but it still didn't feel dried out or tight. Then the guy snapped that he was gone for good and warned her, "Don't touch the oil and don't even try to dry her hair." Rage flared as she snapped at the prince for messing up her hair. But the young man calmly flopped onto the sofa and patted the seat beside him, quietly urging her to sit down next to him. The young man started drying the girl's hair with magic, and Iris felt the heat glow against her scalp. Then she blurted out what kind of magic it was. Luke told her to keep practicing the heating spell, because once she nailed it, she'd be able to do the same. Before long, everything was set. Her hair gleamed so brightly she could sweep it through her fingers like silk. Then she abruptly bolted down the hall, yelling that she'd be back in a minute, and the guy tried to warn her it was already late, but she wouldn't hear a word, while Luke was still there, itching to get a massage too. After a short wait, she came back with an escort, and the guy's jaw dropped at where all of them had suddenly appeared from. Iris's stories lit them up. and they couldn't wait to grab the shampoo and every other fresh product they'd never tried before. The prince clocked it instantly. Every woman, no matter where the world stamped their birth, craved beauty like it was survival. Suddenly it hit him, Nabai, and there she was, the fairy curled up beside the divine beast, drifting off so sweetly it made his heart stop. He even snapped a photo of them to keep forever. The girls squealed as their hair transformed, soft, silky, and flowing like a dream, and the prince lit up the moment he heard it. Then he whipped out the rest of the goodies and asked, "Want to try the moisturizing lotion, face cream, and body cream?" The guests didn't hesitate, they agreed instantly. That lotion quenched my skin's thirst deep down, kept oiliness right in check, and left everything feeling fresh and restored. Even from where they stood, his cream's power was crystal clear. But Luke still had to answer the big question, why slap on lotion too? Then he broke it down, when you mix the two, they boost each other's effectiveness. After they tried the cosmetic lotion for themselves, their skin transformed in an instant, so soft it felt unreal, and the whole room filled with a gorgeous scent. The young man shoved over another jar and said right to their faces, "This is body cream." Iris stared into the mirror and boom, her hair gleamed like pure silk, her face lit up with that radiant glow, like the definition of true beauty had just walked in. Then she marched straight to the prince's room to rouse him. Reveille was due, but Luke was still out cold, cuddled up with the fairy and the beast. A total stranger lay right beside him, and the girls' hearts stopped as shock hit them like lightning. They screamed at the top of their lungs, overflowing with outrage, and the boy jolted awake, still totally lost, while his friends bombarded him with, "Who was in bed with you?" Luke had no clue what they meant, until he turned around and saw a stranger. He was just as shocked, because he had zero idea who could be behind it. So the young man grabbed the moment and started waking the girl up. Nobby was the first up, trotted over to greet his owner, and then started pestering her, asking if she recognized the stranger. The very next second, the stranger shot to her feet and bowed to the master too. Then the fairy's eyes widened like she instantly knew her. It was Diana, a dragon wearing a human face. She couldn't believe the prince had no clue about the magical link between them. Then the shock doubled when he also didn't know dragons could turn into humans, so he told Iris to lend him some clothes. Diana was then grilled about how she even got into the bedroom, and the girl just pointed straight to the busted window. The dragon snapped back that it wasn't her fault, every room was pitch black, and then insisted it was proper to wander that place alone without clothes. She somehow tracked down Luke's room and slipped inside without a single ounce of hesitation. But even with all that chaos happening, the prince himself never heard a thing. Diana swore she called out to him, yet drowsiness hit hard and dragged him into sleep. Soon, Iris hurried in with the clothes and shoved them into the guest's hands. The dragon sniffed around the pile and, with zero hesitation, yanked out a pair of underwear first, then froze when she demanded what they were, only for the girl to snap back that they never should have been stretched like that. That loud noise yanked Hathay awake, and the prince rushed over to apologize. Then, once everyone nodded and said they were ready, it was time to head out for a walk. Fresh from his walk, the prince slid into the table with Amelia, while Iris clattered away at the dishes. Then, out of nowhere, His Majesty burst in. He rushed to apologize for showing up so early, and the kids stared in shock at the sight of their king, then peppered him with one question. Why was the king here at this insane hour? Miafa's father threw an apology out first, then begged Luke to really understand him. Before the next beat, he dropped into a deep bow. His Majesty started explaining that there were people whose lives hung in the balance, so frail they were already teetering on death's edge, and then he demanded the hero go save them. Iris gasped and clapped a hand over her mouth when the king himself dropped to one knee. Navy told Luke to stop worrying. His magic had surged after he collected familiars, and he'd unlocked passive skills that supercharged his healing, letting him mend people by the dozens. The boy said he only had one lecture to give, so the deal was sealed, and His Majesty lit up with genuine surprise until the hero dropped his conditions. He demanded his name stay hidden, promised nobles would get donations for their care, and planned to funnel every coin into building new hospitals, until the king erupted, furious that there was no personal payout, because that's exactly what would have made the prince famous. Luke believed fame wasn't for him at all, because his father was stuck busy clearing out that huge multi-room house to make room for all the sick people inside. His Majesty's eyes widened at that wild request, because the number of people who needed treatment could be anything at all, and the young man couldn't stop wondering just how big it was. The young man could teach healing magic, letting him bring in 5 mages for the temple, each one trained to master 5th-level magic control, and unleash the highest-grade antidote magic. The king was furious. How dare anyone even think to teach something like that, and was it really worth letting that knowledge out at all? Luke refused to turn saving lives into a payday, so he chased something crazier, teaching his magic to nuns and then routing every donation from the people he healed straight to hospitals and orphanages. His Majesty bowed and thanked the prince, then swore he'd repay him big time, and the girls lit up too, absolutely thrilled by the young man. A patient in the royal guard's house lay fighting for his life in critical condition. Luke warned King Zeno that they might have already missed their only shot at treatment. They scrubbed the patient clean, then stripped off the clothes. Deep, jagged scars cut across his back, and when the young man finally studied them closely, he snapped his head up at Iris and demanded she hand him a scalpel. His Majesty seethed with rage, because that healer hadn't been dragged in sooner. The hero rushed to soothe the king and the woman, because nothing about calming them was easy. But if he didn't, the sick man wouldn't be safe. He swallowed his pride and apologized for how his emotions overpowered him. They studied side by side at the Night Academy with that man, and once graduation hit, he marched straight into the royal guard. During the assassination attempt, the patient took the scar across his back to shield the king. Luke knew if they didn't treat this wound right now, that poisoned blade would brand him with a nasty burn scar, and then he clocked it. This sick man was Zeno's friend. Then he poured the medicine in, and the girl's curiosity instantly exploded, like she just had to know what was about to happen. The hero told him that the vial was packed with a medicinal nutrient blend, enough to fuel someone for an entire day, and the king instantly realized it was Edward's secret potion. Suddenly, the sick man's voice cut through the air. He snapped his head toward his Majesty and demanded to know why he was there. The king brushed off his question and asked about his health instead, while his friend practically shoved him away, terrified he'd catch an infection. But Zeno ignored him, grabbed Luke in a tight hug, and grinned that he finally brought along a powerful magic healer this time. The patient let out a laugh because the king hadn't changed a single bit, and somehow that unshakable optimism even made him envy him. Then the man leaned in, asking with trembling hope if he could really recover. The young man was sure the disease could still be beaten, but it all came down to one thing, whether he could summon the will to keep living. He'd already cast the magical treatment that finally brought the patient relief, and now he had to rush over and check on the whole family. The hero and the prince strode through the castle corridor, cramming in 4 healing sessions before the clock could even blink. Then 7 nuns and pontiffs with powerful magic would arrive soon after. Zeno leaned in and asked if he could train them in healing magic, and the young man said yes instantly. Exhausted from burning through both body and mind, the hero was finally ushered to a well-earned rest. Then Luke and Iris were marched into a huge, spacious hall where a massive table waited. Then the king shrugged and said the young man had already gotten used to Diana's smile. Because she wasn't just charming, she used to be the guardian dragon that protected Geralt's city, and everybody in the kingdom knew that legend. 600 years back, in the mountains, a girl named Goral lived through it all. Then one day, a black dragon swooped in and rescued the whole village from deadly magical monsters. To seal the deal, they demanded 3 barrels of top-shelf wine. The dragon crashed down to earth, and right before everyone's eyes, it shattered into a stunning girl. The villagers welcomed her with blazing honors, and they threw a wild celebration in the streets, cheering her victory and shouting praise for the dragon's kindness and unstoppable strength. Then, from the leftover scales after the transformation, the Garleans started hammering out outrageously tough armor and weapons, and before anyone knew it, their little village had blown up into a full-on city. Zeno said he wouldn't mind getting dragon scales, just like Luke did, because, hey, dragons build their nests too. He was hell-bent on tracking down Diana's nest. Dwarves and elves lived for ages, and those Garlean kids might still be out there alive too. If the prince could track down the scales, they'd be able to process them, and honestly, they'd be thrilled to finally see Diana. The hero and Iris ended up sharing the same carriage with the king's wives. Carmia urged Luke to swing by a house of her acquaintance, a relative and a friend, and Luke didn't hesitate. Sure, they had to go see their relatives, but the real trigger was politics. Political power games never stop. Men keep their mouths shut, but their wives, sipping tea and chatting, always let the real secrets spill. Luke dubbed it the Secret Society of Wives, and his buddies instantly caught his drift, rushing to reassure him that it was nothing sketchy at all, just tea time and good vibes. Milana told us they'd just been chatting, swapping likes, spilling their struggles, and trading all the latest news. Aristocrats loved spinning deadly schemes, So the wife had to catch the danger early and race to warn her husband before it all went up in smoke. Those fancy little tea parties weren't in Miafa's reach. She clocked the lies instantly, like they were written on the teacups. The moment everyone heard she'd been invited to the event, they flat out refused to show up. Then when the girl finally understood it was her fault, she started dodging tea invites like a pro. The prince snapped that they shouldn't invite any of those people again, and then insisted the fairy could hunt down the information for him. With his position opening the door, the hero vowed to shield the princess from that deadly kind of world. She shut her eyes and finally spilled the truth. When the king had clamped onto looked like a death sentence, she'd brushed it off as nothing, but now it hit her. This kid could see straight through people, just like Miafa. They gave him free rein and swore they'd back him in everything, and the young man practically burst with joy. Then she clocked Iris's hair, all free but shining bright with an iridescent glow. She couldn't figure out how they looked so smooth, but she wasn't the only one who clocked it. The women suddenly felt the hair begin to creep and crawl. Later at the academy, the hero crashed into sleep on the couch, slumped there while he waited for the others to show up. She gently ran her fingers through their hair, and the feeling hit them like magic. They couldn't believe something like this could actually happen. Their skin turned silky smooth and soft, like a real miracle, and they couldn't stop thanking Iris for showing them Luke's invention. Miafa burst into the room, and the hero spun around to greet her before asking how his familiars were doing. She said they were doing great, but her eyes were clearly on something else. She instantly clocked her mother's presence, and the whole world felt like it tilted in that exact moment. The woman leaned in and told her daughter how they washed their hair and tested skincare products. Turns out it was insanely convenient. The princess blinked in surprise, asking who showed them this, and every single one of them pointed straight at Iris. The queen's face crumpled with pain, and she started to mourn like she'd planned to lock these incredible wonders away from them and savor them in secret. Yet every word kept failing her. Miafa shot back that she never told a soul. Amelia and Natalie didn't even know, while the other women swaggered ahead and snatched the cosmetics before anyone could stop them. Amelia cut into the convo and pushed Luke to let her try the cosmetics, even though she knew they were rare. Because the second she spoke first, everyone was utterly stunned. She wasn't the only one itching to warn the hero, but somehow, most likely panic got the best of her. She lost her nerve and shut down her own fears. The young man took it as a huge win, because now he finally realized just how wildly cosmetics could control a girl's attention. He didn't hesitate for a second. He handed over the money to her and Natalie right then and there. Diana didn't just sit back. She started grabbing her own share, demanding a few for herself. She gasped when she realized the woman was actually a dragon in human disguise. Then she snapped back into certainty. She checked with the princess, asking if this ever could have been her mother, because the resemblance was so terrifyingly close. Milana quickly apologized for not introducing herself right away. She was King Zeno's second wife and Miafa's mother, and the woman beside her turned out to be Carmia, His Majesty's first wife. He realized he never set out to make big money off cosmetics, but the demand was everywhere, and now he was eyeing profits hard, wondering who he could trust to take the work off his hands. He pitched handing the job to Iris's family. Since their estate had grown a couple years back, there'd be plenty of space. But then the real problem hit. Where were they supposed to find the raw materials? They could farm the crops they needed themselves, and that would keep prices from spiking over time. The hero leaned in and grilled the girl about her father, Count Michael, what kind of man he really was, and Iris just couldn't figure out why he'd ask something like that. Luke cut straight to it and said he was thinking about handing her family the job of making shampoo and other cosmetics, and his friend was totally blown away. Erica started grumbling about how the assignment went only to Iris while her own family got ignored, and everyone turned to stare. Then they asked her straight up if her family owned any land. The girl flat out refused, because her father served in the royal guard, and they didn't even have their own place to stand. Then the hero leaned in and said cosmetics demand tons of plant matter, so he wanted to hand this job to people with rich, fertile fields. Iris had the most wonderful father. He clawed his way to the title of Count by founding a brand new settlement on untouched land, and Iris beamed with joy knowing her family had been trusted with such a huge responsibility. The young man said he'd be heading out soon to handle Duchess Sasha, which meant Luke finally had a shot at meeting the Count. So Iris promised to tip Michael off, and Luke figured the smart move was to dump all the burden in the best way possible. Maybe Duke Hyde could shoulder part of it too. Michael Count is set to run production, while Duke Guile handles the supply, so they'll open the floodgates for distribution, and the Duke can even keep the royal palace stocked with cosmetics. Milana had no doubt her daughter snagged a perfect husband. Luke was sharp-minded, and every time he helped someone, you could feel how much he cared. The fairy beamed because her master finally got the credit he deserved. Iris was head over heels for him, her magical aura blazing a bright pink, and Miafa could see it too. Then jealousy snapped tight in her chest. Carmia leaned in and grilled the hero, asking what other skincare products he could whip up next. The young man stopped mid-sentence and pointed to sunscreen as proof. Then Miafa finally got it. It kept her skin from turning tan. The young man pressed the women about whether they shielded their skin from the sun, and the second queen snapped back. Yes, we do. With umbrellas to block the glare, even if it still didn't stop them from spending too long outside. Milana's fair skin catches the sun fast, and before she knows it, she's already burning. The blazing sun was aging their skin at lightning speed, so the king's wives straight up demanded Luke whip up a cream that could fight back. A sharp knock slammed at the door. The king's messenger was here. The young man immediately bowed, apologized, and blurted out that His Majesty ordered Milana and Carmia back to the palace, and both women huffed with furious, puffed-up cheeks. Then the messenger thrust his hands forward with a tiny bottle the king had demanded be delivered to Luke. Hath! So Luke's face lit up as he realized it was meant for him, and he rushed to ask Hathai to pass along his thanks. After the couple walked off, the guy dropped to the floor and started pounding out push-ups. He nailed 37 before stopping. Iris snapped at him to ditch those girls in the bathroom and pull himself together. Yet Luke couldn't shake it because their laughter kept ringing in his ears. Then he leaned in and told the girl his belly had finally gone. He pointed to how his belt sat way smaller now, and her face lit up as she cheered and congratulated him. Just as he was basking in it, a voice snapped from behind him. The girls lit up with gratitude for the amazing resources, and the young man grinned. His mission felt like a total win because Amelia loved everything. She addressed Luke first, and that felt like a green light to him, because he was already plotting to unleash his healing magic a little more. Mifa threw caution to the wind and cradled the animals in her arms while they tumbled around, playing together. Little Spinel had super soft fur, and honestly, he looked downright adorable. At last, the prince's turn to soak arrived. He told Iris first, then stormed into the bathroom. Nabai and Diana marched alongside their master. The young man cut the dragon's rampage and snapped at her that she never should have come with him. Then hurt and tears flooded the girl's eyes as she got pushed away. The boy had already helped her wash herself before, so why did everything suddenly flip? The prince finally told her the truth. Back then, she really was a dragon, but now nothing was the same. Diana snapped that if that was the call, Nabai wasn't going with him either, because she was a girl too. The fairy refused to back down and fired off her own plan. She and Diana would march to the bathroom with the owner. Nabai leaned in and pressed the point. Luke's concubines had stayed off their tongues. And just like that, the bath roared to life, while the fairy sank into the water and stared with real, starry admiration that lit up her eyes. The foam was so soft it melted under him, sending a sweet, comfy rush through his skin. Hattie even shared every pulse of Nabai's emotions. Then she offered to let them wash Luke themselves, and you could tell she meant it. She was genuinely thankful to the goddess for one chance to finally become human. Fresh out of the bath, the young man dried the divine beast's fur with care, then whipped up its food, poured it into the bottle the king had handed him, and hurried it straight to Hathai. Mieva and Luke couldn't help but smile as they watched the beast gulp down its milk. Spinal is also itching to take a bite of that treat. And yep, this little creature was straight-up adorable, no less charming than haughty. Soon, the animal's energy drained and everything went dim, and it was time for him and his owner to crawl into bed. The girl flashed him a sweet good night, then slipped out before the moment could drag on. Iris decided to do the same and slip into a bath, and the young man exhaled hard, like he'd just remembered something he never finished. On his request, they brought out colored crayons. Sure, more shades would have been awesome, but the hero was convinced 6 colors were plenty. Exhaustion hit the fairy mid-yawn, and she told him straight. Everything he demanded was already done, then leaned in and asked, "So, are you satisfied with how it turned out?" He lit up with a big yes, thanked his friends for pulling him through, and then sent them off to finally get some rest. Nabby wasted no time. She dove into a hidden spot on the dragon's lap and nestled right into Hattie's soft fur. Luke clutched a stack of ready-made brochures about viruses and germs, like he was about to lay out the whole threat in one shot. Once the local doctors realize microbes are out there, they finally kick off their study and dig deep into how they work. As Iris strode down the corridor, she spotted the prince sitting there, and curiosity snapped like a whip. She blurted out what he was doing. only for him to grin and explain he was crafting a healer's booklet, packed with cures for illnesses. That girl didn't look even remotely happy, so the hero clocked it at once and asked what was wrong. Then his friend pushed him to spill that hard-earned, valuable knowledge straight to her. He nodded and agreed, because even before anything else, he was still going to show her the brochure first. Then they grabbed sheets of paper and started drawing with those bright, colored pictures. Everything clicked into place, because Iris leaned in, staring at the vivid crayons with pure curiosity, like they were magic color sticks. Soon the boys wrapped up, and the young prince crossed his fingers that the pictures would be enough. Then he was ready to lay it all out to his friend. In the picture, a man coughed up sulfur grains, and Iris knew the illness had to be coming from them, because she was right. The man had drawn those grains to make it easier to understand, but in real life they were invisible to the naked eye, and only special tools and skills could reveal them. The prince was seconds away from showing Iris his invention, but he couldn't risk telling a soul. He stared at those circular images and snapped that they were the sources of disease, and the whole thing looked like an abstract painting, like a leaf wrapped in thorns. He went on to say the invisible particles were the real cure for colds, while those weird oblong images were the very things that sparked tuberculosis. The girl clocked it right away. This species was missing those spine-like appendages, and Luke stepped in fast to explain they could come in all kinds of shapes and colors. Your friend thought we should show everyone, but the prince cut it off. He insisted the doctors should handle it, acting like he didn't owe them an explanation. She nodded and agreed, then drilled him with one sharp question. How did he know all of that down to the details? The explanation she got. It came straight from a wise mentor. Luke wriggled his way out of the mess and insisted he could piece it all together on his own, because even the wise men couldn't have seen this coming. Pictures were pure power, and to make it even crazier, the hero had Navi too, a skill all its own. The young man urged Iris to keep their talk under wraps, even though he planned to spill this secret to a whole line of healers soon. The girl's heart fluttered because the young man actually trusted her. The prince broke it down for her step by step. When she cast healing magic, she had to picture the sickness being forced out of her body. And once she heard it from her friend, Iris finally started to grasp what he meant, slowly but surely. Diana, Nabai, and Hattie slept like little angels on the sofa while Luke quietly tucked a blanket over them. And when she finally turned to go, she paused just long enough to tell her friend good night. After that, the boy finally crawled into bed, but the day ahead wouldn't let him sleep. His mind kept sprinting toward the meeting. Luke shoved the worry away, yet he couldn't ignore it. So many lives hinged on what happened next. And the cherry on top, big-name people were showing up, and the excitement practically buzzed in his veins. Luke couldn't take the anxiety anymore, so he snapped to his feet and threw himself back into work. A hard knock hit the door, and a voice demanded to come in. Once the hero gave the go-ahead, Iris rushed back into the room. She was furious at him, because the young man went ahead and prepared the medicine without her. Iris watched him stir turmeric into a steaming mix everyone swore could soothe the stomach and help the liver. Then he tossed in red pepper, garlic, coriander, and cumin like they were straight-up medicine. And because she'd studied herbalism, she clocked every step at a glance. No need to hide a thing. If she was going to help, he'd share the recipe, no questions asked. And in that instant, every trace of suspicion melted off the assistant's face. The young man was desperate to pulverize every single ingredient into a fine, dust-like powder. He figured this would demand a spell. Either crushing it to dust or shattering it into pieces would do the job. Iris set out to master them during her studies, but somehow she never pulled it off. Then she stared at all that powder and thought, is this for some big meeting coming up? But every guess hit dead ends, and just when she thought it was hopeless, the hero suddenly struck the right idea. He remembered his transformation skills, and boom, his screen lit up with healing material values, and they matched the exact moves he needed, so he typed the required numbers again and again. Before long, he got exactly what he wanted, and the boys rushed the finished powder into little pots. Iris remembered everything and begged the hero to spill his recipe, but Luke shut her down. He wouldn't give the answer she needed, only promising that next time they'd wrap up everything, except the powder. When he came up with it for Lala, Iris's gut twisted. What if the Lord was sick? This cure had saved him more times than he could count, so he swore he'd tell her everything. No secrets, just the promise he made. In the morning, Diana jolted the prince awake, and there she was again, naked as the day she shouldn't be. The girl shrugged and admitted she didn't even like them, but if it meant getting through the night, she could live without them. A fairy burst into the room and announced that Diana's saddle was finally ready in the workshop. But the moment it was said, even the dragon threw a fit. Nabai tried to talk her out of it, warning that without a saddle Luke could get thrown off mid-flight. But Diana wouldn't hear a word. She was dead set on making sure it never happened. Luke burst into the king's palace, and Zeno lit up the moment he saw him. Then the king himself stepped out personally just to greet Luke. The boy realized his friend's health was in real danger, and that finding a cure for tuberculosis mattered to the whole nation. So the king decided he had to show up himself. The hero admitted he was scared Luke might weaponize his knowledge, so he couldn't bring himself to trust him. Not long ago, this young man was so infamous across several kingdoms that people whispered about Pig Prince, and turns out his majesty's fears were dead on. Zeno whipped around to the young man and told him they'd brought in 15 sick people, daring the hero to say if he could handle that many. But the boy only grinned, sure he could. Luke shot a question about the doctors, and the king snapped back that they were already waiting in the main hall. 7 pontiffs and sisters of mercy poured into the castle from every church in sight, and the king didn't stop there. He personally sent 3 more court physicians, because he wanted them all trained, not just present. The hero probably would have been furious at the overseers, but Zeno refused to let knowledge stay locked with the clergy, and he was absolutely right. They stormed into the main hall, and a roaring crowd of people greeted them like the whole world was watching. The pontiff seized the prince's hand and welcomed him with a warm smile, thrilled to hear that Luke had agreed to heal people stricken with that brutal disease. So the prince lay there unable to sleep, buzzing with excitement from the moment they met. He shook as the weight of it hit. So many lives had already been saved. Then the young man grinned, telling him the pontiff himself would soon be ready to teach others. No delays, everyone dropped into their seats and the lecture kicked off. The hero knew he had to master the basics first before the practical showdown, and he was ready to lay out, step by step, the full spread of tuberculosis. The young guy tried to hand out his picture booklets, but some nasty stranger cut him off, and now he's convinced they don't take a word seriously and think he's completely stupid. Luke, cool as ice, said his only goal was to make sure everyone understood, and the man instantly dropped his stance and looked down. Turns out that dark-haired court doctor had real feelings for Mifa, and the wild part is, he wasn't some villain at all. Suddenly it hit the hero. This kid could straight up see parts of the girl that shouldn't be visible at all, and it sent shock through him. That remark rattled him, and the fairy clocked it, because she was the one who'd sparked it in the first place. Still, the king's wives and daughters were treated by female healers, and a few of them even showed up for the training session. Zenos tore into Langren for his messed-up comments about the prince, but Langren still decided to start the lecture anyway. He laid out every scrap of info he had, backed it up with pictures from the booklet, and then leaned in and asked, "So, any questions?" The nun shot her hand up, eyes blazing with curiosity about those invisible particles that bring sickness, and she couldn't believe what she was hearing. She grilled the hero point-blank. How could they prove they existed if they were invisible? Then even started trying to feel for them on her own palm. The magic zoom hit like a microscope snapping into focus, and the girl jerked her hand away, stunned, because she just found proof of Luke's story. He pointed to a loaf of bread where those ugly white spots suddenly popped up, and the nun immediately remembered exactly what bread mold looked like. The knights kept grumbling about unbearable itch in their feet, and the king sat there stunned like, "Wait, really?" Then it clicked: water bugs. The hero even said, "Yep, that's the name for them too," because in Edo period Japan they called the fungus water bugs or field bugs, and people blamed the itch on creepy insects in the water and soil, not microbes. The king didn't even try to hide it. His own feet were itching like crazy too, so Luke told him to yank off his shoes. When the man finally gave in, the hero snapped back to his senses, stunned, because his nails were still there, but it was probably a fungal curse at work. He fired off diagnostic magic, but it spat out nothing, no diagnosis. The fairy sighed and said his skills were too weak, so the magic couldn't sniff out anything but the big, serious stuff. His Majesty started to panic, terrified that his illness might be beyond saving. The young man leaned in and reassured him, "It's possible, just like tuberculosis." Luke had to grab a sample of the damaged skin first, so he pinched off a tiny piece with tweezers and went to work. Then he set to work, shaping a lens with water magic. Nabai liked the plan, but she still didn't believe it would actually work. He thought if he stacked enough of them together, he could finally spot the infectious agent. Then microscoped hit him with the truth. Those special lenses weren't something you could just make on the fly. The prince squinted, like he finally caught the fairy's hint, time to give up. But she rushed in to insist that wasn't it at all. She was convinced they could still spread the micros to others. A floating spell had to cradle the skin in midair, while a beam of light blasted up from below. Then water magic had to forge 4 lenses, aim in on them, and stack them perfectly on top of each other. One of the healers finally did exactly what she was told. The prince lit up at the fairy's look and blurted out how amazing she was. Then he leaned in to inspect everything. Straight through the water, he could spot the tiny fibers, looking exactly like water bugs, and they had to be peeled away from the skin sample. The hero leaned in and asked Iris if she wanted to go first, and told her to picture wiping out the harmful microbes and funneling her healing magic straight through. The girl rolled up her sleeves and managed to boost the level and fix the sample, and the young man cheered her on for wiping out those microbes. She felt proud too, but a nagging doubt lingered. Could tuberculosis truly be cured like this? The prince was dead sure of it, convinced the results would scream themselves out even with just average talent. While Zeno, hearing their talk, couldn't help but grin as he admired his legs, finally healed and clean after that earlier illness. But just when it seemed over, the prince blurted out that if he wore those same shoes again, the king would get fungus all over again. Then the pontiffs and nuns rolled up their sleeves and started tending to the sick, right there. The hero clocked their flawless magic and blurted, "Wait, are you using a special kind?" To his shock, their answer nailed it, but the church officials still gawked at his sorcery like it was pure, top-tier brilliance. The treatment's results were jaw-dropping. This old man wasn't guessing, he'd seen it all, and the number of lives that were crushed by it felt endless. The young man claimed his method could beat the flu and even help with other sicknesses, but he warned that every case would demand its own setup and timing. Just pulling the cause wasn't always the fix. Once inflammation had already taken over, the fever wouldn't back down unless it got targeted too. And with tuberculosis, that meant treating the lung inflammation and making sure it actually faded away as the treatment progressed. And get this, top-tier doctors using Luke's method could wipe out even the most advanced diseases on the spot. He shot Navi a mental message. The healer's skills crushed his own, and Navi swore the truth. His master was desperate to level up his magic, even though he already understood illness causes better than anyone. The gap between a mid-level mage and a high-level one was starting to look downright massive. The hero told the pontiff it was time to go. He had something he needed to check on, and he told them to call him if anything came up. The young man shoved the booklets into the prince's hands and ordered him to bring them straight to the church's healers. So when the minister realized those pictures could help, he clapped the prince with pure gratitude. Then Luke leaned in and told the king he was heading straight for the duke's castle. Zeno stepped in, stopped the guy dead in his tracks, and told him he wanted him to speak at the summoning's closing ceremony. The ruler declared it was time. Luke would finally step into the spotlight and be presented to the people as Miafa's groom. As he pushed back into the castle, the hero's eyes lit up. There were the girls waiting, and they rushed over to greet him like they'd been holding their breath. The princess said her father grilled her about when she was going to announce their engagement. The boy shot back that the king had already talked to him about the very same thing. Meanwhile, Natalie let the news fly that dinner was already locked in and ready on the table. Before long, the table was set and Mifa was tearing into her food. Then out of nowhere, the hero asked if a simple marriage announcement would even be enough. Mifa's cheeks warmed as she tried to say she couldn't even picture anyone but Luke, and then she quickly apologized for sounding way too pompous. He never pictured it would hit him this hard, because if it did, then he'd have to face his own feelings, too. The girl clocked it instantly. The groom looked trapped every time he tried to talk about the wedding, and she blamed it on her own shortcomings. But this time, the young man didn't want power or politics. He just wanted love, plain and simple, and the princess immediately decided he felt nothing for her. More than anything, the hero still couldn't shake Luthia. He'd even been engaged to her once, and on top of that, Iris had him completely hooked. Miafa pressed, "So that's why." The princess had already made up her mind. She decided the hero stirred Iris up, and Iris had somehow felt the same way. She came ready to fight back, then stopped cold and decided against it. Silence swallowed the table, and Luke pleaded with the fairy in his mind. But it only left him hanging, with no clue what to do next. He was sure the evil god had to be wiped out first, because only then could they tackle the whole marriage mess, and Nabhai backed that plan, saying it would give the hero the breathing room to untangle his feelings and finally choose the right path. Luke actually said Iris would make the perfect wife, because she keeps a home like a dream, cooks food that tastes heavenly, and even cares about healing magic. So they'd always have something to talk about, and those words absolutely crushed the princess. Then the guy snapped back, saying she wasn't all bad. She had her own shining virtues too, and the girl froze, utterly confused. Then Luke finally confessed that the thing he valued most about her wasn't just that she could spot lies. It was that she never told one. For example, he leaned in and asked the princess if she loved him, and she answered instantly with a blazing yes, leaving the young man walking on air. The second you saw Mifa's bright smile, you knew she wasn't just talking, she was saying it with her whole heart. The princess couldn't wrap her mind around it. This hero actually saw her the way she'd never dared hope anyone would, valuing her weird little uniqueness like it was a gift. The hero finally laid it all out, how his world and Luke's world handled marriage differently, because in Luke's head, relationships basically meant one thing, a wedding. His first girlfriend was a childhood friend, but they fizzled out when he realized they had nothing in common anymore. Then, right after joining the company, he started dating a coworker, only for her to turn out to be wildly fickle. Miefa, tell me there's still hope. The fairy told him straight up. The goddess feared that if he died, every soul in this world would be doomed, and that terrifying weight crushed down on the young man like a mountain. Suddenly, the princess got hit with a painfully awkward question. Did she really interrogate Iris every single morning about how close she was to Luke? The girl snapped in surprise that he even knew about that, so she figured her friend must have spilled everything to her. Miefa showed his cards in a big way. He was drowning in insecurity, and that's when jealousy crept in because he couldn't match the princess, not when she could spill love and envy so effortlessly. She still remembered her mom warning her, if you love someone too fiercely, they'll flip and start hating you, because it's way too easy to cross that line and go too far. Out of nowhere, Luke agreed to announce his engagement to Miefa. She lit up with joy, because the young man clearly got it. The princess, firing those questions at Iris, was trying to read his heart. The bride didn't dodge the truth either and instead leaned in and demanded he tell her about his feelings again and again. And to dodge that princess, label as the dumb pig's bride, the boy buckled down, studied like crazy, and hammered off the weight. Those words made her beam even harder. Then he snapped his focus to Amelia and promised he'd announce his engagement to her too. The boy assumed she didn't care, but rumors about him kept exploding, and soon they'd get crushed under pressure from all sides, with Duke Gile lining up to force an official announcement. Amelia blinked in shock when Luke spilled the truth about political interference. He even admitted that the royal couple had just fed him advice, and with aristocrats circling like sharks, he had to watch their sharp moves like a hawk and stay one step ahead at all times. His Hattie and Diana, plus Spinel the Miafs, were stacked like the country's deadliest familiar squad, and if word got out their engagement was real, Luke's political power would skyrocket. And there was no way the king would refuse this chance to win the Duke's support. Even after 3 long years, Amelia still won't fully trust the hero. But that doesn't stop them from getting married anyway, and the others are more than willing to swallow the sham as long as the friendly union keeps everyone happy. The girl told him her dad would start grilling them about kids, and they'd get stuck answering somehow, so Luke decided to hand that pressure over to divine power, or at least whatever fate wanted to blame. She shouldn't have to fix the mess her father left behind. He never took a concubine, and that's that. The girl finally got it, and instead of staying stuck, she made a decision. She would move on too. She was determined to show her real face someday and finally lay out why she'd been dodging men in the first place. Amelia grabbed Luke's attention and begged him to accept her as his bride. Nabai couldn't believe the girl chose to roll with the hero, like she'd realized he couldn't keep hiding behind someone else's face, and she was ready to forgive him for the kindness he showed. Iris had to hold back for a moment, because the young man hadn't even laid eyes on her parents yet. Even though they felt the same way, they couldn't spill their engagement yet, and Miev's permission was the final hurdle they had to clear. The princess didn't dislike her, she just hated the thought that everyone was forced to take a concubine. Now that Count Michael's tied by blood to Duke Gale, he can't possibly stand up to the heat outside, while Amelia and Iris get dragged straight into yet another vicious political chess match. Still, he refused to settle for being a concubine to some total stranger. The hero nodded along, because if the plan moved, his role would have to shift too. Nabhai was convinced that if he became the Duke's future son-in-law, he'd command way more power. And right then the prince marched up and told King Zeno that he agreed to announce the engagement at the ceremony. His Majesty lit up with joy because the ministers had been nagging him for ages. So Miefa finally leaned in and asked her father if they'd even dared to object to their wedding. But fate flipped the script. King Julius went and spilled Luke's secret to every minister, and suddenly they were begging for the cub of Fenrir and the ancient dragon to move into their country. This was exactly what the country's top brass thought mattered most. The princess bowed and apologized to her fiancé on her father's behalf, and he didn't even hesitate. He understood it all on his own. The king demanded a sure answer about announcing the engagement, and then the hero leaned in, starting to plead for the princess's hand and swear he'd protect and take care of her for life. Zeno lit up and handed the princess over to the young man, like it was nothing, and the girl's smile never once slipped, because she'd been hearing those same words way too many times lately. A huge crowd packed the closing ceremony of the summoning, and the man kicked off his speech by declaring this one a total success. Wyverns and dragons answered the call. For the very first time, one person forged a contract with an ancient dragon and a legendary beast, an unheard-of feat. The princess called forth a magical creature that no one had ever seen, except 3 times before ever. The ceremony would finally end after they showcased the summoned beasts above rank B. But before any of that, the wyvern Pippi crashed the stage first, and Nabai wasted no time, hunting down the hero because she had something urgent to tell him. The fairy was desperate for the threads tangled in Arachne's web, so Luke had to charm her master, the guy who owned that B-rank familiar. The spider shot her master a question: would he sign her contract? And the boy froze, then snapped around to stare at the teacher, completely lost. Arachne was part spider and part stunning woman, and everyone knew these half-breeds had sharp minds, could talk, and the Ranilla counted them as a full-on race, yet they were still magical through and through. Their threads could spin into truly superior fabric, so some people signed contracts with them just to strip-mine the material, and everyone knew it was basically greed in formal clothing. Arachnes were all female, and once they bonded with their owners, they turned into the absolute best companions. They say these creatures could even fight their spider instincts. But the moment she gave birth, she tore into herself to feed her babies, and the owner would be crushed by the loss. He liked the idea of having companions, but the moment it felt like more than that, he panicked, so he told them to keep it strictly as friendship. Gluck couldn't quite swallow the words this gentleman fed him, so he turned to the fairy and demanded, "Why do you need a web?" Nabhai answered without hesitation, "To weave clothes." The hero called up the Arachne's owner, and the second the prince appeared, panic hit, so they hurried to explain exactly what they wanted from him. Luke leaned in and demanded he borrow some of his familiar's webbing. And yeah, Luke made it clear he'd pay too, just tell him the price. The young man waved it off. He'd already grabbed another offer and was set to sell his web to a dress shop. But right as he started talking, an Arachne cut him off mid-sentence. She figured selling the web to the prince would rake in more money than the store. But when the boy tried to talk it through, he insisted he'd already promised. The fairy caught on fast to how stubborn the Arachne was. She knew the smart move wasn't pushing trade, it was winning the prince over. Eventually, the young man finally caved to Luke's plan, and Luke told him he'd only have to pocket a little while the rest could be sold off safely, which made the young man feel genuinely grateful for Luke's concern. Arachne leaned in and asked the prince what kind of threads he wanted to receive. Zeno strode onto the stage, barked a loud throat clear to tear through the noise, and kicked off his greeting, just in time for everyone to spot a few razor-rare familiars lurking outside the academy. The royal castle had an ogre lurking inside, while the temple buzzed with a raging fire dragon, and every guest went completely silent, staring like their eyes just couldn't believe it. His Majesty made it clear that most of the people in that room probably already knew what was coming, and then, right on cue, he waved Luke, Maiafa, and Amelia over to stand beside him. The hero flashed a brave grin and offered his hand to the princess, pulling her up onto the stage, and then the king boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, meet our hero." Before introducing him as the third Prince of Volg, calling his daughter the second princess, and naming his final companion as Duke Forest's eldest daughter. The 3 of them weren't here to perform, they were here to announce their engagement. So at the summoning ceremony, the hero got locked in as the king of Farrell's future son-in-law, and the rumor exploded fast, ripping across the whole country and beyond. A massive saddle slid onto the dragon's back, and Zeno watched, jaw clenched, because the moment for his test flight had finally arrived. Was everything really ready? Mieva couldn't believe her father was pushing to fly Diana again. Luke ran a hand over his familiar and told her with total confidence that it wouldn't be a big problem. She told him the scales along her back were so tough that the saddle, or even the rider, couldn't feel a thing. His Majesty snapped, "When did you pull off a saddle this beautiful?" Because the ceremony was barely over. The young prince scratched his head, totally baffled, because he couldn't just come out and say Nabai had pulled it off in the magic workshop. Mifa snorted at the clothes, saying they'd been left too long and now reeked weirdly, while the protagonist leaned in and asked Nabai if she could forge a ring from mithril. She grinned, nodded yes, and immediately started crafting it. After a while, the guy finally got the ring in his hands, and she asked if he liked it. He grinned and swore it was perfect, saying he'd just tweaked the size himself. Then he hit the metal transformation, fixed the formula and the ring size, and punched it into the database. It could purify, shield against poison, and even shrink or expand, though one person could wear it at a time. He immediately called Amelia and Mifa, and the moment he slipped the ring onto her finger, he declared it was an engagement ring with a ticking clock. The girls stared at it like it was magic itself, because it wore a cleansing and poison shield spell. The poison protection is permanent, forever draining magicka as it keeps her safe, while the cleansing side only kicks in when magical energy is flowing through it, and honestly, that timing is ridiculously convenient. Zeno slammed his hand down and shouted for them to stop, because the king needed protection from poisons too. Then he started pressuring the girl to hand it to her father, and Luke snapped back that it was just an engagement gift. Zeno didn't back down. He swore he had to defend himself from getting poisoned too. The bracelet was sealed with a protective spell, but man, it was brutally heavy. Nabi warned him that only weak beginner spells could snatch items, and that even the dungeon had never coughed up any powerful artifacts ever. The protagonist finally understood what he'd done wrong. He'd burned through way too much magic. He snapped to King Zeno, grumbling that he'd hand him a necklace with a pendant, and the moment his words hit, Zeno lit up and blurted, "Wait, are you for real?" He even asked if the power came from King Julius. Then the kid slumped and admitted, defeated, that it hadn't. It was his. Zeno pressed him again. Did he really get every bit of this from his mentor? I mean, healers can't work without that stuff. Luke thought he'd slipped by clean and that he'd left a mark. He told Mifa she just had to spill a little blood on the ring, and she nodded and did it right away. Then he slid the ring into Amelia's hands. Zeno couldn't believe it. He got another ring, and now he wanted it badly too. The embarrassed girl stammered to the king that she could hand over the ring as a gift from the duchy. Yet the protagonist hesitated hard, because that ring was supposed to be a gift ring. He begged Natalie to lend a hand with her blood seal, then insisted the cleansing spell was a breeze easy work, no big effort needed. Picture the exact vibe you want, then shove that magical power straight into the ring. She got it instantly and leaped in to try. After a little time, she beamed at the guy and thanked him for real, because his help had wiped that weird smell off her clothes. Then he smiled right back. They all agreed it was go time, and the girls marched up to Diana, the dragon, grinning as they greeted her with pure joy. After their flight, Iris told him she'd treat him with a huge, juicy chunk of meat as thanks, and when the dragon saw that, its eyes lit up with pure, satisfied delight. She screeched that her food had to be cooked right and cooked all the way, and the girl nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the guy decided there was no need to bribe Diana, buckled his seatbelt, and they tore off. The dragon rocketed into the sky in a flash, leaving the king stranded on the ground, and the crowd erupted in cheers at how fast it streaked over the forest. Diana blurted out that humans and goblins were battling below, and the master squinted forward, couldn't see a thing, and ordered, "I have to drop down a bit." He yanked out a map of the area. 3 wagons sat there, guarded by 12 men, while around 20 goblins circled the spot, and a handful had already been wiped out. He realized they could take it on, but he pushed for patience. Wait a bit, watch everything unfold. Then he turned to the girls and asked if she was with him. Mieva told him they'd lend a hand if he needed it, and that's exactly why Prince Luke won her heart. Pure kindness, right on time. But when she said all that, Luke only blushed and admitted he was embarrassed. While they were waiting, he decided to hand out rings to the other girls too. Same spells as the engagement rings, and the girls were blown away. He told them he wanted them to keep serving for at least 3 more years, and to wear the rings on their right hands. Then they demanded, "Okay, but how many rings do you have?" Nabi clocked it. Something about Iris felt offended, and they'd already started working both spells. Soon, Nabi would be the one casting them too. He could tell she'd been left out, so he rushed over and told her he had a special ring just for her, one that would supercharge her healing powers and crank up her spells. Meanwhile, they grilled him. Could she dodge the blood seal? And if she couldn't, who would she be forced to hand it to? She got the brutal news. She couldn't use it yet, because artifacts this rare almost always demand a seal first. If anyone can get their hands on an artifact, even if it's insanely rare, its value nosedives like a glitchy video game item. He remembered the royal rule: never move without leaving a seal behind, so no relative could ever catch sight of that artifact. While the fight was already over, everyone down below stared as a dragon soared into the sky. Luke shouted that the goblin attack got crushed, and they were free to keep flying, leaving the girls grinning with pure relief. Nabai leaned in and asked if they could veer off for a bit. She wanted to grab clay from the riverbank to craft cooking utensils, right here and now, and it left him completely stunned. She said it was all so she could whip up fresh bread for him the very next day, then even fire off homemade pizza for lunch too. They'd even got a bucket for it, and the guy couldn't stop grinning. Then it hit him. He was losing weight, and she was doing it too. So he still promised Diana they'd set up camp by the riverbank, and the next thing they hit was solid ground. He lifted Iris's spinal off her, told her he was heading to the river for clay, and ordered her to keep watch. She nodded. But the moment he said clay, her surprise hit hard. After a while, Nabai and the protagonist finally reached the river. She spotted that the bank was pure clay, and with a little magic, they could pick the perfect spot they wanted. As he watched the work unfold, the clay slid straight into his inventory like it belonged there. Then it hit him. He could mine anything this way, and bit by bit, those empty slots started filling up. He shot Nabai a quick question. Was that enough? She nodded without hesitation, and just like that, they turned back. While off to the side, the girls were absolutely loving the water, splashing and laughing like it was the best day ever. When they spotted him, relief hit, like, "Thank goodness you're back." And he laughed, calling it cute while saying they were totally having fun. Then he blushed hard at the sight. Mifa shot back that she was the one who kicked off the water game, and he swore that when summer hit, they'd grab bathing suits and set up real trips to the river. She stared like, what does that even mean? And he broke it down, swimming, fishing, and shrimping. Her face lit up instantly as she cheered, "I love fishing, that's a brilliant idea." After a while, they finally crashed into the Duke's castle, and the girls were blown away because they were already there. Diana must be insanely strong. Then the dragon leaned in and asked the boy if he liked her, and he shot back that it was very quick. Then she snapped into a human form, and everyone nearby froze in awe. So the protagonist rushed over and yelled at the girls to get her clothes. Luke couldn't stand the idea of her being naked every time she transformed, but she just shrugged. Dragons didn't exactly come with clothes, and she sighed that it was a real shame humans weren't built the same way. He quizzed Nabai about any useful spells, and she shook her head. No magic like that existed. Then pointed out that dungeons hide artifacts that can instantly strip you down and dress you back up in seconds, so he fired back, asking where to find one. She shot back that those artifacts were way too rare to buy, but she still believed his magic could forge something with the same kind of power, yet he couldn't shake the doubt. Magic wouldn't budge unless he had a sharp picture of the object in his head, but because he was ripped from another world, he could forge a wild, impossible artifact. So he went for it. And right then, the folks waiting for them stepped in, saying they'd been expecting them all along. A carriage was rolled up for them, and they were ushered right inside. When the protagonist clocked the time and gasped, "Only 6." He apologized fast and asked to stretch his legs with a quick walk down the main street, and before anyone could say no, they took off. Luke's jaw dropped at the crowd. Adventurers everywhere and people grabbing groceries for dinner. And then he froze when he realized Amelia was walking practically right on top of him. And somehow there weren't a single bench in sight. She told him there weren't any on the main street. Food stalls and benches were all set up in the central square, and he listened like it mattered. Turns out that flight by the river did wonders for Diana. Before, she'd hide behind the table every single time, but now she's casually chatting with the guy like nothing ever happened. They yelled that he wasn't allowed to go shopping, and he grudgingly gave in. Then Nabai leaned in and said she cared about his figure, asking if he could rein in his appetite. He thought it was pure mockery. Then she went and claimed it was built 100% to match his tastes, and he immediately figured she was lying. He pulled Amelia aside and asked if she knew the area well, because he was hunting for a place to buy something, and she shot back, "What exactly do you need?" He hunted down a flower shop, then yelled that he needed eggs, milk, and some mithril too. So when she pressed him about flowers again, he snapped back that flowers and herbs were required for shampoo and other cosmetics, and before he could finish, she grabbed his hand and dragged him along. He leaned in and asked if anything was bothering her, and the girl spun around in shock, then looked down and realized she'd been clutching his sleeve. Then it hit her, instant embarrassment. So she blurted apologies with real worry, and the guy told her to slow down and check if she was okay. But panic took over and she snapped back that she was. She said she wouldn't have caught it at all until he brought it up. Then he shrugged and guessed she'd just been hunting shampoo, reassuring her that everything was cool, before asking her to walk him to the right shop. Meanwhile, she kept insisting she could talk to him without using the table like a shield, and he realized she was only just now catching on. At the castle, Lala burst into joyful cheers as she welcomed Amelia back with open arms. Amelia sprinted up to her sister and wrapped her in a tight hug, then paused to ask, "Is everything okay?" And she crushed her brother Luke in a hug, telling him she was just as happy to see him. Then, right at that moment, something crawled out from under his clothes, and Luke's eyes snapped to her like he finally remembered she was there. She gasped, staring at the little cutie, and blurted, "Who are you?" And he smiled, saying it was Hattie, the cub of the legendary Fenrir. She leaned in close and apologized, and he answered by rubbing his arms against hers, so tender it made her feel instantly touched. Right then, a servant swooped in and told them to come inside so he could escort everyone to the living room. Only Luke immediately said he had to check on Duchess Sasha first, and he motioned for Amelia to follow him. The girl nodded back with a quick, eager yes. They even pulled Lala into the plan, and she happily said yes, until Iris fumed that she wasn't included and declared she'd join, and the guy calmly said, "I was gonna invite you too." They burst into the venue, and the Duchess immediately got the word. The prince had arrived and wanted to see her. The butler stepped in, saying he'd come to ask after her health and whether she could receive him, and she nodded and agreed. When they finally stepped inside, she jolted upright in bed and greeted them, and Sasha snapped that her taking a night off to skip academy classes wasn't worth it, only for him to grin and say they'd be family soon, then immediately threw up a barrier to keep them safe. Worried sick, Amelia hurried up to her mother and saw how the illness had drained all her strength, and her mother stared back at her like she was trying to say something. Meanwhile, the protagonist threw open the windows and blasted the room clean with a cleansing spell, then turned to her and asked how she felt. She smiled and said she was way better than before. Her coughing finally eased, and the chest pain dulled to a whisper. So the man promised he'd push one more treatment, then hit her with aqua therapy and rehab right after. She couldn't stop staring at his healing magic. One breath, and her fever crashed. Her whole body suddenly felt light as air. Lala beamed and wrapped her arms around the boy, thanking him, and he couldn't help thinking she looked like an angel. Then the Duchess leaned in and asked if Lala could join them for dinner that night, and he said he figured there wouldn't be any harm. The girl reminded them they'd promised to show up by 9, so everyone had been standing by together since 2 hours ago, ready to catch them the moment they arrived. He snapped back that he never figured out how long the flight would take on that dragon, and he should have warned them the moment they landed in the city. She shot back that they'd seen it all already from the window, perched on that black dragon. Luke insisted the dragon would probably hop out in small bites from the window, but when it actually appeared, it was massive, and soon they'd soar on its back together. The girl could barely contain her excitement. The protagonist told everyone he couldn't step away because he had to watch over the castle's people, so he grabbed Lala and ordered her to take over the baby. Then he literally handed him over to her. Lave blurts out, excited, "So you'll really trust me with you?" And the guy grins back that, based on everything, he's got a real thing for her. Too bad he's stuck living in her corner all the time. The Duchess leaned in and asked if he was the baby of a magical beast. He nodded and even shrugged off her worries, saying he was still tiny. Then she asked, "Can I pet you?" And he grinned, yes. The girls lit up at the cub, and the protagonist begged them not to exhaust the Duchess. Amelia shot them a worried look. Then she wheeled back to the prince and thanked him for saving her mother, then boldly announced she'd ride with him and have dinner with the Duchess. She also wanted to thank the maids who'd taken care of her, and the Duchess said they were nothing but kind. But then one of the infected girls still hadn't recovered, so she had to get checked right away. Then they slipped out of the room, and Luke couldn't shake his worry over timid Amelia as the maid stepped in to escort them. Luke hurriedly told her, "We're only heading to check on the patients, so call Iris for us or she'll feel snubbed." They burst into the servants' quarters, and the protagonist snapped open the window right away. Then he asked the girl how she was holding up. She said nothing had gotten worse. He pressed his hand to her forehead, grimly confirmed a slight fever, and promised they'd start treatment immediately. The girl asked, voice trembling, if she'd really feel better. Then he said it would take 2 more days, and that answer totally stunned the patient. After he spoke, she fell into deep thought for a beat, and the second the protagonist saw her staring, he snapped, shocked, and demanded to know what just happened. She said she was terrified of what might happen once the Duchess finally woke up. Then another maid shot back that the prince must not be told. He should stay quiet, and she demanded Nabai explain. She swore the girls were purchased only because the Duchess was sick, then locked in as lifers, too. Still, in this world, aristocrats almost never hand out jobs like that. In the Duke's castle, these girls sit at the very bottom of the ladder, so low that even the hired hands call them servants, and their lives hang by a thread, controlled by every single whim of their masters. The girls were basically doomed to die of tuberculosis, and to keep the guilt from eating Duchess alive, he at least ordered that they be fed properly. Visitors warned that before long they wouldn't be needed anymore, and that they'd be sold off for someone else's use. Turns out a castle staff member let the secret slip. Luke stared at it in pure shock, baffled by how it was everywhere, and he shot the girls a question. Are you scared you'll get kicked out soon? And the girl answered with a quick, nervous nod. He snapped back, don't worry, no one's touching her, and said they'd handle Duchess Sasha, swearing she'd never let her maids get hurt while he'd personally back her with a strong word. Amelia also leaned in and promised she'd speak to her father, and the maids, eyes shining, swallowed hard, because they said Amelia had just saved them. A frog went off outside, and the guy snapped, "What the heck is that?" The girl grinned and said, "That's just us. This whole place is a drain pipe under the building." She added, "We don't always croak this loud." And you could practically feel it coming. Rain was on the way, either that evening or the next morning. One of the girls, cheeks blazing red, apologized that they couldn't leave the room because the food was just too delicious, and that hit the guy like a shock. After that, she said it was basically impossible for Prince Zave to eat frogs. Then Luke shot back with, "Wait, I heard frog meat tastes just like chicken," and he leaned in to ask what she thought. She said they were insanely tasty, and if you bake them with salt, frogs taste even better than rabbit meat. He demanded how they even caught them, and she shrugged, saying they had no fancy gear at all. She just grabbed them by hand. The boy was burning with curiosity, because honestly he had no clue how to make fishing rods. Then Nabai spotted spools of thread stitched with spider webs, and they still needed bamboo stalks that would dry in just 3 days. Their base better be built like a fortress, because in his world it was just little frogs, and now they were triple-sized, staring back at them. After a bit, they finally pushed toward the bamboo and started whipping together their very first fishing rod. He pulled it off, and Amelia immediately snapped, "So what are you planning to do with that stick?" And he said, dead serious, "I'm gonna catch frogs." She stared at him in disbelief, asking if a prince really belonged to an occupation like that. Then he shrugged and said frog meat was lean and dietary, not fatty, and the shock on her face said it all. He scanned the place and found every frog jammed inside a pipe, then blurted, "Wait, is this a drain?" Nabai nodded and told him those pipes carried water for washing clothes and watering the gardens. He called the girls inside him, then slipped forward on stealth alone, every step silent, every foot spell-empowered to stay unheard. He flung his line into the water, and the frogs immediately spotted him and surged into a frenzy. Then when he hauled one up, he felt the weight and realized it was way heavier than it should have been. He demanded Nabai tell him where to slice her, and she answered, "Cut between the eyes." Then he went to work. She couldn't believe it. Snagging that frog gave her skills a massive jolt, like these pipes were a survival battlefield where only the toughest could last, and the strongest kept themselves alive by eating their own kind. The boy couldn't believe it. This level jump was exactly the same as when Killian Orc leveled up, and for him, it felt like the perfect opening to seize his chance. Later, he herded the girls together and snapped out a plan. Everyone split into groups. He told Miafa she was staying behind, and she nodded like it was no big deal. He leaned in and told Lala they'd go hunting together, frog hunting, no less, then reassured her they were totally harmless, so she didn't have to be scared. The girl lit up and said she was ready to try, and the guy offered to teach her a couple times first. Then she dove right in. She tossed her line into the water, and the frogs clamped onto the bait. Then the tug wouldn't budge because one frog fought back hard. The protagonist snapped at her to pull with all her might. She yanked it onto the shore, and the guy immediately asked if she could cut it herself. She just swallowed her nerves and said she'd try. After a while, she looked at her own work and beamed, saying her skills had seriously leveled up, and the protagonist couldn't help but praise her for it. Mieva bragged that she even bumped her rank up to 9th, and Luke shot back that if she hit the temple for quests, she could climb one more. Mieva was like, "That's perfect." Then she pitched catching even more frogs, and the others couldn't stop itching to jump in and join the hunt with him. The girls dove into frog hunting, and the protagonist kept his eyes locked on them. Then he motioned for Miafa to come closer and take a shot at catching one herself, leaving her genuinely stunned. He leaned in and asked if she was scared of frogs, and she shot back that it wasn't the frogs themselves she disliked. It was their weird color. Then he grinned and said, "You don't have to touch a thing, just try to catch them, I'll help." And her face lit up because they were about to do it together. After a bit, she dropped her line into the water, and a frog snapped onto the hook, yanking hard as it struggled. She gripped the line tight, confident and ready. She swore she was yanking with every ounce of strength, but the main character gripped her and shouted that they had to hook it first. So the girl tore the frog free, and it shot straight into Iris's face. She hurled it aside and yelled, demanding why the prince was doing this to her. Then he apologized on the spot and cast a purification spell that wiped everything spotless clean. With a rage-filled, tear-streaked face, she stared at him as Meef rushed to apologize, swearing she never meant to do it. Iris snapped back that she had nothing to apologize for because it was all Prince Luke's fault, and when he shot back in rage that she was wrong, claiming it was just a pure accident, Meef cut in, saying he wasn't lying, but Iris still had to forgive them. Iris clocked what was going on, dipped low in a bow, and admitted she'd slandered them by mistake, begging them not to stay mad. Then the boy shot back that he wasn't angry at all. About an hour later, they burst back to the cabin, and Lala was practically glowing, thrilled he'd hit level 10, then he beamed and congratulated her. The girls jumped in too, and she lit up with gratitude as Luke declared, "Tomorrow we're heading to the temple to handle their errands." Then he cut the chase and said the hunt was over. Everyone agreed. Then he stared at the mountain of frogs they'd hauled in and thought, "Okay, what now?" Navi snapped back, "Sell them, easy money. One skin could fetch 1,000 guineas, and a whole carcass could bring 2,000, enough to rake in a serious profit." He demanded what they made from frog skin, and she shot back that amphibian hide was tough, silky, and even stretchy, used for shoes and bags. And then she asked if the skins could be processed in a workshop, but he just grinned and said he'd do it himself. Back home, the maid stared in shock when he said he wanted to butcher frogs, and the protagonist then turned to them, asking straight up if they knew how to do it. She whispered back that she understood. Then Nabhai confessed he thought she was scared the other maids would reject her, and he ordered her to cut up one of the frogs herself. She told me to begin with a circular cut on the neck, because that skin is tough as steel, and your knife has to be razor sharp. This part is the make or break step, so I'd better stay locked in and careful. Next, plunge your hands into the neck cut and split head from carcass in one brutal sweep, then peel the skin clean off in one go. If you don't make the cut, you'll lose out on selling it for a much higher price. Once the skin's off, slice the whole carcass right down the middle. Those hind legs are where the real delicious meat is, while the rest, not much to write home about, and barely anyone even bothers to eat it. After that, she grinned and suggested they tear one frog apart together, and Lala screamed she wanted to try. But the other girls shot the idea down, and the protagonists swore they could handle it on their own, so they plunged in and got to work. The boy leaned in and told the girl to stab some holes with a fork. So she did exactly that, while the protagonist stayed busy piecing everything together. He asked if they had a spare saucepan, and the maid told him a gardener used to live there. Then he packed up the dishes when he left. Luke turned to Nabai and demanded a frying pan, and she immediately agreed. After a little while, the right ingredients and a frying pan slid onto the table. He cracked a grin and said they'd probably already finished dinner, but he still wanted them to have that frying pan and a stack of spices too. The spices taste amazing for cooking and for keeping food fresh, and then he even drafts a memo. So they thank him, and after a bit everyone heads back to the mansion. The maid who greeted them beamed and declared dinner was ready, and Lala lit up with joy. Then the same disgruntled maid grumbled that she'd already begged Prince Luke to stop dragging the girls into those weird games. He snapped that this wasn't a game. It was a hunt, no danger at all, just his skills sharpening with every step. Then he turned to Lala and demanded her current level. She grinned and said, "Level 10 already," and the maid nearly dropped in shock. In just an hour, they leveled up so hard that she practically begged forgiveness for calling it a weird little hobby. He just shrugged like, "Yeah, that's fine," because it was still a blast. Mieva beamed and announced her level had climbed to 10 too. Then she practically begged to hit the temple tomorrow, so she had a carriage readied for everyone, and the maid hurried to fix it up. She even asked, "Should I start the bath for us?" And he smirked, saying, "I've already cast a spell to wipe off the dirt, so we eat dinner first." He blurted that he was heading to meet Her Majesty the Queen, and they'd hook up in the dining room instead. So they nodded in agreement, and later, he showed up in the dining room. As they stepped in, everyone cheered their engagement, and the butler promised a proper ceremony tomorrow. So today, they chose to visit and pay their respects side by side, while the hero bowed and thanked everyone. Iris was there too, and the girl didn't just stay quiet. She declared she wasn't some lowly servant in the Duke's house anymore, she was the princess at last, so they let her sit at their table. Nabai told Iris that her father had just been promoted to a count, and thanks to Iris, his power had suddenly gotten rock solid. A whole spread of dishes and sweet treats covered the table, and once Luke took a few bites, he called out for the chef. When the man finally showed up, Luke leaned in and asked what he should be interested in. The protagonist couldn't stop raving about how insanely tasty it was, especially that cooked fish. And yeah, it was a total hit. Then he added like it was fate that he'd asked for the freshest fish from the southern lake that very morning, and it wasn't an accident. Nabai told him they'd apparently been setting everything up with insane care for his visit, and since he didn't remember ever saying he wanted fish, he better watch every word he chose. The moment the protagonist realized he'd remembered that he wanted fish, surprise hit hard, and he thanked them for all their work, which lit up the cook with pure joy. Luke asked them to save him some fresh milk, eggs, and cheese, and then he grinned, saying he'd gladly help if Luke ever asked him to jump back into cooking again. Sasha noticed the kitchen staff finally got a break tomorrow, and everyone couldn't wait to see Prince Luke cook for himself. The chef asked if he could lend a hand, and the guy quickly guessed he just wanted a fresh recipe. Then he admitted, chefs don't really love it when someone copies their work, and he apologized right after. While Anna was dug into her lunch, she snapped that the prince was downright greedy. He wouldn't even share the recipe. The Duchess clocked that brand new, never-tried recipes are the real gold, and now she's begging for dishes at the festive reception that nobody's tasted before. And trust me, the sharpest chefs are booked solid because the aristocrats won't settle for anything less. Luke leaned in and said he wanted his own name in the culinary world too. Brand new recipes could rake in real money. The girl blinked, admitted she didn't know, and rushed to apologize. The protagonist thought he was finally praising the chef, but then he turned away wearing a disappointed face, making the girls instantly blush with embarrassment. While Lala begged her brother to play the piano, Mieva chimed in that she wanted to listen too. He instantly agreed and sprang to his feet, and Navi instantly clocked how suspiciously fast he said yes. He strode up to the piano, staring straight ahead. Now that the girl had brought him sheet music, he finally felt steady, and he chose to kick things off with Beethoven. As his fingers danced across the keys, the girls stared at him in awe, instantly seeing something beautiful in every note. They couldn't stop wondering what it was. Then he beckoned them over and told them to hop in and try playing too. Lala slid onto the piano bench and started playing like she meant it. Then the moment she finished, he burst into applause and told her she'd gotten way better than before. With a bright grin, she said she was thrilled because she'd practiced a ton, and he couldn't help but think she was just so sweet. He asked if she liked playing the piano, and she lit up saying she wanted to play just like her brother, so he immediately offered her his sheet music to learn from. If she practiced with them, she'd finally nail the melody he was playing, and once she thanked him, the other girls surged over, begging him to pass it to them too. He whipped his hands around and told them he figured they needed every note, so he tossed them today's melody, and they thanked him like crazy. Seeing Diana doze off in that chair, he knew it was time to call it a night, and the girls nodded along without a fight. In the middle of the protagonist's room, he slumped at his desk, staring down rings of iron and mithril as if they were ready to explode. Then Diana strode in and demanded what he was up to, and he admitted he was testing appropriation magic, only for her to press him again. He shot back that he wanted to build a storage facility in subspace, and she said with his skills, it probably wouldn't be a hard thing at all. But until you try it, you'll never know. He studied it closely and realized the ring he kept had just one slot, while the ones he handed the girls had 4. Diana told him the number of slots was tied to the mithril amount, and then it hit him. He'd only scraped together 10% this time, so it still wasn't anywhere near enough. He ripped off an ancient idea and built a storage ring for space, until it finally turned into a beast that could hold 5 to 10 kilogram objects. Honestly, it wasn't bad. He set the ring down and went for it, starting the experiment right there. First, he had to conjure the vault in his mind using appropriation magic, and then he carried out every required step. Then he leaned in and asked Nabai if everything was okay, and she smiled back that it all turned out perfectly. So he demanded a way to swap clothes instantly, just like Diane could change her appearance, and he set out to build a wardrobe that looked as stylish as his dream. You're stuck with just 2 sets. So he dubbed the first one in his head, pictured the outfit, and started packing the academy uniform inside. Then caught himself and decided to test it out by waving the ring. Diana stared at him, stunned. After his little scheme, he suddenly found himself stuffed into his academy uniform, and the girl stared like it was magic. She couldn't believe it worked, but he just sighed and admitted it didn't work that great. His shirt buttons were popped open, and his belt hung loose. Then he tore into his own magic and declared with full confidence that he could change clothes way better than anyone else. He snapped and demanded, "Where did I mess up?" And Nabai shot back that the real problem wasn't his effort, it was that he never built a detailed enough mental picture. Picture a shirt with every button snapped shut. Now imagine the clothes are already on your body, like you're wearing them for real. He dressed himself in magic, fixing the mistakes in his head as he went. Too many clothes and no time to sweat his own outfit yet. So he grabbed Lala's dresses first. He kept grinding on that question until the night went dark. Then when morning hit, an open window yanked him awake, because it was Iris asking him what time it was. She told him it was almost 5 in the morning, then grinned and proposed they take a walk around the Duke's castle that very day. He immediately nodded, agreeing. Suddenly he felt scorching hot. Then he yanked the blanket off and froze as Diana and Spinal slept in his own bed, while Iris fumed because Diana still hadn't learned to wear pajamas. While the protagonist used the cleansing to wash away the sweat, Iris blared, telling everyone it was time to get up and go for a walk. Then they all traded good morning greetings. Iris spotted the scissors on the table and shot him a look. "Did you work all night again?" And he admitted he'd been up way too late and still hadn't gotten enough sleep. The girl snapped at him, begging him not to work without her because she wanted to learn too. And when he said he'd be making shampoo and told her she could help, she agreed on the spot, and they rushed into the training room. Right inside, everyone was locked into what they were doing, and the second he walked in, he greeted the whole room. Then the girls spun toward him and burst out with, "Good morning." She glared at him in outrage and snapped that she never even imagined he'd be training, and he wrote it off as, "She's just too mad this morning." Lala sprinted up to him and blurted out that she'd crashed at Amelia's, and the moment she said it, embarrassment burned her cheeks, but then she grinned hard because she hadn't been home in ages, and now she was getting spoiled. The boy grinned and said it felt nice, then admitted he thought she was cute. So when he slid down by the wall, Iris marched over and asked if he was running today, and he sighed that the guards had already mocked him on the way in. Spotting the guys, he clocked that they were staring at the girl, clearly itching to get to know her, so he pushed the idea. "Let's head back to the room and grab some tea." She shot back that they didn't have time for casual hookups, and Luke chimed in that maybe they should just ask her out. She shrieked, "Fine, then I'll just say I'm the prince's assistant in training, and I've got zero time for a goodbye." He shot back, "That's perfectly clear." He rapped hard on the Duchess's door, boldly saying he wanted to whisk her away for breakfast, and before he could even blink, she opened it and waved him inside, where the girls greeted him with bright smiles. The maids gushed their thanks for the frog meat, tearing into it with pure joy, then diving into new spices like they'd never tasted anything like it before. He just grinned and said he was glad to help. He also said, "For now, don't work." The maid insisted she was fine, but he shot back, "The treatment worked, but you still need real rest to recover fully." They nodded and promised they understood. The Duchess snapped the girls out of the room, then leaned in to speak privately with the protagonist, and he just stood there utterly baffled. She said she'd heard he'd been training healers, and he nodded, then told her if she was scared for her illness, they could fix it, but she'd just have to wait a few more days. But she snapped back that it wasn't about the argument at all. She wanted him to treat her, sure, but she also demanded he cure every single sick person in their duchy. He looked utterly baffled and demanded answers, and she snapped back that he had to prove to everyone, without a doubt, that he could actually cure tuberculosis. Nabai said the Duchess wasn't talking about just the Duke. Now the whole duchy and people beyond it were sizing him up. So they ordered him to cure several patients, and he knew it could win over everyone who was still on the fence, including even his harshest opponents, because he remembered exactly who stood against him and who stayed neutral, and yeah, the aristocrats were slippery, but he understood their game. So yeah, they're hustling to clear his name across the whole kingdom ASAP. She nodded and said, "That's basically true." Then she swallowed hard and apologized for using him like that, because the truth is, she felt seriously awkward about it. He told them he was thankful for the chance and vowed to cure everyone he could. Then he was raring to go the second breakfast was done. She thanked him with pure joy. The Duchess said she wanted to be there too, and he shrugged it off, "No problem," then asked if she had the strength to stay upright for hours. She shot back that she'd try, and she was sure that once seriously sick people saw her already standing and walking, hope would spark in them too. She's panicking over her friends, she hasn't heard a word from them in ages, so the protagonist insists they'll tackle it together. But first, they have to grab food. As they took off, he demanded where the sick wards were, and she told him they were inside an aristocrat's house, just a couple minutes away by carriage. They arrived at the site fast, strode through the sick rooms, and checked on every single one before focusing on her. Then he asked, straight up, how she was feeling. She said she was a bit worn out, thanked the young man, and just like that, her friends snapped back to their senses, so they could actually talk again, and she admitted she was totally stunned. She blurted out in pure awe that it was an incredible medicine, and then demanded to know if he made it himself. He smiled and said, "No," because that strength came straight from the infusion. He snapped back that alchemy was in his blood, but the specialized skills just weren't there yet. Then level 30 Iris pressed him hard. How could he brew a top-tier healing potion, yet still couldn't make a simple tonic? He told her his mentor said those potions were equally brutal too, but he'd never cracked them. Then she leaned in, desperate to try anyway, and he snapped back that she had to master alchemical magic first. She told them she had no talent for it, and he, totally baffled, said it would take brutal hard work. Because alchemy blends monastic magic with the dark arts, and she already had bits of dark magic in her bones. She's got monastic magic too, so yeah, she can do it. Even simple moves like splitting and extraction take ages to master, and that's why most people quit. With total confidence, she swore she'd put in at least a year of work. The mentor kept grilling, "So what did you really learn in a whole year?" And the girl just stared, not getting it at all. Sure, they were probably all busting their tails. Then Luke finally spotted it. They'd pulled up to the Duke's castle. Iris blurted that this talk mattered way too much to pause, so he didn't cut himself off. Then the guy stared right at her. He ordered her to send the Duchess to rest first, and promised they'd talk while he cooked dinner. Later, down in the kitchen, the young man chopped and mixed a bunch of ingredients, then slid the baked goods into the oven. He kept the talk going, saying students practice their magic specialty just once a week in class. But then he hit the real question. How often do they actually use magic in the real world? Those ingredients cost an arm and a leg, so nobody even tries much. When she agreed he was right, she snapped that the students were poor. His mentor had rare herbs tucked away in the royal garden, and every single day fresh plants arrived from the temple greenhouses, while she pushed him to train until exhaustion crushed him. And for years, he buried himself in spell study, devouring knowledge from thousands of books. So he'd already racked up tons of practice. Plus, even if you skip alchemy, a decent grasp of healing magic and the right ingredients lets you brew potions just fine, so burning cash on supplies wasn't something he had to do for training. She echoed his words and declared that if they pulled the ingredients out through alchemy, the medicine would blow the usual method out of the water. Then she pushed forward and begged to learn it. The protagonist promised that the second he was back at the academy, he'd start teaching her alchemy, and the moment the words landed, her face lit up as she thanked him over the moon. A stranger strolled up to a kid pounding the piano keys, joked that they should go fishing instead, and when the boy asked why, he just shrugged it off, saying the weather was perfect. Soon enough, they finally reached the spot, unzipped the bags, grabbed their fishing rods, and decided to cook up tempura for dinner, frying it all together until they tasted it and went, "Wow, this is insanely good." Outside, rain pounded the world, while our main character shoved the pans onto the stove, firing up lunch, and the girls leaned in, begging to know what they'd be eating today, completely hooked. He shot back that he planned to cook the frogs he'd caught the day before, and the girls gasped, convinced he was about to make them choke down all kinds of creepy, weird creatures. He tossed the meat into the frying pan and declared it was the red-veined stuff from the very first magical creature Lala bagged. And yeah, she'd skinned the frog herself. The Duchess froze in shock and opened her mouth to speak, but the maid cut her off fast, said his grace would surely rage if she did, and the protagonist couldn't wrap their head around why. Sasha said Gale loved Lala like crazy, until he'd even screamed that they ate his daughter's first kill without him, and he wanted to, too, so yeah, he'd probably be furious. He insisted the food had to be fresh, so he snapped that there was no time to wait for people who weren't even there, then turned to the girl and asked if she'd help him cook, and she said yes with a huge grin. She kept her eyes locked on him, replaying every step like it mattered. Then they split the food and chose to fry the first portions right away. The protagonist told them, "First, drop them down low so the oil won't explode everywhere. Then be careful because one wrong move and you'll burn yourself." Lala mimicked his moves with laser focus, and he said they'd cook 6 pieces at a time. When she stared at the meat, she lit up and called it delicious, the smell already making her mouth water. He shouted that it'd be ready any minute, and once the pieces hit that golden brown glow, they yanked them out, laid them on the grill to shed the extra oil, and that's when the frog stew turned into a full-on frying masterpiece. I took a bite and he lit up like, "Yep, that's tasty. Though yeah, it probably won't fill you up, and honestly, it'd taste way better if you fried it in batter." The girl lit up with excitement and begged her mom to try it too, and her mother grinned just as wide, especially when she realized this was the girl's very first time cooking. Even the maids wanted a taste, Pamela included. Nabai watched closely and said it felt like she was itching to test the food herself before the girls swallowed it. Pamela said the taste was mild but really nice, and Anna burst out that it was her first time making it, so she had to try too. Then she gladly handed some over, and the protagonist did the same for Mieva, who snatched the piece with a happy grin. Meanwhile, Diana couldn't stop drooling over the spread, and Mietha practically beamed as she declared it delicious. Diana was absolutely thrilled with the appetizer. Luke declared the next batch would be breaded and fried, first coating each piece, then laying them down with super care so no oil splashed from the neighbors, and yep, Lala jumped in to cook again. While she stared at the food, the girl lit up and said she loved the hunt, the cooking, and then gorging with friends, and her uncle had taught her to truly value that whole journey. Brother Luke beamed because Lana finally got this experience, and because he'd pulled it off. They dug in, loved every bite, and couldn't stop praising Lana. Lala fired off a heartfelt thank you to Mr. Luke, and then Lala, Anna, and Amelia soaked up everything they could learn. He leaned in and reminded them, someone took hours to craft this meal, so eat up and be grateful. They sliced the potatoes into neat rounds and laid them out to dry. The owner shot back that they were potato chips. The owner told them the husband wouldn't make it home today because the rain was pounding down, and his companions nodded along, deciding to push their temple trip to later. One of the girls swallowed her pride and apologized, because she genuinely couldn't stop herself from wanting to go. The Duchess snapped back that the Duke didn't need anyone's approval in the first place. But if anyone makes a big decision without asking the Duke, his temper flares instantly. Like a kid who got snubbed, the girl says the Duke and her father take offense the moment they're left out. They argued over the perfect job, and in the end they all agreed. Magical work was made for Lael and Misra. He said it was plenty, that the Duke's daughters could at least protect themselves. Erica, the guard, admitted that, yeah, you sometimes have to throw hands right next to the person you're protecting, and that's not exactly a comfort. They realized a sloppy fighter drags the whole team down. Yet magic might save the day, and Lana could still chase knighthood and sharpen her combat skills because she's all about martial arts. They picked magic like a lifeline and swore to tell their father the truth. Lana got a sweet pink frog purse as a gift, stitched from the skin of the very first frog she ever caught. Lana burst out that it was just a handbag at all. It was a pocket in space with a built-in time stop, and they had to guard it with everything they had. He swore that Mr. Luke made it with his own hands, then bragged that he just leveled up with brand new skills, while the hero demanded nobody spill a word about what he could build. He told you to reach into your purse, then a screen lights up, and if you want to stash something for later, just picture sliding it into a space pocket. Lana blurted out in pure joy, and he fired back with a plan. Let's drill this technique until we own it. She praised her brother Luke as a miracle, and swore she'd look after the little frog herself. Diana then leaned in, and said she had her heart set on a cute little frog-shaped can bag. He swore he wanted to do it for everyone, but he was missing the materials, so the Duchess pushed, asking if there were any mithril mines hiding anywhere near the castle. They stash mithril in ingots for a possible emergency, and the moment the materials are gathered, Amelia and Anna each snag an artifact of their own. He called out what they needed: black iron, adamantite, orichalcum, and mithril, and Pamela jumped in to help the orc haul every last material out of storage. He stripped the crew down to a bare minimum of supplies, then hauled everything else in excess straight over to Luke. The lady said she'd tell Giles later, and made it crystal clear that artifacts worth that much can't be bought with money. He laid out two possible outcomes, but the Duke wasn't the kind of man to lash out at his wife for draining family wealth just to protect their children's future. She figured out why Pamela was so tense. Having all that mithril locked in the castle meant it could forge 800 swords, a massive stash, but Luke's artifacts were something you couldn't buy, no matter how rich you were. With Luke's chances of inventing brand new artifacts sky-high, 20 kilograms is more than enough. The lady asked Pamela to call a hairdresser, and Pamela lit up and said yes, because she was itching to cut her own hair, needing to fix herself after being bedridden for way too long. After the haircut, Natalie and Erica lit up with a yes, and she promised them they could hit the sauna right after. They were itching to test those special cleaning products, so they begged Natalie and Erica to show them exactly how to use them. The girls snapped back to the moment they ground the herbs and fired off. So what's Mr. Luke cooking up in his mind? She couldn't stop herself from wondering. Was he cooking up some medicine for Lala, since Mrs. Lala looked like she was in real pain? He snapped back that it wasn't medicine at all, and that Lala was perfectly healthy. But the kitchen staff bolted the moment the herbs hit, so the only hope left rests on the maids. The hero told Iris to peel and chop the vegetables, and she shot back that she'd handle it no problem. He listed 6 must-have spices: cumin, coriander, cardamom, allspice, chili pepper, and turmeric, and demanded they get mixed until every bit is perfectly blended. The hero kept insisting, again and again, "This isn't a cure." Then I tossed in ginger and garlic, spiked it with cloves, bay leaf, black pepper, and cinnamon, and let it all simmer over low heat until it turned fragrant. He said the pot could handle multiple dishes, then pushed the idea of whipping up a bigger one and saving it for later. Now he's gonna need around a month to cram in that workshop time, and he figured out that for 100 servings, he'll have to crank every single ingredient up by 20. The moment they were finally off the hook, he demanded they slice the beef, then grate the onions and apples. They sautéed the onions until they turned golden brown, then they poured broth into both pans, while he melted butter, whisked in flour, and built the curry sauce from scratch. During the tasting, everyone dove into that dish and loved every single bite. He's calling it tasty, even though it gives his tongue a little electric zing. They said it was insanely delicious and swore they loved Southern food, then admitted the recipe was Japanese all along. He told them he'd save some for the maids because once it steeped it hit harder, and he tucked the pots into his pantry for the day. Then he whipped out a spell and cleaned up in a flash, only for one of the girls to say Lady Amelia was summoning him to her place to talk about something. She burst out, "It's gorgeous," and someone told her every single doll was crafted by Amelia's own hands. He couldn't believe it. These were Amelia's private quarters, and when he stared, she admitted she hated leaving the house, so she'd spent nearly all her time right here. And somehow, without even noticing, she'd gotten hooked on needlework. He blurted out that it wasn't strange one bit, and that having a hobby was no shame at all. Amelia snapped that she needed to tell the real reason she started dodging men. The Duke told us something happened about 5 years ago, and she snapped back, "I don't know." He burst out, saying he and Mizfa were basically identical. He stared at Amelia like she was spellbound, then confessed his reaction felt a bit off. They told him Amelia was drop-dead beautiful, and that he somehow had a level 5 resistance to it, but those resistances don't exist at all. Amelia and Mr. Luke were both watching her closely, and he deliberately played it cool so she wouldn't spiral. Then he told her it was insanely thoughtful of her. She cut the tension by switching topics. Then the girl leaned in and introduced herself. "I'm Sheila." She was warned that it wasn't going to be easy for Mrs. Amelia to recall what happened, so she was the one who ended up telling the story. Sheila E. Harkins, 29 years old and the third daughter of the Harkins family, has been by their side for as far back as she can possibly remember. She graduated from the academy, landed a junior servant gig in the royal castle, and right when Amelia caught sight of her, Amelia snatched her up and made her her own maid. 10 years ago, Zeno wasn't a king yet. He hadn't even claimed the throne, and once he finally ascended, he stepped right into the duke's seat before the throne fully took him. Right at the start of the year, the royal castle throws a grand ball for all the noble heirs who have finally hit 10. 6 years back, Mrs. Amelia tore onto the stage as one of the debutantes. She ended up alone in the dressing room. Then the Viscount pounced on her, and Amelia barely managed to shout for help. After that, fear clawed into her the moment a man came near. Sheila finally admitted that she wasn't just watching. She was tangled up in this story too. Amelia got attacked over a cruel insult, and when they finally pulled back the curtain, the villain was revealed as the Viscount's son, secretly living on the Duke of Forest's lands. The Viscount dodged his taxes and nearly smashed the whole family, and before long the title slipped to someone else. So the Viscount begged the Duke of Guile for mercy, but the Duke shut him down cold. The Viscount plotted to marry Amelia off to his son, because he wanted a direct line into the Duke of Giles' fortune. Miefa was behind it all, and Erica accidentally blurted that the headhunter had a name, hers. He blurted out that it all came down to her job as an investigator. After her dad and uncle pushed her to do it, she figured out which of her subjects was lying, and Duke Forest was so grateful he couldn't hide it. She said nicknames don't mean much to her, yet Mr. Luke still shot her an apology anyway. She heard that he had slid Lady Amelia a ring at just the right moment, and that somehow sealed her trust. Then jealousy snapped to life in Ms. Faw. Ms. Wah told me Sheila pushed her to invite Mr. Luke today, and she'd been watching him closely all along. Sheila finally saw the truth. Mr. Luke wasn't hiding anything, so she swallowed her pride, apologized, and owned up to the fact she'd been spying on her. He insisted he wasn't angry at all, and then said he'd pass the test. He leaned back into the same conversation and asked straight up if there was any way to help Amelia deal with her fear, because what she went through was pure trauma. Magical healing could work, but every time it touched him, memories would come crashing back, and that might unleash even more damage. So they trained her to become the strongest knight, and they dubbed the move Repel, a technique that sends any attack flying back. Turns out Amelia trains her sword every single day. She hates sparring solo, so when her partner said he'd level up too, he pushed for Diana to be the sparring partner to bring her skills up fast. He told her, if your skills are above average, you'll wipe out any opponent, and the fear will disappear all by itself. Amelia thanked Mr. Luke, and you could practically feel her confidence shoot up like a spark. Pamela leaned in and asked if His Highness Luke was with Madame Amelia, and when she heard no, she told him to come inside. Luke said the lady's hair was already styled, she was in great health, and Natalie and Erica should help her with a bath. Then he'd hand over some cosmetics. 2 girls blurted out they wanted in, and he shot back, asking whether they'd need the house's servants to help them get bathed. He begged the girl to learn cosmetics from Natalie, and she nodded right away, then stepped up to organize everything. The butler yanked Luke along straight to the treasury. The orc snapped that his master had commanded him to hand over anything, no matter what, as payment for the treatment. Luke checked the stash and saw the stuff was solid, but nothing made his eyes pop. So he pushed harder, hunting for fire and water dragon magic stones and the class A, B, and C magic stones he needed. For the workshop, he demanded 20 mithril ingots to kick things off, plus a handful of magic stones from every class. The butler said, yeah, they're pricey as hell, but don't sweat it, it's no trouble at all. And then he leaned on Navi to forge a magic ring in the workshop, so it could instantly transform Diana's clothes. He forged an experimental ring, so he could train solo and finally unleash his magic the way he wanted. The master declared that Iris was on her way to his room, and Luke stepped aside, letting her walk right in. Iris demanded to know what he'd done while she was gone, and she pressed him hard on why he kept lying. Metal shavings still glittered on the table, so he blurted that he wasn't mad. He just wanted to surprise her, and then he reached out, demanding, "Let me have your left hand." He told her that even without her parents' blessing, he still wanted her to take it as the big, unmistakable sign that they were engaged. He admitted he never gave her the promised magic boost, then slipped in magic recovery speed boost, plus Levishu 2 fragmentation and Levishu fragmentation. Then capped it with Levishu 3 alchemy, betting that once she tapped the ring's magic and focused on how the power moved, she'd learn fragmentation and alchemy on her own. The girl felt like she had to get help, because learning the magic of creation could change everything for her. Then the hero promised, "Once I master it, I'll help you craft cosmetics." She shot him a heartfelt thank you before moving on. Iris told Luke her parents had just arrived and were hanging out in the living room, then asked if he could go meet them. And Luke admitted he's already set to meet her parents and Zeno today to hash out the wedding plans and the cosmetics business. Count Michael and his wife stormed in and he snapped, "What happened to Iris? Is that prince really mocking her?" Rage surged through him at the nerve of that rudeness on their very first meeting. The Count shot out an apology for his rudeness and practically begged Prince Luke to forgive him, while Iris's swollen eyes screamed just how bad things had gotten. They begged for forgiveness, panicked and trembling like their whole world depended on it. Luke shot back that there was no need to bow to the ground, just a slip of the tongue, even if the person standing in front of them was royal. Iris begged her father to stop spitting out those brutal words, or those nasty rumors would crawl right back into town. Luke leaned in and offered, "Let me introduce myself again," then declared, "I'm Luke A. Volg, 3rd Prince of the Volg Kingdom." Pierre Michael begged for forgiveness over what he'd done, and his wife, Colette, turned around and asked forgiveness too, for the ugly words he'd thrown at her. Luke owned up and said, "It's my fault too, I teased them in a moment like this," but the Count snapped back that Luke did it on purpose. Luke leaned in and demanded she explain why her eyes were so swollen, and Iris immediately turned bright red with embarrassment. She burst into tears with pure joy when he handed over the engagement ring, and then he revealed she'd been gifted a mithril ring too. He told me that men hand over flashy, gem-studded rings to show off their family's prestige in a single stunning gesture. Zeno figured Count Pierre was skeptical of jewelry like that, since a woman flashing a wedding ring at a banquet screams wealth, but Iris cut in, telling her father the truth. It wasn't ordinary at all. It was a mithril ring with special powers, and it was so rare it should be treated like a national treasure. The girl feared this was about to blow up, but Iris snapped back that this ring was 10 times more valuable than anything Lady Ms. Fuzz and Lady Amelia could ever have. The Countess snapped that they couldn't skip those unspoken rules, or the other wives would start yapping behind their backs. And Luke decided he'd better churn out matching rings for everyone too, because the hassle was not worth it. Then Iris leaned in and demanded to hear what enchantments were hiding in this ring. He rattled off magic recovery speed boosts, level 2 fragmentation, and level 3 alchemy. Then her parents went wide-eyed, absolutely stunned that something like this even existed, and shouted that it was a real national-level treasure. The Count bragged that selling it would wipe out their family's money crisis overnight. Then his wife snapped, smacked him across the face with her fan, and screamed for him to start thinking with his head, because it was their engagement ring. Iris declared the ring was bound to its owner and made it clear she wouldn't sell it, then admitted her worry about their cosmetics deal was only growing. Luke said they had the basics down, but he still wanted to hash out the fine details with King Zeno and Duke Gile. Turns out the Duke had warned the Earl, if he tried to pull any promises out of Prince Luke ahead of time, the Duke would wipe him out. Diana caught it right away. He was spitting out mistakes on purpose. And that's when she started to wonder why. Luke whipped around to Count Michael and told him it looked like he was choosing to put himself at a disadvantage on purpose, then pressed him. Did he have any ideas about why? The Count finally swallowed his pride and admitted he was ashamed. Because his estates are in shambles financially. No matter how tempting this deal seems for his family, the numbers just won't let him take that kind of gamble. The Count told Luke that farming wouldn't pay off for years, and Luke snapped back. So you were planning to shut down cooperation in that area from the very beginning, huh? Luke demanded to know what any of this had to do with the economy, and why he was trashing his own name. So the Count smirked and said he wanted to watch Prince Luke's every move, because rumors about him were flying around everywhere. The Count said Iris had vouched for his healing skills, but trading was a whole other beast with different talents, so he decided to prove himself as a merchant instead, because at the end of the day, he was the one calling the shots on cooperation. Luke snapped that the business deal was dead in the water. He couldn't stand negotiating with him anymore. He needed to impress his partner and hammer out terms that were stacked in his favor. He said it was all business strategy. Learn what your partner likes, line up the gifts, sweep them off to a fancy restaurant. But Iris's father, he did the exact opposite. Lady Sasha burst into the room, apologizing for the interruption, then greeted Count Michael and Madame Colette like no time had passed, because it still felt like ages since they last seen each other. Even with the rain hammering down, they rushed to thank Lady Sasha for showing up and threw their congratulations her way for finally being back on her feet. Luke leaned in and asked Sasha what she thought of the cosmetics. Then he saw it hit her instantly. She grinned and said the magic was unreal, and when Luke looked closer, her skin looked fresh like she'd dropped a decade overnight. Luke quipped that she looked so ridiculously young no one would ever question she was Amelia's sister, and Colette's jaw practically dropped at how well it worked. Then Sasha immediately pushed. Hey, Ms. Colette, you should try it too. Luke pushed her to test the drug on herself, so she'd know for sure if the deal was worth it, and Ms. Colette eagerly said yes and agreed to give it a try. Iris grinned and promised she'd go bathe with her mom, but Sasha snapped that she'd been running around since early morning, so she chose to crash in her room until dinner, and Iris gladly took that offer. Sasha thanked her and let her walk with him straight to her room, while Count Pierre, still apologizing, stood there completely flustered, and Luke finally let out a breath of relief as he got to leave. He heard that Ms. Lara had a piano lesson with Ms. Daria, the last chance at a real friend, and he figured Lara, the girl who can read hearts, was struggling, so he decided to step up and greet everyone. The girl wailed that she couldn't get a wallet like that anywhere, and Navi grinned and said the mass production system was already good to go. Luke walked up and introduced himself to Daria, and Sasha, Lara's mom, smiled and thanked her for being such a true friend to her daughter. Luke leaned in and asked Daria if that frog purse was her vibe. Then he grinned and told her to take one, because he'd made them himself. He leaned in and told her the wallets had secret subspace storage, smart functions, and even personal ID built in, so everything stayed quick and easy. He blurted out that Daria had picked a light green frog, and then ordered Lara to teach her how to use a wallet. The girls lit up because their purses matched perfectly, and the maid snapped Lara's focus back. Your teacher's waiting. So Lara called her big brother Luke over right away. Navi clocked that Lara was totally trying to flex her big brother for her friends, and even the teacher, and then Luke leaned in and asked if he could tag along too. He figured Lara's having a rough time because her power is always on, and she still keeps worrying even though she's only 6 years old. He found out the Michael family was posted up at the inn, because if they stayed in the house while the owner was away, rumor mills would go wild. Iris begged Luca to help refill her shampoo stash so she could finally test her alchemy magic on the ring, and Luca said yes. He pitched the idea of cutting out all the harmful parts and just pulling the skin-safe goodness, but Iris shot back. Can you really extract only the beneficial components in one shot? He clung to his teacher's warning. Yeah, poison can turn into medicine, but only if you pull the dangerous toxins out first, separating them before they can do harm. They slapped on a ton of makeup, and the girl beamed because she finally got to swing all that magic she had. Then Luke turned to Diana and asked where she'd been. Diana shot back that Anna had pulled her in for tea, so she hung out with her for a bit, played around, and devoured some seriously tasty treats. He said he was happy they were getting along, then leaned in and told Diana to come straight to him if anyone forced her. She sparked his memory of the promise he'd sealed in a letter to her, because it was all about that buffalo meat dish. Diana lit up with excitement and practically begged to taste the meat as soon as she could. She bragged that her girls were the sweetest in the whole world, and he begged her, "Don't spoil Diana so much that she turns into a spoiled brat." He leaned in and told Diana dinner would be ready soon. The juicy meat would show up right after the bath. Then she paced and waited, burning with impatience. He told Iris to stop by, and then promised he'd check Sasha over after dinner. The hero watched the treatment wipe out the harmful bacteria for good, and in the same breath, the inflammation in his lungs vanished. He told her the exam results proved she'd fully recovered, and after one more day of observation, she'd be cleared for good. She was absolutely bursting with joy, and she couldn't stop herself from trying to thank him 1,000 times. He said, honestly, he was relieved the treatment worked, but he couldn't shake the regret of risking untested magic on people. She called it a revolutionary medical breakthrough that deserved applause, but he shot back that any discovery like this still has to be tested on animals close to humans first. She told him to let her repay his kindness one day, and to promise she'd reach out if trouble ever hit. He swore that if anything went wrong, he'd reach her right away. Relief hit him hard. She'd be fully recovered, and that meant she could walk back home tomorrow. Iris was glowing with joy and told him, "Everyone's insanely grateful to you." She said the instant people bounce back and smile again is the happiest day a healer could ever ask for. Then she thanked him all over again. He figured his healing skill had hit the ceiling. Now it looked like the only way forward was to level up his race. He spotted the rain pounding harder, and immediately urged them to head home before it turned brutal. The maid blurted that they were soaked through, then squealed that the bath was ready, so he gestured for Iris to go in first. Iris warned him that Master Luke would chew her out if he didn't go first, so he fired off a spell to dry her up and even complimented her for her kindness. He leaned in and asked the girl if thunder scared her, then warned her not to step into the bathroom fully dressed. He couldn't stop thinking, why would an ancient dragon fear lightning? She told him it all traced back to one terrifying memory. Once lightning froze him in place, he plunged to the ground and died. She said that the Black Imperial Dragon had 7th-level lightning resistance, and that no lightning strike could kill it. He realized those 2 lightning strike deaths were burned into Diana's mind as raw fear, and he couldn't help asking why she ever fought the Thunder Dragon in the first place. Diana screamed that he wouldn't quit, constantly pestering her and demanding she marry him. She told me the Thunder Dragon had been trying to court the Black Dragon until it snapped with rage. When the lightning did nothing, panic hit the Thunder Dragon like a wave, and it died from the fall. He figured the Thunder Dragon was hunting for Diana since she kept dodging his calls, so he pushed the question. Did she actually feel something for him? Diana snapped that she hated people who wouldn't leave anyone alone, and now, at last, her loyalty belonged only to her master. He figured those feelings had to be leaking in from the adult dragon's memories, because back when the Drake was around, her heart had felt the exact same way for the master. He chose to stay out of the Thunder Dragon drama because Diana didn't feel a thing for him, and then another girl yanked his focus back to that promise about the meat. Diana said she wanted a dish so mouth-watering it would make her forget the lightning, and then he told her to rinse off and get out of the bath. Diana reminded the owner about the meat, and he snapped back that he remembered. Then she asked if she could call Anna and Lara, the ones who had just treated her, and the owner immediately gave the go-ahead. He figured Miffa would blow up if she learned about the night's feast, so he told Diana to meet him in the dining room. At the tasting, Diana lit up and shouted that it was absolutely wonderful, and the owner chimed in, claiming it was wonderfully tasty too, while the maids praised it as delicious, and he just smiled, saying he was thrilled they loved it. He told her herbs cost a fortune, but they could turn bland food into something unforgettable. Then the girl blinked in shock, saying his knowledge was downright surprising. One of the girls confessed that the garlic smell was driving her crazy, but the flavor. She couldn't resist, so Diana demanded more. Diana blurted that she couldn't breathe a day without her master, and he snapped back to make sure she thought before she spoke. Everyone who caught that delightful aroma knew it instantly. Garlic soy sauce, thick with that fish sauce vibe, but totally odorless and packed with a rich, mouth-watering punch. He told me it all came down to a seasoning brewed from fermented soybeans, something you could only make inside his Navi workshop. He finally decided to spill the truth. It's soy sauce, and he just invented the recipe, so it's not even up for sale yet. The chef gave Luke mad respect, cheering him for how he treated sick people and still chased real research. Luke just grinned and said he didn't care about all the science. He only loved good food, so he handed over the sauce and the recipe for free. Iris beamed at Mr. Luke happily and told him the weather was absolutely perfect today. He greeted me with a grin, urged me to take a stroll through the garden, and then pushed me on to Sasha for that final exam. Iris announced that King Zeno and Duke Guile would show up in the morning, and I'm telling you he froze because they had to bolt in the middle of the night. Navi just figured it was all because of him. Navi promised him it'd all be fine, but she left out the real details. He demanded to know why she was messing with him, and she shot back that she was holding herself back from doing anything that could end up hurting him. She told him she was saying it for a reason, so he could brace his mind, or else he'd be stuck wondering why nobody warned him. And when she was done, he admitted that leaving things out is just plain infuriating. Navi warned him that Miffa and Lara were right there, armed with skills no one else had, and if word spread that he knew what he wasn't supposed to, trouble would explode on him fast. He snapped back that she could have said it immediately, and Navi told him to act like he knew nothing, so nobody would get suspicious. The girl told him that the exam results proved she was perfectly healthy, then urged her to heal up with easy walks, and she swore she'd keep working hard. The servants burst in and announced that King Zeno and the head of the family had arrived, and that they demanded breakfast with the lady and Prince Luke. The lady snapped that Pamela should hustle and get everything ready, while she rushed off to see Prince Luke first. Then he smirked and said he'd wait in his room. Zeno leaned in, grinned at Luke, and told him he'd heard Luke had done an amazing job. King Zeno looked wrecked after that overnight flight, and when Luke thanked him for helping with Sasha, Zeno said he'd already been told she'd fully recovered, and he was genuinely grateful to Luke for it. Zeno said Luke's methods were saving more and more nobles, so nobody could argue against giving him the title, even if Zeno still had his doubts. Luke shot back that he still didn't get the country's politics or its geography, but then they told him Amelia had already studied the land, its resources, and even the dungeons. Zeno promised they'd circle back later, but right now everything was on fire. 3 countries were demanding answers about Luke. One is the Elven homeland, because Hattie's mother is the guardian deity watching the lands around the world tree. They either beg for Hattie's return, or they go straight for the chance to meet the summoner. Luke was terrified they'd kill him just to snatch Hattie. But then he was told, straight up, they weren't that dumb, because if they touched him, a full-scale war with the elves would erupt. That same rule hits the dwarves too, but this time it's Diana on the hook. Their holy protector is the Black Imperial Dragon, and they're ready to either bring it back or finally face it head-on. Luke told everyone Diana and Hathai had become his familiars through summoning, and he couldn't wrap his head around what right those countries even had over them. Turns out they were only doing it out of pure formality. The Demon Kingdom has stumbled into the messiest situation yet, because the Demon King, the ancient ancestor of the vampires, is immortal, has ruled since the dawn of time, and now he's demanding Luke meet him face to face. Zeno said the Demon Kingdom couldn't just shut that down, because they didn't need yet another enemy in their lives. Luke demanded a weekend meeting with all 3 countries, because he's only been here for about 10 days, barely made it to any classes, and he's genuinely regretting it. The young man shoots Sasha a grateful smile for showing up right on time. He claimed he'd heard just how badly she kept pushing for Luke to stay in that country, and Sasha immediately thanked Zeno for bringing them together. He said he meant to grab dinner with all 4 of them, but then he hesitated. Maybe he should pull everyone in and hash out the lands Luke will get, right over dinner. They shoved a map in his hands with 3 estate options, and the top pick was the old Marquis of Forest's mansion, seized during the Miffa affair, only to be riddled with rampant embezzlement. They ditched that plan. Sure, the nobles and merchants who'd been pulling the thefts were gone, but plenty of others stayed behind, and going after them would have wrecked the supply lines and left the residents starving. He heard about a dungeon city booming off 5 dungeons, where you could snatch ore, meat, vegetables, and even artifacts with ease, and the girl shot back that those lands were too valuable to shut out. He figured that if he could seize these holdings for himself, he'd finally level up as a ruler, because Count Michael's lands were raking in massive profits from merchants and adventurers. He leaned in and asked what levels the dungeons even had. Then they told him the Adventurers Guild sets the difficulty on a ladder from E all the way up to S. They laid out the dungeon ranks for him. 1 rank a hall where they mine ore, 1 rank B dungeon, 1 rank C dungeon, and 2 more rank E dungeons. They told him these mines had massive ore reserves, about 30% of the whole country's needs, and that they'd keep feeding the future for over 5 generations. The realm's ruler is ready to step down, but there's no heir in sight, so he demands the country pick a successor, and Luke thinks this might be the perfect call. They told him, sure, we've held this land for 180 years, but the dwarves owned it over 1,000 years before that. Then they went on to say that ever since the neighboring kingdom's ruler changed 14 years ago, they've been clawing for their return, and that fight has finally exploded into full-blown conflict. He challenged the claim that this place was his over 1,000 years old, but they hit him back with records from the Elven Kingdom, showing that coal had been supplied from there all along, and those documents backed it up. During tense talks with other countries, everyone openly agrees who owns what, and the Dwarf King plays dumb because both sides are too busy panicking over bandits and monsters. And the King of the Dwarves doesn't care about those mines at all, because the ore they pull is too impure for his tastes, and his people already have reserves that'll last for thousands of years. He finally clocked the truth. Both countries were brushing off the whole crisis, and he thought, we can end this with negotiations. But then the word came fast, don't push for it, because his close ties with the Dwarven Kingdom would make it a disaster. The last pick was Viscount's holdings, right on the edge of the Elven lands. Huge stretches of wheat and beans, sure, but nothing really stands out, until you realize the real wow comes from the Elven market's goods, because those are truly one of a kind. The whole territory sprawls with towns, villages, and open land, but nobody's turned it into real wealth. There's barely any income. The ruler's sons live it up as adventurers, and the oldest one. He's chasing cash like it's treasure, not thinking about the throne at all. The Viscount title sounds sweet, but it chains your freedom. Because if Luke doesn't pick those lands, the nobles will snatch them, carve them up into 3 or 4 pieces, and hand them out as a reward. He demanded which option was the better one, and they told him. Once the evil god is defeated, that gorge area, packed with forest, herbs, and iron ore, the Marquis's old lands, will suddenly become irresistible. When he pushed back about the mess, they hit back with one cold truth. They had Ms. Miffa, and every criminal had to be wiped out. So they chose to seize control and crush the chaos, even if it meant turning on some of their own. They tried to calm him down, said he'd still got 3 whole years before graduation, and they'd already shipped in a top-notch manager. So by the time he finally took hold of the land, everything would be ready and waiting. Navi agreed this was the best move, and told everyone he was ready to level up in dungeons during the holidays. So he locked in leveling as his one priority and promised to grind hard while he learned land management. He peppered Luke with one urgent question, how long the treatment would take, because he couldn't stand the thought of Miffa and Amelia missing school. Luke told him he was planning to take them to school with him tomorrow. Luke told them the treatment would drag on for another 2 or 3 days, and that when it was done, they'd better haul themselves back with King Zeno. The girl said she got it, even though her heart was begging to stay with Master Luke, and he couldn't help but smile because that was just plain sweet. Amelia said that now her mom was finally back on her feet, she could dive straight into her studies, and she thanked Mr. Luke for everything, while another girl cheered because it had been ages since she last took flight with Miffa. King Zeno pressed Luke for answers about Iris, demanding to know if he was in love with her and if he truly wanted to claim her as his wife. Luke told him straight up that Iris was irresistible, and if he ever caught her walking arm in arm with some other guy, jealousy would crush him, so he decided he had to claim her for himself. She scoffed that it was too simple, but then, somehow, she still accepted his proposal. Another girl blurted out that even though she and Mr. Luke shared a dorm, her mind only ever landed on him, and she insisted the country still needed to give its approval for a union like that. He told them he had patients lined up, so they could talk about the engagement before lunch, and then he'd loop Pier in. Iris's father admitted that it was him who pushed the idea that she'd become Luke's personal servant, though he swore he'd never really expected it to land like this, and he said he was wrong to judge her based on nothing but rumors. The king declared that Michael's incompetence from the day before had totally disappeared, then praised him like a hidden talent, asking if he'd step in to run the agricultural partnership and handle the cosmetics business. For lunch today, it was curry, and the girl practically beamed. She couldn't wait to try Master Luce's cooking again. Then he leaned toward Lara and asked if she wanted to cook with him once more. Rage flared in one of the characters when Luke grabbed Laura's first dish before even tasting it, calling the whole thing unfair. Chef Dapril leaned in and asked Mr. Luke for permission to tag along too. Luke agreed on the spot, promised to teach him more recipes, and told him to practice like crazy before the wedding banquet before heading to the capital to help out. The Duke shrugged and said one chef coming with him was totally fine, but then he made it clear. He'd be training the royal chefs, and for the Duchess house this wasn't just work, it was prestige. He broke it all down for her, fry the meat for 4 minutes, then let it rest, hit it with 1 more minute, then lit up as she nailed it and told her to try it for herself. He told me they whipped up 2 kinds of food, spicy and sweet. Then urged me to try the sweet first, because it was so good you dip bread into it and just savor every bite. At the table, one guest blurted out an apology for interrupting and asked if he could talk about plants used in cosmetics. But the other snapped back in outrage that he was barging into serious work matters. He said they were launching a new business on a shoestring, and if it flopped, the whole family would be thrown into slavery, so the fear hit him hard. He laid it out plain. In this country, there's no personal bankruptcy protection, and liability can slam even someone with a job card and an official position. The noble houses usually hand the state their land development plans, but here, nobody filed a thing. Nabai flat out told Peer he couldn't ignore it. He was spiraling over money. The ducal and royal families would foot the bill, sure, but they had 0 savings of their own, and if anything went wrong, they'd be wiped out completely. Luke rattled off every nightmare: crop failure, floods, epidemics, even mass monster attacks and bandit invasions. Thinking they'd gotten the silver spoon life with 10-kilogram meals, but the truth hit harder. They were still quietly thankful for those bracelets. He showed off a stash of mithril jewelry, built with medium poison resistance, plus aqua healing, aqua restoration, purification, and magic, and then asked straight up what it would sell for. He bragged that he'd sold it cheap, but it was the cost he paid in his own people. She snapped back that she'd pay him immediately, and before he could talk himself out of it, she hit the link. He said he'd heard Michael's estate was in rough financial shape, and he refused to let Iris worry about it. Iris's father tipped his hat to Highness Luke, and Iris leaned in and blurted that she loved him more than anything. Zeno leaned in and asked Luke to sell him the bracelet. Then Luke fired back. Do you even know the effects from 2 identical artifacts don't stack? Zeno snapped that the bracelet wasn't meant for him at all. It was for his oldest son, the one destined to become the next king. But then he revealed the cruel catch. These artifacts can't be inherited because they're bonded to the person who wields them. Navi leaned toward the master and asked, why wouldn't you have to smooth things over with the future king, especially since he and Gale actually clicked? Zeno begged Navi to sell the bracelet to him and his son, promising he'd be so grateful, while Navi shoved a warning at the craftsmen. If they acted too capricious, Mayfa was going to rip them apart. The young man claimed Luke was secretly crafting personalized items to protect the divine blessing, because it slips away fast, but Luke couldn't shake the fear that it might vanish anyway. Zeno nodded, thanking him and calling it the last chance. Luke swallowed his pride and promised he'd bend the rules again for the future king. Lana leaned in and told her brother Luke that her magic had skyrocketed, and his face lit up because now she could finally train way more. They told Lana that her low magical affinity meant she'd never become a mage, but she refused to listen. Lana leaned into magic anyway, and when her magical power quadrupled, the results were straight-up unbelievable. That settled it. Miffa truly could summon the sacred beast, Spinal, so she stepped up and begged for permission to be alone in the chapel. She warned that if the evil god ever crawled back to life, the world would be wiped out, and that the cultists weren't bluffing because their whole mission was nothing less than ending it all. They warned him the evil god's divine power runs on raw hatred and despair, so a massive war would snap his resurrection into place. And the cultists, they don't want peace. They want to torch everything and rebuild a utopia out of the ashes. She swore she'd wipe out the evil god's cult, but right now Luke couldn't lift a finger, because the cultists were dormant, and any wrong move could set off a full-blown catastrophe. Luke tried to send holy maidens across different countries to hand over a divine prophecy, hoping the holy knights would wipe them out, until she snapped back that if they made a move, she'd unleash her special forces, so for now, they just needed to remember that threat. He clocked that Miffa was annoyed by all the sisters at the temple showering him with attention, and if he slipped up and said the wrong thing, her power would expose the truth on the spot. Turns out they weren't plotting or anything. They just wanted the chosen one of the goddess to teach them a cure for tuberculosis. He told Miffa to slap on Nabhai's special sunscreen, because the sun was hitting way harder than usual today. She thanked him for the sunscreen that kept her skin safe from burning, and he was convinced it worked perfectly. All the other girls fumed because Mrs. Miffa was showing off new cosmetics again, and he snapped back that he already had enough for everyone. The girl's parents swallowed their pride, apologized for what she'd done, and then ordered her to rush away from the nobleman, right now. He recalled the foreman's words. There was no reason to rent the whole store. The hero figured frog skin was basically worthless, so if he sold the handbag like it was a normal accessory, people would snap it up, because almost every girl would crave something like that. He shot the girl an apology for freaking her out, then urged her to drop her shyness and actually take a look at the goods. She leaned in and told him it was her 10th birthday, and her dad had let her pick any gift she wanted. His jaw dropped, because in this world birthdays don't happen every year thanks to the brutal high infant mortality rate. He beamed and congratulated her on her 10th birthday, then promised she could pick any color handbag she wanted as her gift. She lit up with joy. Then her father shut it down and said they couldn't accept something that expensive. He insisted it wasn't his fault and said he just wanted to apologize to the girl and hand her a gift. Then her father, realizing he was Lady Amelia's fiancé, snapped that she'd better pick a color fast. Navi called out that lining up the gifts inside the store was a bad move, and he nodded and agreed. He bought a bottle of ointment for his minor wounds from a vendor who swore that rinsing the cut with clean water and slapping on the cream would make it heal fast, and the girl immediately asked for a pink one.